Mm. Good morning, afternoon or evening, depending on where you are on the planet. I've just got to keep an eye on afternoon or evening. There we go. That's out of the way now. Now I'm going to do what was suggested, which is pull the chat out. Here we go. And I can now see the chat. My God, look at this. I'm so professional. Anyway, hello. Greetings one and all. Let's let myself up. Looking like a 1970s hooker. So, yeah, you've heard the news. So, I've only just found out myself about an hour and a half ago. Hang on. And let's put that link in. Thusly. There we go. Right. Yeah, so total shite, as they say. It's one of those days, isn't it? So I was wondering when it was going to happen, and it's now happened. Now let's get Sass in. Hang on a sec. Bonjour.
Good evening, how are you?
Comment ça va? I think.
On.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Apologies for missing Sunday's show. I didn't get any notification about it. So.
Oh, don't worry. I think I missed it as well in some ways. So, yeah.
So, yes, sad news. Frank is gone.
Yeah, Frank has bought the proverbial farm in the sky. Yeah, I mean, it was. I think it's been on the cards for a couple of years, actually. But yeah, it's one less in the world.
I do wonder what or who the youth of today will mourn in the future, because we seem to have lost so many great people over the immediate years.
Oh. Echo.
Close the original screen.
I'll let him sort that out. Poor old Andrew, he wasn't ready, I don't think. He didn't do this or anything like that. Just went, oh, there he is, click. And he's like, ugh. So, anyway, yeah. So, I don't know, I suppose.
Justin Bieber?
Possibly. I mean, anything's possible, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's quite a few people that were, ready. It was pretty prolific. And nobody thought much of them at the time, even. So, but much loved later on. I think. See if he's ready. I think he's ready. Is he ready? Is he ready though? Thing is he ready?
Are you ready, Andy?
He's looking ready. as ready as I normally am, by the looks of things.
Why not hear anything?
Well, I hear you.
We can hear you. You're a bit quiet, but we can hear you.
But he can't hear us saying that. So that should be interesting. While he peruses that, yes. So, as you say, yeah, there might be a mourning for Justin Bieber. Why not? I suppose.
But I mean, I would argue that not quite as seminal as the likes of Vangelis.
Well, not to us. I mean, I remember not being particularly bothered one way or the other when Elvis went.
Well, same here, and I still feel the same.
But there were people who were completely crushed by it. So
yeah,
it's
1979.
Yeah, well, I think it's who you grow up with, what it means to you, you know, taking the journey together kind of thing. And, you know, it can leave an impression. So, but, you know, he didn't leave an impression on me at all. Vangelis, on the other hand, hello, yeah, on so many levels. So,
Yeah, well, yeah, just a trailblazer in general. I mean, you know, bringing electronic music to the masses, etc., etc.
yeah, well, he was one of the guys that got me interested. Yeah, what's that? Dita said, mostly women were crushed by Elvis. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and perhaps a lot of gay men. You don't know. Anything is possible. Anything's possible. So you know, it's yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, and the rest of us go on. Anyway, how's your week been? Busy?
Yeah, it's always busy. Always busy.
Productive?
I don't know about that. I'm not pushing it a bit. Yeah, let's see if Andy's working. Hang on a sec. Is he working?
Am I working?
He
are
is working. Hey.
Oh, I don't know what that was about. You could probably hear me, but I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear anything. Well, yes.
You had the wrong interface chosen.
But we could hear you.
I just don't know. It's
Bonjour.
Ian. Hello,
Hello.
Ian.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
We can indeed.
This bubble. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes. So yeah, I hadn't heard the news. I've been very careful to avoid switching news on recently, just in case someone's fired a nuclear missile at somebody.
Oh.
So, mind you, that's not a good reason. Burying your head in the sand.
It's
is
not a good
not
reason
clever.
because technically not knowing doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Well, so I hadn't heard about
That is
Vangelis
true.
until I'd seen that in the chat. I'd successfully.
Yeah, no, I only
avoided
found out about probably
Yeah.
an hour ago, I suppose.
I had it on the 6 o'clock news.
Well,
It's
it's nice that
significant,
it
isn't it?
made the 6 o'clock news.
Yeah, it did.
Yes, absolutely.
To be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, Edgar Furzer didn't. Mind you, could argue that he wasn't necessarily as influential or as well known, but. I think Florian
Circles,
Schneider
isn't
did.
it?
Florian Schneider did, I think. He got,
Yes.
He got him, so.
Yeah. Mind you, there wasn't a very big hoo-ha about Ennio Morricone. You know, in
Yeah.
the standard media.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, it was like, oh my god.
Well,
Well,
again, I mean, I would rate Ennio Morricone up with Vangelis, to be honest.
Oh yeah, absolute. Yeah, even in many cases more so because I mean he was out there doing it before.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
When it was,
the
when it was, I
output
mean,
is
he,
staggering.
yeah, I mean, some of his scores were, I think, would have normally been considered as not acceptable by most of Hollywood at the time. But he battled on, he did it, and he got in there, and got some really cracking ones going.
Yeah.
But it's different. He was just totally different, and that he had a voice that you could hear, and that was what was joyous.
Yeah, but one thing Ennio did was I think he brought more to the fore of how important music was in the film as another character.
Well, it's a form of dialogue, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, music was important in film before, but not to the level that it was once.
Yeah.
You know,
Did anybody see the series that was done on the BBC about the development of film music and the role it played and how? I mean, people
Yeah.
like all those Germans and Austrians that went over to California. People like Korngold.
Yeah.
You know, really recognised classical composers, and they found a major niche there, and how they moved it up a notch, and then how it developed. People like now his name's gonna. Oh, who was it that worked on Psycho and all that stuff? Bernie, what was his name? Come on, help me out, folks. Somebody must know.
Somebody in the chat will know, surely.
Oh, what was his name?
Um,
Brain gone blank. Robbie, should you not know, Robbie?
Oh, you know
Bernard
what?
Herman.
Bernard Herman.
Bernard Herman.
I
yes,
guess the Bernie,
yes.
but Bernard Herman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I hate it. My brain. I get a brain freeze like that. It's rubbish.
yeah, that
No.
sent the Bernie sent me down the Epstein
Yeah,
road.
yeah, Bernie. Yeah.
I was going, no, that
Well,
can't be right.
Yeah, no, Bernie. Fastest milkman in the West.
The
that's
West,
right.
Yeah, Ernie.
Bernie. Yeah. Steakhouse. No, that was it. Just stop it, Andy. Right?
Roadhouse. Sorry. Sorry. We watched Family Guy every night. Roadhouse.
So how's Rob?
Sad. Very
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah.
Very, very sad. He was a giant of a man in many ways. And, yeah. I mean, I think I said it before, China is such a big album for me. It was the... I was aware of John and Vangelis, and I was aware of Aphrodite's Child, but never... Yeah, it was that, I think China was that moment. I thought, wow. That's cool. That's synthesizers, and that's other things. Really cool things. So.
Yeah,
I mean, I
I
certainly
think.
bought. Sorry.
Sorry, Buzz.
I was just going to say, I certainly bought the John and Vangelis album, the first one. And
That's what
I
I'll
love the
carry with
charity.
me, Ian.
Sorry?
I'm going to say that's the one I'll carry with me.
Yeah.
Friends of
but
Mr. Cairo.
Yeah,
Love it.
fantastic.
That's the one that slipped him into mainstream a bit more.
Yeah, 'cause I remember seeing, hearing John and Vangelis, and I
Hey,
think
Dom.
that was an odd name, John and Vangelis.
Yeah.
What's going on there? Because I wasn't aware of Yes at that time. Because
No,
that was
exactly. Likewise. I
yeah.
have to
and
say, yeah. I agree.
who was
Same
this
boat.
guy? This big burly Greek guy with a massive beard, and then this little guy with a very
That
high
wasn't
pitched
Demis
voice,
Roussos.
and often played,
Falsetto voice, yeah.
yeah. And it was just enthralling. It really was enthralling stuff. But
The
Of course,
production on
Vangelis
that
was in a
album.
band. Vangelis was in a band with Demis Roussos, wasn't he?
yeah,
Yeah,
That's
well, he
right,
he
I
played
forgot
he
that.
played
rock band.
he
yeah.
played
Yeah.
keyboards on Demis Roussos's album,
yeah. But
which
he
why there
in-
was so much synthesizer on it.
Yeah,
what was the
there
name of that
a-
band?
there
The album was
what was the
666,
band?
wasn't it?
Yeah.
But although like you mentioned China, Robbie,
What was Aphrodite's Child? Yeah.
I mean, Albedo 0.39.
Yes.
See you later. Opera Sauvage. It goes on and on and on, and it's just got it's got a thing to it. And he's touched all of the different styles and stuff like that, and he's even done what you look back on it now and you listen to some of it, and some of it's like, Gorgonzola cheesy. Some of it, I mean, there's some real.
But it was
Like,
of its time.
Wouldn't do that today. Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, one of the most cheesiest things I think you can do is to do a track and the lyrics is about the synthesizer you're playing. talking about its various components and stuff. It's like, oh no. But at the time, it was like, yes, they're talking about things I recognise. Finally, somebody else on the planet who knows what a fucking VCO is. Yeah.
There was this reason why China kind
Evening,
of stuck
Dom.
out for me. Hi there, Dom.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I thought I wasn't in the show.
No, you are.
Patiently.
So
We've
what are
been
you doing?
talking about
Waving
you
at the
behind your
camera? You were just there
Basically
waving at the camera then, were you?
Yeah, I was waiting to say, let me into the show.
No, my parents divorced when I was 12, and I moved from one high school to another. And then a year later, my mum remarried, and I moved from another high school to another. So I was kind of like, it's just like make friends, lose friends, make friends, lose friends. And I got to my third and final high school where I eventually was allowed to finish my studies. And the first thing that happened, I'd started there in January of '84, and the first thing I did was head to the drama studio and apply to be in the school play, which was going to be shown sometime sort of like the end of the summer term. And the drama teacher said, "Oh, we've cast all the parts, but I've heard you can play the drums." And I said, "Yeah." She says, "Well, we need some drums in this thing. So what we'll do is we'll create something and we'll put you in, sort of like stage right, and you can play these drums to, so." And it was a play called Narrow Road to the Deep North by Edward Bond. And it's all about it's set in the Far East. I don't know whether it's Japan or China or something, but it's set there. I can't remember now. And this guy who turned out to be like my best friend at high school, a guy called Gordon. He was the lighting. Every high school production had the lighting and sound geeks. The kids that went up into the little box and would fiddle around with the faders and stuff. And he was that guy. And he had suggested to the drama teacher that we use some music in certain bits, and maybe I could drum along to that music. And he just whipped out China. And I thought, what's that? What's this thing on the front? Looks like somebody swimming in the pool. What's that all about? Then he puts it on, and it was the opening. Is it Chung Kuo and the Long March? And I was just like, it was one of those moments. It's like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then I sort of worked out these drum bits to go along with it, and that's how I made friends very quickly in school. So it has a very special meaning, as well as the fact the music is flipping brilliant. And then I was off up the library, as you could do back in the day.
Yeah.
Borrow an LP, bring it back
Yeah.
after you'd recorded it.
Yeah, exactly.
How did they not think about that?
Yeah.
Or did they? I don't know.
They did, but they didn't care.
They didn't care. No.
No.
And you take the sleeve out and it says, "Home taping is killing music."
Yes, that's right.
Oh yeah.
I'm roll dad.
Here we are, 2022. How did that work out?
Yeah.
And the
Can I
artist
share
got
my
a
library
royalty whenever
mistake?
the artist got a royalty whenever it was borrowed, so I guess it was just like buying it. Not
Yeah,
sure
I
how big the
suppose.
royalty was,
Yeah.
but they did get money.
Yeah.
Someone told me that I really had to listen to New Order, Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
So,
the order, period.
So, Doncaster Library, with the record lending library, was sort of opposite or just across the school gates, not far away, just in Doncaster, at Waterdale in Doncaster. And I thought, I'll go in. And by the time I'd got in, I'd forgotten what it was. Right, I honestly, I'd forgotten because this was my period of coming out of classical music and into electronic music. So I'd forgotten what it was.
Cheeky.
And I picked up. All I could remember was new, right? So I picked up new Model Army,
Yay.
right? And was really disappointed that there wasn't a single synthesizer on this entire record. This is rubbish. Oh,
Could have been you kids.
I quite like New Model Army now. I quite
There you
into
go.
them. But honest, at that point, it was like, this is. Why would somebody recommend this crap to me? So yeah, that was.
I've just had a message from a composer
Oh yes.
who says, yes, it is really, really sad news. But of course now it's your time to shine. Cheeky
Yeah,
bugger.
There's a vacancy. Was that Ty by any chance? Oh, sorry.
Cheeky.
I'm overrun. Look, I'm being overrun.
Hello, buddy cat.
There's another one down there. Look. Blimey, actually staying.
What's wrong with that?
What was I going to say? Oh, Kent, yes, before I forget, I need to speak with you about
You are?
a potential.
Yeah, naughty boy.
No, but
Oh.
in private, about a
Oh, sorry.
potential CSA related
This
opportunity.
is private.
CSA related.
No one's watching.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
No one's watching, Rob, so you'll be all right.
Can I scare people now?
What
Go on
again?
then. You're not taking your trousers off.
You're going to do another button up.
He's bought a Eurorack module.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Christ.
you've
Brilliant.
fallen. What have you bought?
Oh, man down.
No, it's not. It's all right. It's this
That's
is.
that's it. It's the gateway.
I'm converting this to run a Oberheim 4 voice. It's all right. It's cool. Relax.
Call off
This
the dogs.
This is gonna. I'm gonna use this instead now to run the brain of the breakout box. Because half the components I need for the one I've designed you can't get, so it's like, do you know what? I'll just buy something that can do it. But I needed to buy this one because this can do 12-volt gates. 5-volt doesn't kick an Oberheim.
Is it that poly end?
Yeah, poly in 2.
Yeah.
You could have just buffered it.
I could, but here's the thing, right? It just gets like, just no. The less parts I put in it, the bleeding better.
True.
Because the monkeys that will be operating this thing up in Abbey Road will wreck it, right? They just, if they're not swinging from the lighting rigs, they're fucking up the gear. The less parts it has in it, the better. Okay, so boom, wire it up. There you go, boy.
Fantastic.
Not having any more of that.
Yeah, when you can't trust the engineers at Abbey Road, who can you trust? I mean,
Do they still wear lab coats? If not, they ought to.
Yeah.
The law.
Well, actually, there should be people in there with lab coats actually ushering them into a back room. They're not much better at air. No, cool. I told you that story, didn't I? Of,
Air. Well, it's everywhere.
no.
Air Studios.
Air Studios, dear.
Jules,
It's just like,
Yeah, that was it. Beautiful.
yeah,
You've got it nailed there.
that's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
You're harsh, Robbie. You're really harsh.
Yeah, when I did Hans's CS80 for him, fully restored, and he went straight up to air, done the session for Batman Begins, and then off he went, and then the studio techs literally just pushed it off the stand and dragged it into a cupboard. Smashed all the mains door up, scratched it, and tore the toe legs.
criminal.
Oh no.
Very angry German composer.
Is Air Studio still up for sale?
Threepence halfpenny, Ian. Get
I
it
don't
right
know.
quick.
I heard they managed to stop that underground.
Yes, they've done the underground thing, didn't they?
Yeah,
Well, I
there
thought
was
they
something
didn't, they
about
were able to stop that gym being built underground next to the studio.
a couple of months ago. I'm sure it was probably, I was going to say 2 months, but it's probably longer than that. There was something about it being up for sale.
Yeah, there was. I'm just trying.
Yeah.
I'm sure something. I'm sure I read something about that. Whether it had either found a buyer or they'd taken it off the market or something. I don't know.
Oh, right.
I'll have a look. But Andy, you live in Sheffield, don't you?
Yeah, they haven't deported me yet.
Well, the thing is, if you live in Sheffield, you probably won't know what certain hotels are like, unless maybe you do. I don't know.
No,
I don't want to cast aspersions.
Interestingly, I've never stayed in a hotel in Sheffield.
Have you heard any bad things about the Rutland? I think it is on Glossop Road.
No, actually, I know people that've been to weddings there. So,
So
it's walking distance for Synthfest.
well, that's exactly why I'm looking
Yeah.
at it. 'Cause
About
my-
a 10-minute walk, but less than 10 minutes. Just down the road. It's in Broom Hill. Now, Broom
Yeah.
Hill is an amazing area, and just round the corner from the Rutland, you'll love this too. Is Record Collector. Right,
Oh,
it's
right, okay.
absolutely amazing. I mean, literally, you could fall out of your hotel, roll down the street a little bit, and you'd end up outside Record Collector.
Nice.
So you've chosen well there. It'll be a nice hotel. It's got a good reputation, the Rutland, in Broom Hill. Yeah,
So
no,
Bring money.
I've never been in it, but people speak highly of it, and it's
So
in a
further
really
up the
good
top
location.
of that road, where almost at the junction where you go up to Clarkson Road and the Octagon,
Yeah.
there was a block of sort of newly converted flats, and the people were just Airbnb-ing them. The last time I was in Sheffield, at
Really?
Synthfest.
All right.
Yeah, and they weren't asking stupid money either. It had
There's-
private secure parking and everything. And
There's
now
been
they're all long
private-
term.
There's been a lot of building around there, and a lot of stuff. To be honest, if you've got yourself booked in the Rutland, you're in a really good spot. You really can just walk down the road without too much effort. Broom Hill's one of the really nice areas of Sheffield. Some really nice bars, pubs, eating places, and the university is right there. So it's proper Studentsville. That you've done well there.
Is it the Rutland Hotel or the Rutland Pub?
It's the Rutland Hotel. It's not the Rutland
Hotel.
Pub. Hey, Sassy, how do you know about the Rutland Pub? Hey, the Rutland was an absolute institution. It's still there, but it's
Wasn't it an old theatre or cinema?
not the Rutland Pub.
Way back
No,
in.
no,
It's
no.
an Art
proper pub.
Deco
it's a proper Sheffield pub. It's not an Art Deco cinema. No, the old Rutland Pub is right opposite or on the same street where the main studios in Sheffield were. The Human League studio and Axis studio and all those, and the television studios and BBC Sheffield. So it's now called the Cultural Industries Quarter. But me also, I mean, okay, in the Rutland Pub, on that corner, that was run by a couple of queens, but it wasn't a gay pub, but it was run by, it was just out there, this pub.
Yeah.
I met all the Long Pigs when the Long Pigs were touring, all of those people.
When they were the short pigs.
Tony Hadley, Spandau Ballet, Robbie Williams, because Richard Hawley of the Long Pigs was playing guitar on his own. Honestly, I was sitting there. I've been there an hour, and I didn't even realise it was Robbie Williams. This guy was just slumped in a corner, pissed out of his head, and everyone was ignoring him. And it took me an hour to go. I'm sure that's fucking Robbie Williams. That is. So all sorts of people in the Rutland, and it was just an amazing pub. It's not the same as it was. They've turned it into a sort of rock goth thing, and it's just a bit weird. But so yeah, the Rutland Pub in Sheffield was a proper musos institution. It was brilliant. Sorry, I've had a rant there, and I've gone on and on about it.
No,
So, Robbie, you're booking your accommodation for Synthfest now, are you?
Yeah. Get in while it's cheap.
How cheap is it?
I couldn't
How cheap
possibly
is
tell
it?
you that. Actually, no, I'm doing it through hotels.com, and you get an extra little bit of discount on there. But I think because I'm still debating whether to go for one night or 2 nights, because normally I would get there on the Friday and then I can get up nice and early on the Saturday, but I haven't got to be stupidly early this year, because at the moment I'm not taking anything. I'm doing stuff, but I'm not having to load in, which I did last time. So
Didn't you have a star rating?
what, the hotel?
Hmm.
Yeah, 4-star.
Oh, okay.
I don't stay anything less.
You still might want to check the kettle for a turd.
Brucey bonus. No, it's got a reasonably good rating on that. I just thought, the local expert might be able to point me in the right direction, but no, that's
I think the Body Electrics just said he's chosen somewhere central. Again, not an issue. If you're in the centre of Sheffield, you can easily walk in about 10 minutes from the centre of Sheffield to the university, which is where the Octagon Centre is. Yeah. Or if you can't be arsed, there's trams. Just jump on a tram and go 3 stops. Really.
I'm very lazy, me, so I need to be close.
Yeah. Well, no,
I like
cool.
Original Synth saying how many Blade Runner covers are going to appear on YouTube over the next few days.
I held off putting anything.
Many. A lot of them wrong.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I was looking for an Airbnb, but actually the prices of that of the Rutland Hotel seem quite reasonable.
There's plenty of Airbnbs in Sheffield, but so when I looked upon this one a few years ago, I was like, wow, it's literally walk out the door and it's less than a minute to the front steps of the Octagon.
This is the big brown stone
Turd.
hotel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Steve Powell saying Vangelis passing is not trending on Twitter. If it had been Gemma Collins, for example, there would have been condolences everywhere. Who the fuck's Gemma Collins?
Exactly.
I don't know who that is. Is it some sort of, I don't know, modern music-y singer type of person?
No,
singer.
no, she's not a singer. She's one of these celebrities.
And she just sort of she's quite good at branding herself. But I think it should be
What, like a calf?
She is quite like a calf, to be fair.
Okay.
A very large calf, an adult calf.
That's called a cow. Oh, sorry.
There's
I really
a fabulous picture. I'll see if I can dig it out where she'd overdone the fake tan, but it's a bit like when you listen to the mix and you don't realise it's terrible. You think it's great. And she posted a picture of it, and this person posted underneath, "It looks like you've just escaped from a house fire," and it really did. It was just like,
God.
fabulous picture.
You coming to Synthfest, Dom?
I will. Yes, I will
Oh,
leave my
cool.
booking till the last minute. It's all going to be great.
And what on earth are you playing with?
I'm trying to put my surround sound together. My PlayStation 5's arrived.
Yay!
So I've got my projector there on the screen, and
Have you got your Gran Turismo 7?
I haven't even plugged it in yet. No, I don't think so.
Oh,
But
peasant.
I've got so far an HDMI cable that should go to the screen and an amp. I'm just wiring up speaker cables, but I've hit a problem where I'm not seeing. I've got the amp initialized and it says see TV screen, and I can't see anything on the TV screen so far. So it's a good start. But,
It's like that big
Yeah,
blue
Robbie,
thing next
can
to
you put up that teenage engineering photo I sent you?
Oh, way up.
on the jack plugs.
What's this?
Hang
gonna
on a
be?
minute.
For those who haven't seen it.
I use this. I think this is the one I used in the video.
Look.
Ooh!
Set up.
Please wait 80
we
hours
can't-
while we
can you
transfer the
share it?
data.
Guys, we're using our
Can't
product.
see it. Can't see it.
Here we go. Right.
Ken,
Yeah, you
have
can
to
do a
share
live
it?
gaming stream on it.
Yeah,
This
we
is
should
just
do
the
that.
amp.
Hey, Kent, you guys are talking about Blade Runner title covers and stuff. I posted a thing in the private chat. A very clever thing a guy did on just an Axis virus many years ago, making the entire theme out of pieces and putting it all together. Sounds pretty good,
Oh.
actually.
I think I remember that one. I think I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's a composite. It's quite nice, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Even the sound effects and everything.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think I remember this one. It was actually extremely well done.
Yeah.
Like I put up my attempt up on YouTube years ago, and there was some comments saying, "Wow, how did you get it to sound like a CS80 so well?" I'm going because it is. Hello. It's almost like if you own a CS80, what are you doing messing on YouTube? Everything, mate.
Yeah, just tell me you cheated. You have a CS80.
That's
so-
the one.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, isn't it? And the solution apparently is to buy teenage engineering input,
Yeah.
input
Of
leads.
course it is.
Yeah, the extra thin ones.
I've been there. I've had that very problem. Although I have to say that the mixer that caused that problem didn't cost £1,200. It was just a little Eurorack one that over there that cost me about 180 quid. So I don't feel quite so bad. But
Yeah, I made a comment
honestly,
about this on Facebook. I've had several modules where they put them too close together. So
Yeah, and some of the jack cables are too fat. You can't get them.
exactly,
Nick-
yeah. So I
Nick
bought the
Back
little thin ones.
This isn't a reason to not do modular, Rob.
Maybe
Just-
when they were designing it, their hair was pulled too tight into a ponytail, and it stopped them from thinking clearly.
something.
Or they'd done
yeah.
their heads
Nick
on
Back-
coffee.
Nick Bat pointed out that some of the 1010
The
stuff.
1010 ones, yeah.
Yeah,
You
they're
need
the
thinner
same.
ones. Yeah.
I have the same problem. This is a Texas TI-84 Plus calculator,
Oh my god!
onto which you can put new firmware that turns it into a 1-bit chiptune player.
Oh, way up.
And
Yeah,
you
but can you put boobies on it?
I might be able to. Yeah, you can probably
Or
draw
shell
them 'cause it's
oil.
got a big display.
Yeah, because it's no good if you can't do boobies and turn it upside down. Come on.
Yeah, you could probably draw. I'll see if I can work out. What do you have the formula to draw boobies? It's going to be x
No,
squared
just type
plus
it using
Oh.
the numbers.
3y.
I used to know it in hex.
But it has
Oh,
this,
no,
this
not hex.
jack
Sorry,
plug in the
playtex.
top. It's got mini jack plug in the top, but it's very deep inside. So yeah, and it's mini. It's not even. It's like proper mini jack. So
Oh
I
right, yeah.
had to get this really delicate tool, which is this, and I
Yes,
so
I have
basically-
one of those delicate tools in my set. Yeah.
had to slice down off the plastic off the side
Yeah.
of the to make it thin enough, and now it goes in. So yeah, pretty soon I'll be able to wow you with my chiptune performance from my TI-84 calculator. Mad stuff.
Also, to be fair with bigger companies with problems, my MacBook Air, the Thunderbolt connector is too damn close to the USB. So if you use a USB dongle, you cannot plug in your Thunderbolt.
Oh, no.
Oh, for crying out loud!
Pretty bad, right? And that's a major company. So there you go.
The M1, is it?
Are you saying that teenage engineering?
Turn up,
aren't
Matt.
major companies?
You're quite quiet, Matt.
How's
It
that?
just goes to
Better.
show that companies
Yeah.
don't necessarily test
Ma-
every
Maybe a
possibility.
tweak more if you
So.
can.
How's that?
Oh, that's better.
Oh, there you are. You're in the room now.
Yeah. What MacBook is that? M1.
MacBook Air from like 2012 or whatever it was. But
Yeah, I just if I often boot off a USB stick to have a different OS for testing stuff, and if I put that stick in there, it's not a fancy wide stick; it's a standard USB kind of memory stick, and then try to plug in my Thunderbolt it to a monitor or whatever, and it's like, yeah, you ain't going in there.
Did you try the minimizing tool?
Exactly. That's I have to get my chainsaw out and just.
How many other people have been deprived of £250 this week for something which will land in September?
Oh, you
Not
mean
me.
sample track?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lightweight. I did 1,100 quid on something I'm not seeing until November, maybe.
Yeah, which
Well, yeah,
November?
well, that's
Not
showing your
clear.
latex fetish, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Did you
Down
have
boy,
any trouble
down
with the
boy.
payment, Andy?
Yes, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think everybody did.
Yeah, mine got bounced by the bank.
Yeah, mine did.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so did
know
mine.
why?
And I thought, whoa, that's weird because I'm sure there's money. But then you go and you tweak it, and then they said we have taken your pledge. So that's.
I think
gone.
what was triggering it was the fact that it all goes because they created it in Japan.
It's all come at once, hasn't it?
No, it's the time of day. So the fact that you've got a couple of £100 coming out your credit card at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
That flags up a lot of mine just came up with I get a text message that says there's a transaction that's gone through, we think is suspicious, please respond, and then you just say yes, and then you can just go back and do it again and it goes through fine. But a lot of
But if you're
people
asleep-
had it, a lot of people had it kicked back for a number of reasons. Some people
Fine for me. I
claiming
guess
that
I must be spending.
who's gone.
I'm a bit worried about
Can't hear you, Dom.
about
What's
this
it on?
thing about when I put up that synth meme on my page that I did
one?
of the Osmos
Oh yes, the
with
skeleton.
the skeleton waiting, yeah.
Oh no.
And there was some interesting comments underneath.
I didn't see.
Oh, it's one
been
bloke.
rude?
No. There was one guy said he said actually I've got my money back. He said what really put the nail in the coffin is they're not even going to NAMM. Always a bad sign.
Oh no. I mean, it's such a shame because the thing is. That
And
floats
somebody
my
said
boat
it's-
way more than the Rolly stuff. I'm sorry, Kent, but it does because it's a keyboard and I understand what that is and I can play it. But it's such a
Andy, I am
shame.
totally with you on that. But I use the Rolly and love the Rolly because it is available and it's in
It's
front of
now,
me.
yeah, I suppose
Yeah.
that's.
Whereas
that's it.
Osmos at the moment is just vaporware, isn't it? Still.
It
So-
shouldn't be. What a shame.
Yeah, I know. But somebody else was saying about they have had some sort of problem.
Well, it's funny too when the guy wasn't NAMM on 2020 when I went. It was just a booth with a guy with a video standing there answering all questions. They had a mock-up, I think, but you couldn't really play it, and that was kind of weird because you see these demos of people playing them. Why can't they have one on the floor to play with?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
Hmm.
I did speak to a man today who has an OBX8.
Oh yes.
Actually has one.
Did you speak to him as well?
I didn't speak to him, no, but I saw him.
This
yeah.
Dave Spears, obviously.
Oh no! The
sassy.
surprise is out, Sass. Oh no! No, he's going to try and come on later.
Cool.
Give us a live demo of the cow.
Oh,
Well,
He
I
said
found
it's
it.
stonking. It's absolutely stonking. It's going, love it to bits, love it. Whoa.
I found it interesting the amount of blowback Behringer got over their.
Yeah, but did you
EBJ
hear
demo
it?
through Anderton's?
I am not
It's
surprised.
not Behringer's fault.
Oh no, absolutely not. I mean, listening to there was a beta tester who put a video on YouTube, and it sounded absolutely fantastic. And then the Anderton's video was just crap.
It was really bad. I hope they're taking it down.
Yeah, I got as far as the guy playing. He goes, I don't know, what was the name of the preset? I think it was something like shittiest, thinnest, crappiest sound I can find. I think it's number 007.
Triggering
And he
in
was
stereo.
like this and
Yeah,
going,
this is a
oh,
lead.
wow, it's so cool.
This is a lead, and then he played it, and it was like a pad, and this is a pad, and this was like it was a distorted bass. It was just, it was wrong. Thing is, I don't know what on earth he'd done, Because Jack Duxbury is usually pretty decent at showing these things off.
But he's not a synth. He doesn't know about synths. He's a keyboardist.
He's a keyboard player, but he knows enough.
But
Sass.
the
He
fact
knows
of the matter
enough.
is, Behringer sent them that to do that video at a specific time to steal thunder or ride on the coattails thereof.
There's a certain
and
truth in that.
It blew up in their face. Their fault or not, it blew up in their face. And
Of course they did. That's the way it works.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Behringer have been working on that for a long time, and if it's finally ready, regardless of whether the OBX8 is OBX8,
they can't build it. Ain't got enough
is a real
chips.
thing. We know all that. I thought it was sad, to be honest. I mean, I'm not. I know that people are not Behringer about this, that, and the other, and they were doing that before. Before Tom Oberheim was working on this particularly, at least that we knew about.
Were they though?
It's been in the offing for a long time.
Oh yeah, it's been in the offing, but I'm saying wasn't. We don't know how long Tom Dave been working
we really
on.
don't. I mean,
that.
they were
About
working
the
obviously
same
they were working
amount of
together on the
time.
OB6. And I'm not knocking that, because I'll tell you now, without a shadow of a doubt, if I had £5,000 available now to go, there you are, I would have it. I would buy that OBXA now without a second thought. If I had the readies to go, let's have that. More than the ARP 2600 re-release and all that, I'd go, I want that. Absolutely think it's a wonderful, wonderful product that's got so much legacy in it and so much history and so much emotion in it that right to use your own name. I think it's absolutely fantastic that this thing is here. I really do love it.
Did no one
really
think
do.
that the Superbooth demo was a bit cack as well, though? I mean, the Sonic State one, because the guy was like, "Oh, and this is how you do a pulse width." It was almost like this is how a synthesizer works. And if you're going to spend $5,000 on the synthesizer, you know damn well what a synthesizer works.
Again, your demo depends on the quality of the demonstrator, and if the demonstrator isn't that good at
I thought
demonstrating,
he was good though. Actually, I mean, he's done some good ones in the past, but yeah,
Marcus Ryle though.
Yeah, he was a good guy. I just think he maybe wasn't on. Maybe he just didn't read the room or something. But it was like I want to. I suppose he focused a little bit on the stuff that the OB8 does, that the very original doesn't, because they've added a few little tweaks. But in general, it was like, when you can mix the oscillator like this, and you can do it. And it's like I just want to hear, what it sounds like, and revel in the history of the whole thing, because. Quite honest, if I wasn't around for the history of the whole thing, I certainly wouldn't pay $5,000 for it. It's you're buying the whole culture, aren't you? But how ironic for a video about synths and audio to have the audio so terrible.
One of the best crap demos of all time was the JDXI release. That was hilarious.
Really?
Oh,
I did hear though. I did hear that regardless of whether these the demos of this UBXA were botched or not, I've heard on the grapevine that they are taking it back and going to redesign it, have another crack.
That might make sense. I know the proper big boy one was delayed a long time because of the chip shortage and redesigned because of that. So he has been working on it a lot longer than the last year or so. I think it's been, from what they were saying, it was at least 18 months and a redesign about a year ago to cater for new chips. So
you know what really flummoxes me is that if Behringer had come up with what we know as the UBXA now and just created that as a synthesizer and called it, I don't know, Uli 1 or just something that was and not plagiarized the look and the design of that, and just created a 16-note polyphonic synthesizer, potentially with polyphonic aftertouch, so I'm hearing, and other bits, but just created that as a synth. Nobody would be comparing it, and nobody would be ridiculing it.
They would, Rob. Whatever Behringer
No, they wouldn't be
do,
comparing a synthesizer that is not called the UBXA with an Oberheim. If Behringer said, "Here is our brand new polyphonic analog synthesizer. It has all of these features. It's called the Uli 1. It looks like this, and it doesn't look like anything else that's already been manufactured. It's a brand new synthesizer. It's our
wouldn't,
design.
It wouldn't sell as many. I mean, their whole raison d'etre at the moment is recreations. Fairly
And priced.
faithful recreations
And giving
of
people what-
classic
Right, so it's like-
synthesizers.
If Arturia turn around tomorrow and say, we've got a brand new polyphonic synthesizer, 16-note polyphonic, and it's going to retail at 1499, are you telling me that all the people that are wanting to buy the UBXA won't be interested in buying that? It's not so much. It's the price point.
It's. I don't think it's just the price point. I think people are buying
All right, well, there's credibility then.
Behringer synths because they are facsimiles.
Yeah, Arturia released a software version. They wouldn't sell any of that if they called it the Arturia 1, but it's the same deal. So bored. of
Similar
Behringer,
deal,
do you know
yeah.
what I mean? So bored.
But I'm just saying, if Behringer get all this flack, and the people that support Behringer get an equal amount of flack because of what Behringer do and how they do it and how they've gone about it in the past. And I'm trying to be as objective as possible here. If they just turned around and just made that synthesizer as their own thing, they might not sell as many, but they certainly
Yeah, but they got
have
flack for the DeepMind 12. There were so many people who were directly comparing it with the Juno 6, and
That's an
because
exact
Behringer came out and
example.
pretty much said, "This is our."
Yeah, but
Juno
they
6.
had done what you said. They
To a
designed a synth, but they didn't market it
But
as a Juno 6
In
copy.
many arguments that I've seen, people say, "Oh, yeah, but they did the DeepMind. That was kind of an original synth." And look, every synth is kind of a version of something else with something new possibly tacked on.
There's very little new in synthesis. I mean,
Sorry, got to go. I'll catch up with you in a second.
All right, man.
You're right.
Cheers, Dom.
Okay, Dom.
The funny thing about Behringer is they operate under the premise that all press is good press.
Yeah,
They have
exactly.
a
and
built-in
that's-
user base no matter what.
apart
But
from the Jack Duxbury video.
But even,
Still gonna
Seriously,
buy
I
it,
bet
though.
Udi
People
Behringer's
still gonna buy
that laughing his tits off. Look, at
but
all
even the
exposure I'm getting.
DeepMind 12 didn't get away without doing any cloning. They ripped up all of bloody Analog Renaissance's circuits. And they put his VCF, VCAs in it and just didn't have them as individual cards standing up. They literally just scanned them and go, yeah, make them.
Yeah, but to me,
Now-
it's a great synth.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's a good, even that, but I mean, it was technically a altered design from the originals, so it's technically his design, whereas they just copied it and ran with it. But at the end of the day, his designs wouldn't go in a new synth, they were only designed to go in the Juno 106s anyway. So it's not taking anything from him, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Financially, but...
I just can't wait until, if they ever do produce the BS80 or whatever they're calling it. I think the world will collapse.
I see the 2600 got a very good review in Sound on Sound this month.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've talked to the guys at Sound on Sound about Behringer, and it's just like they won't send us anything. We're not in their business model, so they don't send us anything. So basically, these reviews are done by people who've gone out and bought it.
Yeah.
But they don't send anything out to the press at all, do they?
No.
Behringer?
No.
No.
They sent me an MS-101, but that wasn't from them. That was from the guys in Midas in Manchester, who I knew a friend of a friend, and they sent me one out. But that wouldn't have come through the normal channels because that's just it's not in their plan to do that. So fair enough. But no, I just think this UBXA, I'm sure it will sound great and will deliver lots of features at a reasonable price point compared to everything else that's out in the market. I just think I would have considered buying it if they'd just made it the Behringer, Dieter pulled me up on that thing. I said the Uli one. I said, yeah, no, that's Moog. But if they had
The mini
just-
Uli, the
yeah,
memory Uli.
just call it whatever you Big Balls 8, as somebody said in the chat. Just make an original synth, for fuck's sake. Just the one.
I think that was going to be the name of the voice cards in the anaglyph.
What, Big Balls 8?
Yeah, Big Balls Voice 1.
And they do have some build quality issues too. I have a Carp Odyssey, which feels nice, and I tried the Barp Odyssey in a store, and it feels more chintzy.
Yeah. I saw this brilliant comment, as in brilliant and badly brilliant. There was somebody who was talking about the Behringer Odyssey, and they said, why did they not put effects or something on there instead of a sequencer, or vice versa? I can't remember. I'm not familiar with that.
Yes.
And somebody responded, because then it wouldn't be an Odyssey. And I'm like, but it's still not an Odyssey. It will never be an Odyssey. It's
Yeah, they have the effects built into it, which are okay.
yeah.
No, I like the other comment that was on there, which was the guy goes, "Oh no," because a couple of reasons. One, sequencers are easier to make. It's very hard to get to make an effects processor. What? What for you? Maybe. What?
In this day and age.
Yeah, it goes. It's really hard to do that.
It's
And
not
get
like
it
they
to have
don't
memories.
own Clark Technic and all these other things. But no, it was just funny that, and that's what sometimes annoys me, is that, these people that buy the Behringer things think they're buying the thing that it's knocking off, and no, it's not. But just be happy with the fact you've got a great synthesizer that's making sounds for a very good price.
Yes.
But it's not an Odyssey, even though it says Odyssey on the panel.
Yeah, but I suppose when you really step back and look at it, it's us that have the problem,
Oh yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Ethics is a real bitch, isn't it?
It's because some guy gets an Odyssey, he thinks that's what an Odyssey was, and he's happy about that, and somehow, it's sort of like the old guys, they go, arse, and arse. Yeah, it's just sort of like, oh no, that's in my day, it's that kind of thing. And yeah,
The problem is ethics are expensive, and you're not spending a lot of money on their stuff, so you're not buying the ethics.
yeah. The thing is, I mean, must admit, I do tend to get a balance with it from time to time, because, like I say, with this new OBX8, I mean, after spending 2 days banging my head against a wall with an OBX down there, you just go, thank God there's there's an alternative now, and we can stop repairing this fucking shit. Finally, thank God. And and if Behringer bring out they finally come out with this UBXA, and it's like, great, good. I don't care if it sounds like an OB8 or any sort of Oberheim at all. We really don't care. If they're enjoying themselves, great. When the knob snaps off it, don't phone me up though. You'll probably have to throw it in the bin. You probably can't get the knobs for it, right? And then I don't have to work on these bloody things anymore.
Well, Inky's made a comment that I don't really think that anyone thinks like that, Robin. No one thinks it's the real thing, do they? It's just similar.
No, there are some.
I have to. Well, maybe they do, but I mean, I think like a lot of people. I mean, I know I'm going to repeat myself, but okay. So I've got my OG Pro 1, and I've got the Behringer Pro 1 in the rack. Now, when I bought the Behringer, my Pro 1 was in a bit of a state. Well, you couldn't play it. It would make sounds, but it wasn't really that good. And I put that in, and I started playing it, and immediately I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. It's like having my baby back.
Yeah.
And it really was. It was like, oh, and the character, the sound, the response, the interface. It was like, it was just like, whoa. I mean, look, interestingly enough, since Kent's had his mauling paws all over this one, I've hardly switched the Uli one on.
But here's the thing, right? We have a business model where they like with Behringer, where they manufacture stuff and it's incredibly keenly priced. Let's not beat about the bush here.
Oh, nice.
Right?
Yeah.
Fantastic pricing. It's like that X32 mixer I have. It was 230 odd quid for a 32 channel mixer with 2 Lexicon's 500 effects processors in it. Right? Yeah. But this is my problem with them. It's 235 quid. The left-hand channel goes, goodbye. It was nice knowing you. I know I've only been here a little while, but I got to go. Bye. See you. And it's gone. And then all it does is go, like this, right? At 235 quid, I can't get that repaired because it is too cheap.
So would make it work.
Anything will write that off. That's
Yeah.
my issue. At least when I had, if the
okay.
Korg Oasis packed its pants tomorrow, pursue it. Because it's the Korg Oasis, but it's still worth what, 2.5K, and it's worthwhile getting the little girl up and kicking again. But when it's only 235 quid, it's like, well, that's fucking buggered. And
Think of all the money you saved when it did work.
yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering what happens when we have problems with software and suddenly, Linux needs to be adjusted. Yeah, great. Calling all Linux programmers.
What do you mean when we have a problem with software?
Yeah, true. But yeah, so it makes it, at least with like even the Hydra. I mean, the Hydra is incredibly cheap. I have to keep reminding myself there's 1,700 quid, not 11. That's what I paid for it. So it's £1,700. So something goes wrong with her, it's worthwhile getting her repaired or the board replaced, whatever. Because the board replacement board's going to be what, $450, something like that. And so there you go, and off you go again, no problem. But if it was 400 quid and the board's 450 quid, it's like you'd still get it done, I suppose. But it's already written off financially for you what the machine was worth, because you're never going to see that 450 again, because now the machine's only worth like 300 quid anyway, because you've had it 6 months, and that's the problem.
Lady Aptitudes made a really interesting comment about you don't hear anybody really complaining about the cloning of guitars, Strats, Les Pauls.
Yeah.
I think they used to. That was a long time
Well,
ago.
they used
What's a guitar?
There's been
That thing in the corner.
A plank with some wire.
Let's face it, there's been court cases about
That's what I used to hold the door open when it's warm.
Oh yeah, Gibson got really heavy into litigation at one point, didn't it?
Yeah, it was the vintage guitars, not vintage as a brand, who got pinged by Gibson, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things with guitars, I think it's like the design of the shape of the body isn't as important as the design of the electrics within the guitar, the pickups, the bridges, and all this kind of. You can have a body that looks like a Strat, but if your electrics aren't Fender electrics, there's not going to be a Strat. You're not going to get the Strat sound. You can get closer, you'll get but it's. I think in the end, I think Fender have kind of just like done the right thing and said, yeah, but we're flattered by it, but we're still going to make brilliant guitars, and if you want a Fender Stratocaster.
That's right.
Buy a Fender Stratocaster. If you can't afford one of those, there's plenty of other options.
Work.
Yeah.
In hours.
Yeah, we're cork sniffers. You're right. You're right, David. You're right, mate.
Yeah.
It is.
It's funny you said plank with wires, because one of the guys in ZZ Top, I think it was Billy Gibbons, pulled a plank from Muddy Waters' house before they just totally dismantled it and built a guitar out of it.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Oh man.
Behave, David.
Didn't somebody make a guitar out of the floorboards from the dance floor at the Hacienda and made it into a bass for Hooky?
Oh,
I seem to remember. I'm pretty
Now
sure.
that's something you wouldn't want to lick, believe me.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure that.
What made that
somebody
pop
did it.
into your head, Sassy?
It's not going to be long before somebody makes a
I
guitar.
spent many an evening at the Hacienda.
Yeah. I went
Some
twice.
of which I can remember.
Yeah, it's not going to be long before somebody makes a guitar from the coffin lid of Hitler's, Hitler's coffin or something like that. So,
He didn't have one.
Didn't
did
have one.
oh,
Didn't have a
it
coffin
can be
on the fire.
it can be a fake then, can't it? It's very
he?
popular.
He didn't have one
in
because he's
guitar.
not dead yet.
Well, like his diaries.
Like his diaries, I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, he's still hanging out with Lord Lucan.
Hanging.
Yeah, he's
Sugar.
working down the supermarket.
Which, hello. It was sugar. So,
Yeah, riding sugar.
sugar.
Oh man.
Anyway, on a totally different note, this is the first chance that I've had to say to Ian, to his face, thank you so very
I
much.
thought you said thank you last week, didn't you?
Not directly to your face. No, I
Didn't you?
don't. No.
'Cause
No,
when I was
I've
down in
said
that
I've
bit of
said it
London.
on various things, but
You,
thank you. That was
Andy,
was
you are
brilliant.
very, very welcome.
That was brilliant. It was,
No problem at all, matey.
That was
You know.
just.
And had I not been
What
going
did
to
we-
London, I'd have come over to Sheffield and
Oh no!
done
you-
a set as well.
They're doing one in Home Firth, aren't they? In a couple of weeks, I know.
Yeah,
so
I think so.
I might. Home Firth, not Hebden Bridge. It's on the way, but Home Firth.
Stairway to Hebden
Bridge.
Bridge.
Yeah, Stairway to Hebden Bridge via Home Firth.
Yeah, absolute.
Oh, so I'll be going over. So if Jim, if you fancy a trip over there, I don't know if he will, because he'd have to get to here, then we'd have to go over there. But that's in June. Maybe I think it's June half term. So I think I'm definitely up for that.
I might have already said this, but there's quite a good night every other month again, it's just in York, it's nowhere else,
Yeah.
called the Wonky Stuff Night, and the guys there,
Wicked.
it's a really good night. There's they only have 4 acts on, everybody plays for like 20 minutes, and then there's no music in between sets so that people can talk. It's just absolutely brilliant.
Oh, Jim's just said he's going to the one in Stoke on Thursday. Well, because he's in Derby, it's not so.
Yeah.
That's an easy jump. Oh, cool, Jim. Wicked. Well, just let us know if you're up for it. If you're up for.
Kent has the Ukrainian national anthem as his ringtone.
It's ironic, isn't it? Oh, Fiona's
Hi, Ty.
answered it.
There you go. Secretary's doing a job. There we go.
I tell you what, it's funny. You hear her, and she'll be doing things like this, and she'll be going, "Oh yeah, Jupiter 8, and what's wrong with it?" Yeah. Have you tried reloading the presets? Try that first. Yes, all right. Bye bye. Right. Because you go, it's not making any sound, and 9 times out of 10, it's just dumped its presets. But I never think of pushing manual and seeing if it makes any sound on the front panel. They just go 11. There's nothing there.
Oh,
It's fixed 2 Jupiter 8s that way. But we didn't get paid.
you see, you're too honest.
I don't give a shit anymore anyway, so it doesn't matter.
You could move, Inky. You don't have to stay in Cornwall.
Yeah, come
Although
up
it
to
is lovely.
Yorkshire. It's
Come
lovely
live
up
in
here.
yours, we'd welcome you.
Come up to leafy Surrey.
Oh, it's not so bad down here.
Leafy. If they had any trees left, it would have been.
Wrong sort
You'll
of leaf,
die
Kent.
because of all the pollution. Sorry. Stop.
Or kidneys left to pay for the housing.
Ding, 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 ding. Play that again. Go on.
No, it would be this.
Oh, Kent, you're spoiling us.
It's that payoff. That
Yeah.
chord
Yeah, that-
change
oh,
is
yeah,
such
little-
a funny shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh god, that's good.
Yeah, it's like,
Still to
Kent,
this
right
day.
to play. Oh.
All you need to do
Money-
now
money
is,
shot. We
is
know what
put on
Robbie's
about
doing when
20
he's listening to
stone. Sorry, Mark. Go on.
I said money shot. We know what Robbie's doing when he's listening to that.
Watching Blade Runner, obviously.
Clearly.
With the
Oh,
O
by the way,
face there, is that the?
Ken, you've got to put on 20 stone, grow a beard, wear a caftan, and you could start a tribute act.
Yeah. In fact, it's not a bad idea. Spongelis. Yeah, this works. The torch is
No, you
passed.
should just be Frank Ellis. That's it.
Yeah.
Go out on tour as Frank Ellis.
Do you know what? I was just thinking while people were talking, it just popped into my head. I was just thinking about it's so nice that I'd gone from, the spotty little teenager sitting cross-legged with a little record player, listening to Vangelis albums, going, one day I'd like to own a synthesizer, kind of thing. Don't know what happened. Anyway, and doing that, and loving the music and everything like that. And at least before he left, he got to play My CS80 on one of his albums.
Yeah,
And it was like,
that's really
yes!
cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think she's on Rosetta. I think it's Rosetta.
Yeah.
Was that the KSR one?
Yeah. Yeah. And got that lovely photograph of him playing it as well, which is like, yes! That's something. It was 40 years of hard work to get there. But we got there.
Played the long game.
Yeah, really, really long. Yeah. So, But to actually get him to phone up and say, "Can I borrow your 80?" Yeah. Can I hire
You
it?
didn't get him to
No.
sign it.
No. No, can't do that. No. He won't do that. He doesn't do that kind of shit.
Just
funny
forge
bit
his
of
signature and say
Yeah, you can
No,
do it
that-
now. He's not. He's going to.
Vangelis' CS80 for sale.
Yeah. That's why he did
3
me.
million.
That's why he did me the photo. So he goes, "You got to have something." I said, "Yeah, I'll have your autograph, no problem." I said, "But don't pay me money just because you want to borrow me 80. You knock yourself out, mate."
Wow.
So, yeah. So, yeah. I'm happy. So, bless him. So, no, I must admit, he had a very sharp mind, because when I was asking him about what notes do you use for the sequence of a spiral, and he ran them off. He just ran them off. And I go, "Hang on a minute, let me get a pen." I'm writing them down, because I can never get that sequencer right. Yeah. Okay, lovely. It's like, wow. So, my regret is never being able to do the same thing with Tamia. That would have been sweet.
Yeah.
We get some sort of connection there. But alas, no.
Some dreams must remain just those.
Indeed. Yes.
You're right there, Rob. You look knackered, mate.
No, I'm all right. Yeah, no, I'm
It's
fine.
like-
He was listening to Vangelis, he's worn out.
Yeah.
Hee, by God, my day. Oh dear.
I have been burning the candle a bit, so
Is that what they call it now?
yeah.
Excuse me, I'm just going to burn the candle.
It means that I get sort of paid a nice little wodge, but yeah, it's it's all good fun though. Put that in the other way. That pain down my left arm, oh my chest. I joke, but I actually have had a pain in my arm. I think I slept funny, but there's this little bit of me that says, heart? No, that's still going. BPM, no, that's good. ECG, that's good. No, okay, I should be okay.
Yeah, it's
So
probably
when I'm on the show
candle
tomorrow,
burning.
because it'll be pro sick network tomorrow.
Oh God! Yeah.
Well, because our good friend Benjamin is not in a fabulous way at the moment. So,
No, it's been quite a touch and go week, isn't it?
Was he poorly again, is he?
Oh,
he's not gone. No, he's not Frank Ellis.
No.
He's he's been in hospital the last 2 or 3 days, and will be there for the foreseeable. But he's good. He's fine, and he's feeling better, and he's being treated, and he hopes to be home soon. So
Pass on my regards when you
we
speak to
will.
him.
Well, we'll probably mention it on the show tomorrow. But yeah, he's bless him.
Shit.
Yeah. So, but he's fine. So I spoke to him a few hours ago when he gets his signal in the hospital, and I've been speaking to Vicky as well. So yeah, he's all good. I found out today that our good friend Mark Doty, who went to Super Booth and tested positive for COVID as
On the
he
day
got there,
turned up, yeah.
and then has been quarantined.
Oh, for
Poor
crying out
bugger.
loud.
I know. The thing is, he was badgering me like every other day. He was like, "Rob, you got to come to Super. You got to come. You better be coming to Super Booth. I can't do it." And then he gets there and he gets bloody caught and says, "Bloody good job, I didn't go."
Oh no, the poor bugger.
That's a bubba.
You know,
God.
but
Just have to get in the Synth Fest now, wouldn't you?
well, it's all dependent
Make
on
up
a
for
number
it.
of things. But yeah, oh shit. Yeah, hopefully we'll get him at some of them at some point. Oh dear, yes. Well, that pissed on the cornflakes.
There we go. There we go. Flashing lights. That would do.
Right, I'm just going to polish a candle.
You look positively celestial there, Matt.
I know. I was looking for a new chair for in here, and
You don't want
Is
to
that
put it in your ear.
reflective? Is that reflective or is that actually LEDs?
it's LEDs. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Look at
Hang
that.
on, hang on.
That
hang
is
on,
the
hang
I
on.
was doing that in my
blingest chair
car.
ever.
Oh,
Wow.
Here you go.
I discovered that
You've
my
just
car's
turned into Davros, haven't you?
my car's got multicolored LEDs in all this little thin strip of LED in all the doors and around the dash. And
Yeah.
you can change the colours
So is
and
mine.
everything.
So is mine. Yeah, it's nuts. But yeah, but when my 8-year-old discovered that this goes rainbow, it was it. She lived in it for
Oh,
like
yeah.
3 days.
Brilliant.
Now, I'm just going to get myself a drink and I'll be back in a
Yes, me
moment.
too. I need a beer.
Oh, okay. Right.
Talk
Bye,
about
everybody.
Behave.
Yourselves.
You run it now.
Give me control.
So, Andy, the Pro one versus the Behringer one.
Yeah.
What are they like in comparison?
The original Pro 1 kicks out a much higher signal, which everybody who has a Pro 1 knows it's very hot. The Pro 1 actually the original Pro 1 goes down lower.
Right.
There's almost there's an unplayable octave below which the Behringer doesn't give you, which is a bit irritating at times. But for ordinary sort of sounds and use, when I first played, I mean, I didn't do it. I've never actually done an A/B comparison or tried to set up the same sound. I just thought, yeah, it's been done. People have done that, and it was when I plugged it in and started to play with it. It was just immediately familiar territory.
I know
The
this.
sound, the audio, the way it felt. I mean, and I'll tell you again that the in spite of what people have said about knobs snapping over, the feel of the Behringer is so much better than the original Pro 1. The original Pro 1 is, I mean, it's like it's made out of papier mâché. It's a piece of crap, really. If I mean, honestly,
I think Vince Clarke would disagree.
No, I mean, I don't think he would disagree with me on the build quality. The sound is delicious. The build quality is awful. I mean, it's seriously just not good. My first ever monosynth was a Tysco 60F, and I've mentioned this before, and Ty sort of sneered at me about that. But that Tysco 60F was amazing. It was so solid, so well built. And then I bought one of those, and it was like, oh, what? And the keyboard is horrible. The keyboard on the Pro 1, it's just, I mean, Kent's restored the keyboard, and it's playable now, but it's still not what you'd call a nice keyboard to play. But the thing is, there's an emotional attachment to that original Pro 1, and now that it's back working, the sound that comes out of it is just joyous. But I'll tell you now, a pretty similar sound comes out of the Behringer one. It really does. It sounds great. It really sounds good.
What's the Behringer one? A couple of £100, 250
and you
quid.
can pick
isn't it?
them for 250, 230 quid, whatever. I mean, yeah. But it's noticeable that since that original Pro 1 is now playable, there's still things that are not quite right on it. The modulation section's still a bit hit and miss. It doesn't quite always get, or it sounds, oh, that's way out of, oh no. I mean, I'll take it back to Kent and he can work some more magic on it, but it's a playable machine, and it does sound lovely. I mean, there's no doubt it has a sound. But could I sit here and honestly say, you know, go out and spend 1,800 quid on an original Pro 1? I couldn't do it. I couldn't even. Right now, I'm sort of sitting there, and can I even bring myself to even stick it on eBay or Reverb for that sort of money? Restored by Mr. Kent Spot. 1,800 quid. No.
Now you've got to say restored by Vangelis' engine or restoration.
Restored by Vangelis' personal synth tech. No, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. It doesn't sit comfortably with me at all. That sort of thing. You know, that would feel like profiting. Somebody who I know here in Sheffield, to whom I sold my SH101 Oh no!
He is
no.
resurrected.
25 quid in a bag of chips.
He has been resurrected.
Gandalf is here.
Hey up, Gaz.
None shall
Yes.
pass.
That's brilliant.
Gazdalf.
Gazdo. God dear.
Am I the only one disturbed that Kent seems to have quite a large
wig
selection of these things?
No.
I've got a lovely dressing up
stuff
box.
at home.
And
We-
badger
we u-
heads. And
We use this when we're polishing the candle.
it's like a form of furries, isn't it?
I'm quite jealous, really. I want some of that.
Hello, Les.
Hang on, let's get
Hi, Dave. By the way, D best in the chat. Thanks for turning up, my mate Dave. Not Scary Dave. He's not scary at all, but I call him Scary Dave.
why if he's not scary.
Why? Because when I first met him, he was this proper goth, head to foot in leather and hair, and he looked quite intimidating. And actually, he's the fluffiest, loveliest creature on the planet. He's really gorgeous. Hi, Dave. It's Scary Dave.
Don't you have this thing? Where is it? Just round here, where the nickname is the opposite of what they are. Like, I had a brother-in-law once who we used to call Sooty because he had white hair.
I have.
So we called him Sooty because it was the opposite.
Call me Harry Matt then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd be like Fuzzy or something like that, you know.
Curly.
Yeah, well, I think it's just a Suffolk thing.
It's just
Weird
British
round here.
humour, isn't it? It's the way we
Who is that shouting in the background? Is that your wife?
Fiona shouting out, your tea's ready, sausages are on.
Is she
I don't know
watching
what
downstairs?
What do you want, dear?
That's rather polite.
Sorry? Is that with a capital F?
I think we should club together and buy Kate and Fiona. Kent and Fiona.
He's only Kate at the weekends.
It was the hair that did it for me.
Yeah, it's looking like definitely look
Does
like
it for you?
Deirdre on Tuesdays and I wear court shoes. What of
them,
it?
an intercom system, so they don't have to shout at each other.
Walkie talkies.
Yeah.
No, they just tie a little note to the back of
Around the
Noah's
front, that
neck
could
and
be the
smack his
thing.
arse.
A cheap mobile
Messenger
phone would
dog.
be easier.
I tell you what. Oh, that is itchy.
Now it's Jimmy Savile.
Oh,
Oh,
let's
don't.
not go there.
No, never, Jimmy.
Never go full Jimmy.
What?
Put the bloody link
I've
up.
put it up.
No, you haven't, because I'm looking.
It's
and
there.
It's not there.
It is.
There it is.
Where?
There it is. There.
There.
What's she done to her hair?
Nice colour. Oh, that's proper.
She's gone all
That is.
Where?
Aye.
That's a serious colour, that.
It's got all tyre on us.
Hang on.
Jimmy Gel Frizzy.
I came up. The first thing I did was put it in.
Looking very good, Fiona.
Failed miserably.
Well, Jim managed to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was before.
No, it wasn't. He's just turned up.
That was after.
Just now.
That was
Literally,
before.
just
that
this
was
minute.
How much? Yeah. It's only 7. No.
I have a
20
lot of
past 8.
respect for women who have long hair. You keep getting in your mouth. I did put it up. I'll put it. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll put it up again.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. Bye.
Hello, fine.
Bye, Fiona. Bye, Fiona.
Go and get me a French fancy. Sorry,
A fancy
Please.
French what?
I said a French fancy, and that is with a capital F also. Bitch.
What?
Eh? I said bitch.
God.
No, we have
Do
this
you know, you need to
fantastic
set up-
relationship.
You need to record that all the time and note it down because it would just make an amazing play. Just
It's a TV series.
It's just
It's a sitcom in the making.
at home
Yeah.
with the spongs. Yeah.
We love doing these things to each other.
There's a new Apparently, the new Behringer UBX8 demo that's just come up.
It's called Can You Tell Me What's Wrong? The title.
Yeah.
Have you got some Mr. Kipling's French fancies there now, have you? That's just out of the ordinary, that is. How did that happen?
Lemon.
Limon.
Lemon. Oh, hello. I thought you'd be here now.
Too shy.
Oh,
That's just
do you want
like
that
D-Best.
lemon?
No, you're
Ah,
not D-Best.
what we got?
Get
What we
yourself
got?
on here. Come on. Get your webcam out. Come and join us. No, you're not. What we got? What we got on here? Come on.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
hi, Roland.
Bonsoir. Hold on.
Oh,
I think you got. Have you got your YouTube running?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, close your
Yeah.
YouTube down. Open
Got to
it in
shut your
StreamYard.
YouTube down.
Oh, right. Sorry, I don't know how it works. Like this? Is that better?
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
There you
we
go.
can hear you now. There you go.
Okay.
Hello.
There is
This
a
is-
lag, no?
No, it's all right.
No, it's fine. It's always a little bit.
Right, this is Roland. I've known Roland for many a year and repaired many a keyboard for him. He's
Yes.
quite the player as well.
Well, the reason I'm here, I tried to call Kent about Vangelis, but then he's obviously busy, so I thought I'd do it here.
Well,
Yeah,
it's lovely
got-
to see you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Roland.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yes. So,
So yeah, I
upset,
did.
very upset, but you've already spoken about that, I guess. I'm a bit late.
Yeah, well, we sort of waves. It comes in and out.
Yeah, I won't be
So-
listening to any Vangelis for a long time, that's for sure.
Oh no, I think I will,
Oh, I will.
as
Oh,
a,
no,
a
that's
form of
dangerous.
comfort more than anything else.
That
Friends
might
of
go
Mr.
badly.
Cairo will go on before I go to bed.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? I'm afraid. But,
And there's the CS80 behind you. There you go.
yeah.
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 And I've used my Lexicon 2 to 4 today.
Mm,
And I know this sounds mad, but I was thinking of Vangelis all this morning before. I know nobody believed me. They think, oh, yeah, right. But I did. And I used the 2 to 4 on a vocal. And yeah, and then I just heard, yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
So it's a bit weird. Sorry to downer on the others.
No, it's all right.
it's
I mean,
weird
I'm-
'cause a friend of mine posted a message on Facebook on Tuesday saying shocking news from this part of the world. I won't mention because I don't want to jinx the person, but tragic news, tragic loss before the rumours start, blah blah blah. And I was like, oh God, he's working with somebody somebody massive, massively massive, beyond massive, who I utterly respect. And I thought, oh God. And my friend in LA messaged me and says, is it who we think it is? And I said, I don't know, but it sounds ominous, doesn't it? So I sent my friend a message saying, terrible to hear you, blah, blah, blah. Just, can you confirm whether it was or wasn't the person? And got a confirmation the next morning, said, no, it wasn't them. So I was like, oh, at least one of my legends hasn't died. And then 2 days later, this guy.
Well, one of my legends. I'm
Oh.
Century Dreaming.
Roland, you're breaking up.
Roland, you sound like a Dalek.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
You've got an all robot voice.
I think Andy's been modulating his ring again.
I haven't done this before, so is it working now?
No, it's very.
No, it's just breaking up something
Very
rotten.
ring mod.
It
Sounds
is very
cool.
ring mod.
Good effect.
Sample
Yeah.
that quick.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, this has, in the last hour, just gone up on YouTube.
Tube.
I've just posted it, Rob.
Oh, right, yeah.
It sounds really good.
There you go.
If you move on to about 124, it's got some really good stereo.
mono.
Is that mono?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Oh, yeah. How about now?
Still mono.
That's mono.
Still mono. Still sounds good though.
Hang on a sec. That was my
The loop pack.
settings. Audio, stereo audio. Let me just.
Your Polybrute was in mono as well. Back on.
Probably was because of my settings on here. Where I can't see me. There it is.
Deep Esther's just
Go
said
back
it's my fault that Roland's audio broke up because I invoked Davros.
Oh,
Right, is this any better?
am I back anyway?
Is that stereo?
No.
No.
It still sounds nice though.
Yeah.
Certainly better than Jack's
Because it's stereo.
version.
Yeah.
Tell
That
you
was
what.
stereo in extremis and it was really bad.
Let me just.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
At least he's not doing a stabbed chord on a pad, you know.
Something happened there.
Okay.
I heard some outside noises.
Right. Let's try this now.
Yeah.
Stereo?
Joyously mono.
No.
No, it sounds.
Sounds mono.
Mine's not stereo.
It doesn't sound as good as the actual YouTube video itself, but it still sounds very
No,
good.
we've got the links, Saz. Thanks for posting it up.
The cynic in me says, I do hope he doesn't have it midied up to the one that's down below, and that's what we're hearing.
Well, the thing is, he was a beta tester for them,
He was, yes.
so he was actually doing. They sent out 20 to people who owned the originals, so they could,
Yes.
try and get it authentic as possible.
Yeah.
I think it sounds great, personally.
By the way, Andy,
What?
my new lighter live rig.
When you say light,
It's only
what do you
half a
mean?
body weight now.
It's
Yeah.
only half the weight of a CS80.
Like I can lift easily with one hand.
You've got an announcement that.
Yeah,
it
but
looks-
Bermuda
it looks-
is only half the weight of a CS80. It doesn't mean anything.
Well done, Jim. Well
Yeah.
done, Jim. You can manhandle it yourself from now on and not need a decrepit old fucker like me to try and help you.
Yeah, I actually did better without you, really. So
It's very true. Between you and the fella that helped us, you were doing really well, and I was just the hindrance, really. Oh, something's coming in the left ear. Well, that was weird. What's happened there?
I don't know.
got
Roland, give us a
breathing in my
testing.
left ear.
No,
Roland, we
now
we
you're
cannot
silent.
hear nothing at all. It's complete silence. Hang on a minute.
I've got
What is that?
delivery. Oh,
It
thanks.
sounded
Matt.
like an aircon.
But no, there was a
There was heavy
Something coming
breathing in my
through.
left ear.
yeah.
Not had for
Yeah.
a while.
I'll have words with her.
I think now I'm back. No,
Yes.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
And you're clear. Yay.
I just wanted to say I didn't know that synth already exists. It was like a myth, no?
Yeah. Well, it's still a prototype. So
But there seems to be one that you can play.
well, the prototypes. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I'm waiting for the OB8X. That's it.
Yeah. I wish I could
The
afford one.
Oberheim. I just sold my expander
Oh.
because I'm gonna keep the money aside for the OB8X.
Ooh.
I know it's not the same, but anyway. Oh, now everybody else is stuck.
No, occasionally it spins. It'll catch up. Don't worry.
And now I can see.
Was that stereo?
That's good. Play that again, Jim. Play again. It's glitchy, but yes.
Stuttering.
Yeah, it was stereo that.
What about this?
Definitely.
Oh, lovely.
Lush.
That piece you played the other night, Kent, was amazing. That had
Oh,
the choral voice in at the end.
The bit I made, the thingy I made up, yeah.
It was absolutely sublime.
I think I made up. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's made
doesn't
it falls. You know what it's like, Jim. It's kind of made up, but it's within a framework that is known.
Yeah.
If you follow what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
It
using baroque
sounded
counterpoint, Kent, again.
Yeah, I love that.
No, the noise isn't coming from
I
me,
wish I
Rob.
could play it.
No, well, I'm just going through people one by one.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Ian.
Oh,
It's me.
It's you. You've gone
Oh,
massively
Ian,
left.
it's coming through on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
oh, that's
yeah.
scary.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It's a bit creepy, Ian.
This is a bit of creeping up
Is that
behind me.
better?
Please come back to the middle.
Oh, there you
again.
go.
Is that better?
Yes,
Yes.
we've got you back.
Lovely.
Is that stereo thing on the settings?
Oh, right, yeah, because your mic's in the left channel if you stick on stereo.
Yeah, if you're using like a stereo input, like I go into a mixer that then gives a stereo output and puts me on both, so I choose stereo. But if you've just got a single thing going in, it's, mono's the best.
Oh, that Joe Fraser's got to you, Jim, hasn't it? It really has. Right, hands up who wants to know what's in Roland's
Fraser was good,
keyboard
wasn't
stand.
I was just going to play. Please see this one we're doing earlier. Can you hear that through the? See, I don't know if you can hear things.
Yeah, it's glitchy, but we can hear. Oh, more Vangelis. Yeah.
Okay.
Bloody show off. Oh,
Yeah.
God,
No, sorry.
we love it, really.
It's very recommended. I've got a CS50. I don't have a CS80. But
Is that little one, Rob?
Sorry, what this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's unbelievable.
that's good, isn't it?
what I'm playing is the ME80 Memory Moon plugin, which is insane. You know it, Kent.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
So that's the plugin. So when you
Bit
Your
distorted.
audio's going again, Roland.
oh no. Anyway.
It's just
Ooh. Your internet ace that sound card. Mine did that.
Oh, I finally got my my stuff, Kent.
Yeah.
You have it, of course.
You finally got your stuff
From France.
That sounds dodgy.
from France.
Stuff from France.
The stuff that you got last week that I didn't.
Stuff that I got last week that you didn't.
It was in
I
brown.
got
Some,
It
so,
said
some,
wrapping.
some software.
Oh.
Saucy sauce sec.
Oh, it turned up. Okay.
Yeah,
So you're no longer in demo mode.
I'm no longer in demo.
Free as a bird.
Free the button, dude. So yeah, I've been playing around with that.
Oh yeah. Oh, good stuff. Check your tuning knob.
Oh, don't. That was so embarrassing.
Happens to the best of us, mate. Don't worry about it.
We've all been there.
But it I'm no expert, but it does really what's the word? Hit the nail. You're right about.
Oh, so what's that then? What's this?
Chris had just asked, is your DX1 working
Polybrute.
yet?
No, that's not a polybrute.
Was that not a polybrute?
No, it's a CS80V.
Oh, was it?
The
Oh, I see you
Arturia
playing. Oh, right,
V
okay.
collection.
Because when you go over there, it's normally the polybrute.
Oh yeah, that's up here. But yeah,
Is that Aftertouch Surprise?
No, that's LA 2019.
Good man.
We could actually go the full fucking Monty here if we wanted to.
Steady.
You might hurt yourself.
Sorry, what was that? No, DX1. No, DX1 hit another.
Question that asked.
So it's one of those. I think it's one of those things where you find where you think the fault is, and you replace the bits. Well, you replace the bits that showed up as faulty, but then because they're now working properly, it kind of shows up other bits that are faulty. So there's
Pushing
probably
the problem
more
down the line.
Yeah, kind of thing. But luckily, the problem is all contained within the power supply so far. So it's. I'm just deciding what the best route is because my friend has got it and he's going to go through test every single component. Because the thing was, we plugged it in and there was current coming into the switching unit, and we're getting 240 volts in all the right places, and then it wasn't going through to the actual power supply itself. Or nothing was coming out of that, should I say, into the distribution board.
Oh. What, is nothing coming out on the secondary side of the power supply?
Yeah, so you know where it all connects to the distribution board.
Is it tied to earth properly?
Yeah, yeah.
No. So there was no 12 volts and there was no...
No.
There's a diode halfway along the board.
On the power supply?
On the power supply.
Yeah.
And it bridges between the secondary and the primary. And they often just go. But when you test them, they test as working. So text him that. Tell him to rip that diode out.
Right, hang on a minute.
Is there a switch mode power supply?
Mm-hmm.
So they're using that as part of the feedback circuit?
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we looked up the power supply manufacturer, because we got the power supply. It's serial number 8. quite cool.
Yeah.
And it was. So hang on. So Kent says,
put your hands on your head.
Yeah, there's a diode about halfway along the PSU board that does what? Sorry, again?
It's part of the feedback circuit.
Yeah, part of the feedback circuit. So it's located between the primary and the secondary of that board.
Whoa. I can only type so fast with my thumbs. That is part of the feedback circuit.
Yeah.
Between the primary and secondary.
Yeah.
What?
Windings on the transformer.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of both. It's like two transformers. It's really weird, this thing. But yeah, it's mounted. It's located at the side of the circuit board, about halfway along.
It will test as working, but just replace.
Yeah. Anyway,
Right, the feedback circuit between the primary and secondary transformer located. He's got all the schematics, so he should be able to find this easily. Okay, on the side of the board, apparently.
You have to work now, Ken.
As normal.
Yeah.
But
He'll be sending an invoice, don't worry.
already this is normal, but can be faulty. Can
And people wonder why I like linear power supplies.
Do we? I spent all day wondering about that. I wonder why Sassy likes linear power supplies. Do
He
tell
hates the
us, Sass.
environment.
Right, message sent.
Cool.
I'm sorry I couldn't hear anything then. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were playing
here we
Rachel's theme.
Sorry.
They were playing Rachel's theme
No,
on the
Don't
the March
apologise for
channel
that.
from Future Sound of London with Rachel's theme. That was on telly today.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, let's run a sweepstake. What we reckon the hardware jams challenge will be tomorrow.
I think it'll be craft work.
Sod off, Sassy, do you reckon?
Billie Eilish.
It'll be Tamita.
Yeah.
Tamita.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Oh dear. Come on, Inky, drop us a hint. Oh, she can't. No, she'll get in trouble.
Oh, Howard says, okay, thanks for the info.
Has everybody on the
We're all
planet got
playing Vangelis
Vangelis
now, yeah?
patches ready to go except me?
No, I haven't got any patches either.
I
Do
haven't.
you not
Hang
get the
on.
memo?
Me neither.
Right, okay.
I'm going to
Can
do
I just
one.
say they are immediately recognisable, exactly what you're trying to do. Even those little tinkly ones, it's like, oh yes, that's going to be.
Let me do one.
That's it. Heads.
Like that
No, who's doing that? Is that you, Roland?
That's the plugin. Well,
Oh wow, that was uncanny.
Actually, actually, the guitars on that on that one would sound better. Must admit.
the
That
Memory
is
Moon, yeah.
right.
It's only $40 or something. Everybody must buy this.
Queue up now.
Do you work for them?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm just shocked how it's so cheap and it sounds better than the Arturia. And it's like $40. I don't know how they did that.
Wow.
As opposed to
It's like
$600.
Yeah.
An independent guy, no? Like a boutique guy. I don't know.
What's it called again? Memory Moon?
Yeah, memory moon.
Moon. MU80, is it? Oh, and it's full of Vangelis presets. No, he put all the presets in there.
Yeah.
ME80.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, got it. Oh, yes, somebody pointed this out to me once before. $40.
Well, yeah, it goes back, son.
Oh, that's nice.
That's all that is.
I know this is not your thing at the moment, Rob, but in Synth memes, somebody just put a picture of Vangelis up and put the caption is, "I'm not sure where we go when we die, but wherever it is, that place just got a bit better."
That's nice. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
sweet.
Sorry, when I was off mic earlier, what I was saying is why I'm so distressed is because one of my other idols just died, Klaus Schulze. So I mean,
Yeah,
it's all
yeah.
a bit-
Yeah.
because I'm from Berlin and I grew up with Klaus Schulze music, and it's all a bit much. I guess it's like when David Bowie died and
Yeah.
Michael Jackson
Prince.
and Prince all close together. Yeah,
Yeah.
but this is more affects me more than David Bowie. No, David Bowie. I love David Bowie, but this is more close to home. No,
Can I just say,
Listen.
you've just really upset me because I'm a linguist.
Oh, sorry.
and I'm quite good at picking things up. And for some reason, I thought you were French. And you've just told
Oh,
me
no,
that
I'm
you're
very
from
German.
Berlin.
Oh, yes.
Und ich bin hier als Deutschlehrer und ich kann ja sehr gutes Deutsch sprechen. Und ich habe es gar nicht geahnt.
But I'm British as well, so I've lived here for.
You go, I'm sorry, what?
Doesn't speak German.
These damn dual nationals.
It's Deutsch.
Curse us all.
So you've lost your German accent because you live in Britain. Okay.
For 30 years, yeah, and I've become British after Brexit. On basically the next day, I ran and started my naturalization on the next day after the vote. Just in case.
That's so weird because I so wanted to become a naturalised German. I just live here. That's the rubbish thing. I didn't want
No,
to
it's
leave.
good. It's good here. I'm happy here. I don't want to live in Germany anymore.
I was going to apply for my Irish passport. Then remember, you can't get Dara Lee in Ireland.
Oh, God, Kent.
Can't you?
No, apparently not. It's something else. There's something else that they have that's like it, but it's not the same. It's sort of like, and it's square, and it's in a kind of little cardboard box thing. It's like, what the fuck?
Anyway, you can't get any passport right now. They are like 1 million passports behind. You can't get anything right now.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get me started
you
on the
wait.
civil service.
Long time.
Oh no, go on,
Wait.
Sus.
I've just had my
Go on.
passport renewed. It
Go
didn't
on,
take
have a
very long
dig.
at all.
Go on, you
It
really want to.
it depends. If you've done it electronically, i.e., you have a passport, you can just enter the
Yeah.
number on the website, upload your photos, and it's all. No one has to touch that.
Yeah, we did it
But
at
if
the
you-
post office.
Yeah, if you actually have to make an application
Right. Okay.
that requires some gimp in the civil service to actually look at something,
Come on, Seth,
Then,
say what you mean.
then you can wait 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a backlog now. Huge.
Well, Fiona's just had her driving licence renewed, and the photograph that she used means that if she ever gets stopped, they're going, "Get out of the car, madam. This clearly isn't your car."
Oh no.
Because the photo must be about 25 years old. She doesn't really
She
look like
changed
that.
her hair color, no?
Yeah, and she's fuller in the face and all the rest of it. And it's like doesn't look like her. Mind you, when they, the box current photo, she goes, "Well, that's currently the one I've got." So that's probably what she did.
I was just about to buy that ME80, and there's no Mac version.
Oh, I'm on Mac. How is that possible? I'm on
It
it.
says here that there's no Mac version.
Oh. Should I just send you my zip and you can install my? No, there should be.
Yes.
There should be because
Seriously,
I've
no,
had it for
No,
ages.
it actually says no Mac version.
Yeah.
What? So what am I playing then?
Are you on a virtual machine?
Maybe I bought it so long ago. Maybe there was a Mac version and not anymore. I'm going to have a look. Yeah?
Does that mean they've not ported it over to the new M8, whatever it's called?
M1,
Oh.
M1, M2.
I'm on a Mac Mini, like 2 years old.
Right.
On
the
what
internal-
operating system? Hang on, I'm on
Big Sur.
Catalina.
Catalina.
All right.
Yeah, Ian, you can try Sonic Project's OPX Pro 2. I've been using that one for a long time.
So, say that
Yeah, I
again.
know.
Sonic Project's OPX Pro 2.
OPX Pro 2, cool.
Yeah, I got that on here as well.
Is that a converter?
No idea.
Catalina. It's just such a bad name for an operating system.
Yeah.
But it's all like mountain ranges and parks, no? In America, like or
They ran out of big cats, so they went for big hills.
It was just California sites like Yosemite
Yeah.
and
Yosemite-
Catalina Island and
Yosemite.
all that stuff.
You big Sur.
El Capitan.
yeah.
Yeah, they're a bit California centric.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, just a bit.
Nobody's ever read their Roman history and the Catalan conspiracies and that sort of
Well, and they always had in their clock
What-
the
what
one of the
happened to
world
Catalina?
clocks was Cupertino, so that's pretty centric, right?
But it's nice to look at Catalina Island on your screen. Nice. It looks good. So who else has a CS80? Just you, Kent.
Yeah, that's not my one. That's
I've
not my
got
one.
3
Rowan.
in the bathroom, just waiting for Kent to repair them.
Yeah,
Are you
his
living in
bathroom's
Kent?
very
you living
similar
in
to mine.
Kent now?
They're too heavy to transport, so you just leave them there. Yeah?
Yeah, next to the 2 DX1s. Who needs them? I mean, who needs them these days? I used to carry 2 DX1s around to gigs, and at the end of the day, I just thought, that these things, they don't sound that good. It wasn't the weight, it was just, it sounded shit.
Yeah.
So I just
Is there
propped
someone standing
them up in the
your
bathroom.
Just,
Yeah. Got a Volt.
You're only saying this because Rob is out of the room.
Yeah, well,
propped
Robbie's
them in the
away.
bathroom.
Yeah.
I regret the CS80s. I knew I just shouldn't have bought the second one. It was bad enough buying the first, but I thought, well, I might need to use my left hand at some point.
Don't you keep that on top of your R2500?
Yeah, well, there was a space and you needed to fill it.
Yeah.
Got to have something to catch the dust.
Shh, he's back now.
Honestly. All these people are getting the knickers in a twist about this new Oberheim. Fuck me. I've got 3 of them in the bloody closet. None of them work.
So
So I
And the
just came back and
capacitors
heard
are all
Andy.
wired the wrong way round, and the power supply dies after 5 minutes. So why would you bleeding bother? God blimey, just go and buy a bearing. Oh,
Sounds like every synth built 40 years ago.
Sounds like you're trying to summon Ty.
who? The Taiwan?
Get your
The
accordion
Ty.
out.
TIE fighter?
Oh,
The bow tie? Oh no, sorry, stop it, Andy. No,
You what? He's going to turn up in a second, and you're in the
He is.
shit now.
Punch me.
You're going to be real
He loves-
trouble.
I love him really. No, I love
I
him.
used to be able
Play some
to.
guitar, he'll show up in a second. So
Yeah.
Come on, and the first thing that comes out of his mouth, and you can fuck off and all.
You can fuck- That's all right. Well, that's all right. If he tells me that I'm gorgeous, I'll be upset.
You don't get upset when I call you gorgeous.
Well, that's because you are, Matt.
Oh, bless you, darling.
I suspect if Ty comes on, he'll be telling us when his overhome is being delivered.
Yeah.
That's actually
Probably already
more
got it.
likely to be
Yeah,
true.
but the
so
same must already have it, surely.
well, he's going to get two, one for the spare room. So yeah.
But,
Yeah, well, one for the
Studio
coffee
B.
table.
Yeah.
Studio 3 definitely has a space.
Yeah, definitely one for the coffee table as well. He did Midge's album on the coffee table, didn't he?
Jim's still looking for the on button. Right, on electron band. Sorry.
Manny, Dr. Synth says, to invoke Ty, turn off the lights, burn a candle in front of a mirror, and recite
Sorry,
Beringer
Jimmy.
3 times.
Yeah, but you got to say it backwards. You got to say it backwards.
Oh dear. He joined the Freemasons that one.
Ringaba, Barkaba. See, he didn't do a third time.
Running out.
Snip, snip.
Oh, I can't wait for that sample track to come along so I can do that. Mangle people.
Oh.
Oh.
Sassy, just behave.
He likes mangling people.
No, just having a sampler that you don't have to fire up a bloody computer to use. And
What
just
is going to happen if that sample track arrives and it's easy to use? You can put samples in it and map them and do this and play from a keyboard and do all
I'm going
sorts
to
of stuff.
annoy the crap out of
What
myself.
What will happen to this?
Can I just make a small
Well,
point
yeah.
here? What sort of sampler is there that doesn't have a computer?
Well, it's more.
Or
that
is
you
it
don't
one of
have to-
those clockwork
You don't have
ones?
to fire up the laptop or the PC.
No, I
Four core is great. You don't
Oh,
need
is
a
that the
computer.
Korg one? Oh,
And that
that's
one.
such a cool machine.
Yeah.
And it was such a flop, a complete flop. But I love it.
Yeah,
Commercial
I know,
flop.
it's really
Yeah.
cool.
I used to have-
150 quid.
Yeah, I used to have one of them. I wish I'd never sold it.
You can get them on eBay. Cheap.
That was mean. Poor Jim Glue did find his power button. Yes, he did. I know. I just want to know what the critical combination of button pushes is to switch an electron device on. That's all.
There's only one.
And then whether you've got to
Easy.
invoke some kind of yoga position. to
Yeah,
be
you've
able
got to stand on one leg and squint slightly,
T-shirt.
and then turn it on.
No,
You have to open a can of herring to make
easy.
it work. So.
Yeah. And eat
A herring?
Herring.
fermented herring.
Somebody
Roll
just
them up.
reminded me of Matt Berry's Vangelis impression on Shooting Stars. Genius. Absolute genius.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you know you made it when people are doing impressions of you.
You guys have seen the famous Lords of Synth thing, right? With,
Yeah.
And I don't know, but you knew him, Kent, because he seemed like a really nice guy. You know how some people turn out to be absolute dicks when you meet them. I've met
Yeah.
a few, which and then when you meet them, oh my God, what a knob. But Vangelis seemed
tonight.
genuinely lovely,
Guilty
you
as
know?
charged.
You speak for yourself, Jim.
so true.
Yeah, no, he was a nice guy.
Down
Yeah.
to earth, not affected by fame.
No, and he had time to answer my puerile questions.
Big's your knob.
Yeah. See, my mum was a massive fan of his as well. Huge.
you remember when I came to your house and you had a Vangelis CS80 there from him, and I touched everything and I said, "Oh, DNA." Like,
Yeah.
Vangelis,
Yeah.
touch
Try to absorb the talent.
Yes, yes. I was so impressed.
I did stroke Kraftwerk's vocoder.
Oh yeah.
The 2000.
Yeah,
Whatever the one that Daniel Miller owns that was sitting in Kent's
EMS
front room
2000?
next to the two CS80s and the two DX1s. I'm going, this is fucking mental.
Yeah, it is. It's just mad, isn't it?
And there was a memory mode, and I thought, I have this pristine memory. Oh, I've just finished it. Have a play in it. And I'm going, no, I'll break it. But I did go and have a bit of a caress of the.
Yes.
No, it's funny.
I
The
still
thing about memory mode is it's sort of like, oh yeah, oh, and then you play that keyboard and you go, ooh, that's not very nice, is it? That keyboard. It's sort of like a very sloppy version of a Polysix keyboard.
I thought they don't
It's very
work.
light and.
Don't they get too hot? It's not working. Memory moves. They just overheat all the time.
Well, not after they've been here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
We deal with that, and unless the guy doesn't pay, and then he gets the frozen prawn.
Kent just sets fire to them, and then they can't get any hotter than that. So
Yeah, do a heat test on them. So they're burning quite well.
That's what happened to my Moog Prodigy at a gig. It burst into flames.
Oh, yours as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine caught fire at a live gig.
It got a pint of beer poured over it.
Yeah, yeah. They go a bit like that. No, don't. And they went, and everything went out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
I have to say, I was never a fan. It's just I couldn't never cope with the bloody thing going out of tune all the time.
Oh, you had to constantly keep correcting that.
Oh yeah, I know.
There you go. Right, it's in tune. Both. Yeah, that's a nice phase between both the VCOs. Cool. And 2 and 3 and the phase is gone.
Yeah.
So it's like yeah, bugger. Yeah.
Ian, what's on the wall behind you? I'm just being nerdy.
What?
Probably
Wallpaper.
I know you've got the nice Korg.
That's a Korg 700.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Then
Oh
we've
yes.
got,
A VL1. A VL1.
no. Oh yeah, VL1 right up at the top. And
Sorry, I'm shouting.
You got excited about that.
and a stylophone.
Yes.
Oh, wicked.
And the Korg.
Mini
that's-
Korg.
Yeah, that's the one.
Nice.
And then the P Mushy, which is the Korg. Hang on a minute.
I've asked you a very difficult question there, Ian, haven't I?
Yeah, Micro X.
Yes.
Micro X.
Samples by Steve Howell in that.
It's good
Yes.
actually. I use it all the time. It's great.
And it comes in a lovely orange plastic case.
I've still got the orange. It's in the garage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I bought Jeff
what else
Toman's
we got?
one off him.
Just rescued from out of storage is a Fostex 4-track cassette thing.
Oh, which one?
Uh,
Oh,
You're making him work today.
Please say X15. Oh, it's not. It's the wrong colour. X28.
XR7.
XR7, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now
I
you
love
can
my
make
X15 till it's
Lego
not
Belt
working.
music.
And look at
Yeah.
you with all your cables tidy and hung up,
I know.
instead of in a big basket shoved under a desk.
Oh, hey, I have still got cables in a basket under the
Yeah,
desk.
yeah. I think we all
I
have.
can tell that you work in retail.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
still do
Half
some
the shops
days.
there, isn't it? Yeah.
What, you don't know about
Yeah,
anything that's on the shelf?
No. You've obviously been to my shop when you were
Yeah,
open.
you go. Oh, you'll need to speak to the manager.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm only part time.
We've had a request to drink from Cressy
Oh, right.
in the chat
To drink.
Yeah, just seen
Yeah.
it. Cressy's just said.
to raise.
Oh.
I wouldn't mind a TNT.
We raise a glass. We raise a glass.
Oh my God.
Got a tiny little bit of milkshake left.
Just pretend, Roland. You don't have to do it for real. even coffee's good, or whatever Jim's got in his.
Coffee.
Calispera.
That-
Could always,
Although I'm
could always
I'm
burn
gonna
the
go
candle.
out to a bar
Glass of
in a
water.
second.
Ken's asking about the
You off out? Oh,
NYS license plate. I bought it in New York about 7 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, Andy, there's basically a recording studio round the corner from me with a bar, and there's a gig on tonight, so I'm going to nip and check it out.
That's a dangerous combination.
And you didn't tell me.
And
I
it
could have
might
driven there
be.
from work. We could have had a rampant
Damn,
night
yeah.
on town. And here we are.
Well,
the
Gonna
around the
raise
corner.
this.
Yay!
This is a Greek.
Retsina.
a Greek
Retsina.
for Vangelis.
Watch your good.
Yay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is where all the
nice.
sad fucks hang out.
Oh,
Cheers.
well, I'll have to come down and check that out at some point, Jim. That sounds like a fun
Yeah.
place.
Well, what I want to do is check it out as a possible venue for like an electronic open mic night as well, and have a chat with the owner and see if he'd be up for that, because I'd like to get something started in Derby.
It would be cool. Yeah.
And I met up
That'd be
with
brilliant, Jim.
another promoter and electronic musician on Sunday. He puts on a festival around this way as well. But yeah, he's just sort of saying that perhaps our people around Derby would be into it, but he doesn't actually know any. But yeah, so it'd be good to try and get something started.
I think Derby's so close to Nottingham. Leicester's not
Yeah.
a million miles. Sheffield's not a million miles. Chesterfield.
The
They're
best thing
all
about
within
Derby
easy
is the
reach.
transport links. You know, it's very easy
Yeah.
to leave here.
Straight off the M1. It's very easy. Yeah.
It's easy to get somewhere else.
Yeah, but no, I mean, you know, just going, you know, to the one in Sheffield. I mean, that guy'd come up from London, and
Yeah.
the guy who played first, and people had come from all over. So you know, they're prepared to travel.
That's cool.
And
Yeah,
so
They
yeah.
did one in Amsterdam, and two girls from a band in Ukraine came all the way from Ukraine to Amsterdam.
Whoa, awesome.
mental. Absolutely mental.
Obviously
Well done to them.
pre-pandemic and all that, but
Yeah, and pre-war, probably.
It
There used to
saddens
be
me.
a music festival, electronic music festival in Moscow. I don't think that's going to be happening now. That was an
Oh,
I
annual
thought so.
from
Well,
worldwide.
you might be able to
Sad.
get to it, but getting out might be difficult.
Yeah, but
Might be
the thing is that
tricky.
the politics of a few nutcases spoil things for by far the majority who just want to get on with life
Everything.
and enjoy themselves.
Mm.
And it's
Yeah.
it's just shit, isn't it?
I blame the 1% who are psychopaths.
And the best, next time there's one of these nights on in Sheffield, you're coming, all right? And you're going to bring some gear with you, right? So, Dave Best, you've been told there are no excuses.
You heard
Stop
it here
being
first,
a fucking
people.
hermit, and you can just chuck something in a bag, and you can just come and make wibbly noises. I don't care. You can
If
do
I
it.
if I could
That's
drive
nice.
from
It tells
Derby,
him. It tells him
with
to come on the
something
show.
that
It gets
I could be
it's a new
buried in.
one.
So who's in Sheffield? Glad chose black.
Yeah, sorry, my name's Andy.
so that's
Roland,
Andy
sorry.
Andy
Andy
Brooks.
Black.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just put my name there. Is that boring?
no,
it's
no,
good,
no,
it's
no.
good.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
Very
No,
helpful, actually.
lots of
Ian-
people
we all
do
do.
Ian
that.
J. Cole above me. We've got Matt Evans over there. My finger won't work. Over there.
Oh yeah.
Andy's Synth Addict up there. And obviously,
I know
Kent
that
and
name.
Robbie, you probably know. And I'm Jim
Oh
Blue.
yeah, you'll know Synth Addict. He's
Yes.
everywhere. Isn't he?
And the Sasquatch, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
prolific.
yeah, Sass.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the Sasquatch. Yeah, up there.
Hey, Roland. Nice to meet you. Sorry, I was stuffing my face with lunchtime. So
Has anybody been to Super Booth? No.
No.
Nope.
I'd like to go next
No.
year.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It seemed like such a good, cool thing to do.
Mm.
I always go
We
to
got-
Berlin for Christmas, so I can't go again so soon.
Mm.
To Super Booth is too soon.
So next up is
Like-
Gear Fest.
Yeah.
2nd of July. That I'm going. I know Andy Brooks is going. Robbie's
going.
going. Ian's going.
I'm contractually
In fact, I was just about
obliged.
to book my ticket.
Contractually obliged.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm saving up to go to Fuckfest.
Which one
I've
is
not
this?
heard of that one.
This is something that I hold yearly in my workshop. It's where I get a load of synthesizers I can't repair anymore.
actually, I used to
and
have
throw
that in
them
San
in a bin.
Francisco, but that's another story.
Oh yeah, that's a completely different thing.
Are you staying down in Cambridge then, Jim, or are you just going to do a day trip?
No, it's London.
London.
I
Gear
thought
Fest.
it was.
Londinium.
Gearfest is at Talyard in London.
Yeah.
What's the one in
Which is-
Cambridge?
Synthesized.
Synthesized. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
26,
I have to
Oh,
go
you
to
can all
these things.
you can all crash out at my place then.
Yeah, you get the opportunity to sleep on a CS80.
Or a husky. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
Not much choice between
thought
them.
it'd be
Actually,
the other way
polymokes
round.
are more comfortable.
Dog could be sleeping on them, wouldn't
Yeah, during the night, there's a swap over.
Yeah, but you
somehow-
definitely want something with poly aftertouch, don't you?
Yeah. Well, it's got 4 paws. It's poly-ish.
Yeah, Synthesize should be good this year.
Mm.
I don't know that one. Is that good?
It's held at the Centre for Computing History in Cambridge.
Which is worth a trip in itself.
Which is a great place. But they have it's like a 2-day, all weekend sort of thing, and they try to keep a kind of connection between computers and music. But there's guys turn up that, like Paul Soulsby turns up with his stuff, and there's some modular guys. Although I think the one that brings the most modular isn't going to be coming this year, and I take a Fairlight. And there was a guy there with a PPG Wave and Wave Term a few years ago. So they try and get some unusual stuff in, and it's just like messing around and playing with synths and talking synths, and it's good.
So is it one of those you bring a synth and then you play everybody else's synth? And
Basically, people are kind of they're brought in to bring stuff in, so they're contacted and they'll just bring stuff in and then just set it up in a room. Yeah, it's just it's not a trade show at all. It's just people who like synthesizers bringing some unusual things to show to other people and play with them. So and sometimes they get a live act in as well.
in Germany, in that old castle, there was that meeting every year where people just bring stuff and then can go around with headphones and play everybody.
Yeah.
Hufstein, or I don't know. Do you remember this, Kent?
No, I don't remember them.
Some castle in Germany.
Sounds
I
too
like
much
the
like
idea-
Castle Wolfenstein, doesn't
I
it?
like the idea of people taking their own headphones, though.
Yes.
Especially in these days, yeah. After COVID.
Yeah, I shall have a packet of detergent wipes this year. Get your hands off of that, you bastard.
Yeah, don't forget the rubber gloves, because you'll be touching the same controls everybody else is.
Steve Powell. Did I say 26th and 27th of June? I meant the 25th and the 26th. I was a day ahead. So 25th, 26th of June is Synthesized, and then the weekend after that's Gearfest.
Yeah, I might not be able to do both. I was hoping to do Cambridge as well, but it's 2 weekends on the trot is a bit.
Well, Cambridge is just like it's half an hour up the road from me,
Yeah.
so that's easy. I can come home every night. And Gearfest is just a 1-day thing, so
Gearfest
there
is
and
easy
back.
because I've got somewhere to stay in London, you see. So
yeah.
I'll stay with the other child next time.
Was it Ken? Do they have a boot sale? Oh, they. Well, it's funny you should say that, Ken, because the Centre for Computing History is like people just donate all their old computers, and sometimes they don't want them, so they just put them out on a table out the front of the museum. There's this big table of, you can pick up all sorts of stuff: PCs, Macs, monitors, printers, all old, stuff that they don't need.
Atari ST1040?
Yeah, Atari.
Actually, you say that a little while ago, there was an Atari monitor, an ST monitor.
Wow.
But I don't think the computer was there as well. But if you find the page on Facebook, Centre for Computing History, whenever they have a pile of stuff, they will post it on Facebook and say, right, Saturday morning, first come, first served, it's there if you want it.
This is when it sucks to live in Devon.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think I still got my upgrade board with 4 30-pin Sims. With a massive 4 meg of
I've
memory.
still got my first ever 486 processor. because
What,
I bought a computer.
DX2?
No, this was an SX25.
Fuck. Yeah, that was my first one.
That was my
SX25.
first 486, and I upgraded it to a DX266.
66, yeah.
But I kept the SX20, and it's in the black plastic anti-static box and everything. Yeah,
That's so
somewhere in the
nerdy.
garage. Yeah, somewhere in the garage.
Oh, does anybody know Tim Wallhead?
Tim Wall.
Tech from used to be Roger Argent Keyboards. Is one of your rivals, Kent? From Carl Schott.
Oh, yeah, no, I know, yeah.
He's got a massive collection of vintage computers, IBMs, this Spectrum. He's got all of them. He loves his crazy computers. He's in his 70s, so he's got all of them.
Yeah, Spectrum with the joystick adapter you had to plug in.
If you want to see the first ever Spectrum, the prototype, which is just basically a breadboard with a keyboard on top, come to that place in Cambridge.
Wow.
They've got all of it, because obviously Sinclair was based in Cambridge, so...
I love the SID station stuff, all the SID chips. I love all them.
Yeah, I tell you when you know you've got too much gear. I was doing some sorting out and I found a little piece of card. And I go, what's this? And I had a look. And it's weird pattern on it. I remember looking and it goes, Hive Synth. I went, have I got a Hive? I must have a Hive because this is the thingy for how to use a Hive.
And have you?
Yeah, apparently
Somewhere.
so. Somewhere.
Oh, maybe it said Hydra? No? Did it say Hydra, maybe?
No. No, it's Hive. It's one of these little touch...
It's a multi-touch synth. They're pretty cool.
Yeah,
actually.
it's a big little square thing like this. Mate, it's all wood with a metal top. Well, yeah, it's a circuit board really on the top, and you by moving your fingers up and down, you get to. It's like sort of like a physical Rolly, if you like, but it's a mono synth. I believe.
Boutique synth.
And I'm going, oh, I must have one then. Where?
You need a spreadsheet. It's the only way I can track all my shit.
Mate, tell me about it. Jesus.
Am I the only one who finds the concept of wood and synthesizers somewhat anachronistic?
Careful.
No, it's not. It's beautiful.
wood.
Just shut up now.
I mean, it's sort of,
Sorry,
trying to
Sassy.
hark back to a piano, but, combining that with
basically you're
modern
saying
technology.
you're saying it's sort of you think that it's sort of like kind of I don't know candle
Andy's
burning.
about to explode.
Yes, and this obsession with real wood end cheeks.
Well, when you consider the original
just-
stuff was made in garages and stuff, that with the wood shop, that's what they did. They made wooden
Yeah.
pieces.
Yeah.
It's only what's on
I
a
would
guitar,
do.
isn't it?
What you
What's
call the
a guitar?
That's what you build stuff out of. That amp's made of
Yeah.
pine. It's
Do you know the back of your cupboard from MFI? What is that? Wood chip? What do you call that material?
MFD, yeah.
MDF for Pascal.
MDF, sorry, MFD. MDF.
So-
Yeah.
So the Arb Axe,
MFI.
the first Arb Axe, yeah. when
Ty's
I
asking for a link.
I'm sending
No,
it to him.
don't let him have it. No,
Don't let him in.
We summoned him.
Am I okay?
Link bastards.
Can I go back to the original Pro one? Right, when Kent got his mauling paws all over that, it had no wood on the sides. Mine never had it. I bought it and it didn't have the wooden end panels on. They weren't there, and I didn't even realise they were supposed to have. And then I saw all these pictures of Pro ones with wood, and I'm thinking, mine's not got that. That's weird. And I was in a band, and Rupert's he's got nice wooden end panels, and mine didn't. And I thought mine was beginning to look slightly nick. So when I had it done, and I posted up that Kent had repaired this, I got a message from a guy called Keith Winstonley. He was a brilliant bloke, and he said, "I've got some spare panels for the Pro One. Do you want them?" I was going, "Yeah," and they've been nicely polished and nicely waxed. They're not originals. They've been made specifically. And it just looks the business now. It looks like a proper Pro One.
And it
I don't
sounds
care.
more analogy.
It doesn't.
Ty's
But I'll tell you, it's more
Ty's
sturdy.
here.
Even
Hello,
Tom-
Ty. Hello, Ty. How are you today? Hello. No, it doesn't work, does it?
You fucking inconsiderate fucker.
We know it is.
You missed the first hour of this show.
So
Tim.
we
I've
shouldn't
literally-
ask you if you've got wood then.
I've what?
Have you been
It's
burning
topical.
candles?
It's topical.
I permanently what?
You're looking
Another
tired, Ty.
I
Another
tell you,
interesting
I'm looking tired because I've been at the Ivors all day, and so I was up at an unearthly hour to get a train down to go to a meeting, and then down to London. What a shit pit that is! And then
You noticed?
and then so I had meeting, and then went to the Ivors, and then I've been at the Ivors, and I've literally just got back. And
Did you see Laura Mavula there?
yeah, she was there. She got an award. Yeah.
God, she's gorgeous, isn't she?
But did you see who else was there?
Oh, there's loads.
Oh, so-
Billy Nomex was there.
Cure got an award.
Who, sorry?
The Cure.
Oh, The
Ever
Cure.
heard of them? They're a band from the 80s. You may have heard.
Yes,
of them.
thank you. Yeah.
Lots of lipstick.
Before my time.
Peter Gabriel got an award.
wow.
But from my
Great.
point of view, and this was literally talking about getting wood, Cocteau Twins got an award.
Oh, very good.
Ooh,
That for me is just like someone's just gone, okay, there is a God. So yeah, and then I started talking to this random woman stood at the stairs talking about how hot it was and how the aircon was crap and blah blah blah. Didn't know who this woman was, and it's only when they turned around and she got a lifetime international award, whatever, which was Shakira. I had no idea.
Wow.
Shakira.
And do her hips lie?
I chose to talk about random shit instead.
Oh, the
And,
bastard. Straight
How's the
up.
laundry?
I told John Grant that I thought he was God. What else was there? Yeah,
He thought you were delusional.
some really lovely guy came up to me and thanked me for being me, and I went, "Oh, that's lovely, thanks." And that was
Cool.
it. So, and I'm thinking, and then one guy turned around and went, "Are you Ty Unwin?" A bit. This is like Robbie. Are you Ty Unwin? I really want to turn and go, "No." He's a complete wanker. Yeah.
It'd be like I've seen
Get
him
it all
on
the
Kent's
time.
show.
Sass,
Yeah.
What a tosser.
can you tell Dom that because there's 10 people in,
He can't come
it's
in.
full. You can't, there's no more
Oh, sorry.
connections.
Do you want me to
Anyway.
fuck off?
No.
No, I'm going.
No, it's
I'm
not.
going.
Yeah, I love the fact that when they
Nice
turned
here.
around and went,
I'm
"John,
going.
fuck off,"
Jim's going to the
everyone in
pub.
unison went, "Yes!"
No, I've got to go
yeah.
to this bar recording studio. Yeah, around the corner.
Bar, you mean?
Check that out. So
Bar.
I'll be
Yeah,
back.
it's a bar.
Have fun, Jim.
Bar.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good
I'm
time.
not going to stay long
Cool.
because I know this
Love
sounds
you.
such a fucking.
Take care.
See you later, Jim.
Cheers.
I'm not going to be long because genuinely, I know I do have.
Now Dom can come in now. He's buggered off.
He's not in the chat, I don't think.
For fuck's sake.
He's not.
Oh,
Anyway, how are we all? So genuinely, I've missed everything. So I've not seen any of it. So I'm sorry I'm late.
You know, heard us slagging you off earlier then. Sorry,
That's
all right.
fine.
Yeah.
That's
well, we
fine.
did the whole invocation routine, and you didn't turn
Yeah,
up.
we mentioned bearing an awful lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
Three
Some
times
good,
in the mirror.
some
What
not
a sh-
good, some very
what
not good.
a shame I missed that.
And I phoned you up to see how you are, and you didn't return my call. You fat cunt.
I meant to call you.
fucking at the Ivors.
I meant to call
I
you
don't give a
today.
fuck where you were.
That's no excuse.
To be fair.
Do you know it took a minute before the network found your phone?
Well, just there's no
And they're
reception
going,
there.
at any
There's-
point,
honestly,
something will happen. And then it just went,
Central London, no reception.
beep, beep. It goes, there he is, there he
That's
is.
because everyone was on their phone saying, "You'll never guess who's this." Ty fucking Unwin.
What a wanker. Yeah.
Should have had the
really
Ivors
is.
in Barnsley.
Aye.
Could have got reception there.
It's at Grosvenor, and the Grosvenor, there's never any reception in the ballroom. Never, ever. I mean, it's got better. The first few years when you'd go there, I mean, when I say there was nothing, I mean, it's literally nothing. At least now you stand a chance sometimes, occasionally. But yeah, you were ringing, you were in my pocket when I was mid-conversation.
Yeah, I'm normally in your pocket, mate.
I know, mate. But let's not talk
You,
about
you know
that
what it
now.
says. That's a different candle burning.
Exactly. Yeah, different kind of wood. I know it's that kind of wood. Okay. But anyway, but no, genuinely, everyone else is still down there having a great time, and I was the boring fart who had to go, "I'm really sorry, but I really do need to go back because I really do need to work." And the funny part about it is my publisher was there, and everyone who knows this what I'm working on at the moment, and everyone else trying to go, "No, Ty, come on, stay down." And even my publisher turned and went, "No, I know the shit is in. needs to go.
Yeah.
So I am in the shit, and so I do need to go. But there was no way I could, on such a sad day, I could not stick my nose in and just.
Yeah, we've had a couple of laments.
Have you?
Oh, the next wave. Is that the next wave?
Yeah.
It comes the wave. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just one of those. You know, this for me is what David Bowie was for everyone else.
Yes,
when David Bowie went, I mean, don't get me wrong. I thought Bowie was unbelievably influential, but en masse, I can understand why the world, at the music world, thought Bowie going was just like God had left the building. Yeah. But for me, and obviously some of us, Vangelis going for me. I mean, he was. I mean, I've said this before. He was my early teenage years. He was my. And I do what I do because of falling in love with what he did, and I wouldn't do what I do if it wasn't for him, and I wouldn't have done what I'd done, and I still wouldn't be doing what I'm doing, and it's all. So for him, he was a huge thing. For me, and so it's like it is really sad for me. Yeah, and kind of
It's always like certain people are not allowed to die. They're not allowed.
Exactly. But do you know what? But I also it's also that fallibility thing, because I mean I put something on Facebook. I mean, as ever with me, anyone that knows me on Facebook, I have a relationship with Facebook where I have to take the piss out of either myself or somebody or rant or whatever. So for me, it was just a case of you suddenly go, fuck. I mean, they're all dying now, obviously. Jean-Michel will be next. And they're all kind of going. And that generation of our heroes, they're going to go. And we're going. But it also makes me sit there thinking, we all know how Vangelis ended up at the end in terms of. And it does make me sit there thinking, I can tell you over the last few years, I've bloomed. And I do sit there thinking, God, bloomed. I sit on my fat ass. I do no exercise. I eat shit. I don't sleep. And you do sit there going, well, if I carry on this way, I'm only going to get bigger. I mean, I have to say, when I went to the Ivors, I was putting on similar things to I've put on in years gone by, and I'm sitting there thinking, hey, these used to fit.
I need to loosen a button.
I'm not having you on. I sat there because I think I've said before, what I don't do generally is do what you're meant to do for these events. I don't wear what you're meant to wear, and so I was there wearing these wax kind of trousers. They sound hideous. They're really cool. These kind of wax trousers. These wax trousers they're tight fitting. They're meant to be, but always perfectly comfortable. I fucking was not comfortable for these 12 hours that I was wearing them. I really was not comfortable. And I can honestly say, the moment I got on the train back, I was sitting there with a newspaper.
So you took your trousers off on the train?
Oh, yes, I took my trousers off. What do you expect? So I just undid that sneaky button with the newspaper over the top, just so I could breathe. So, I looked at this and I was there thinking, Christ, I've got to address something.
Lockdown. Just blame lockdown. Everybody else has. I have.
No, but it's not lockdown. It's just being.
It's getting older and not doing things.
All it really is the fact that you can absolutely predict it. Is the fact that I lost the weight when I took the time. It's not a coincidence. When I took the time out, I lost the weight. And it's only the fact that because I don't sleep, I eat shit to
stress
stay awake.
Eating.
That's all it is. It's stress eating.
Never too late. Never too late.
Well, it isn't, because I absolutely know I could. I've proved this so many times before. I'm one of the fortunate ones, because some people put on the weight and then they can never lose it, and I feel sorry for those people. But it's just I'm one of those total cunts that basically knows that I can just lose the weight if I really want to. But it's just.
Get an exercise bike.
I've got one.
Put a keyboard across the handles.
No, apparently, what I found out is the same as gym membership. Just having an exercise bike isn't normal. It isn't enough. You actually have to use it. It's the same as gym membership. Apparently, having gym membership, I thought would solve everything, but apparently,
you're meant to
go.
And everything. I mean, I remember having a conversation once, getting very excited, turning around and going, I've gone to the gym. And the girlfriend turning around and going, are you just sitting in the cafe? And I'm like, well, I've been to the gym. No. Have you been anywhere other than the cafe? I'm in the building. So, okay, you've just been to the cafe. Yeah, I've just been to the cafe.
Yeah. Good workout, 4 cream buns.
This is absolutely, I tell you this, I mean, I know you all think I'm a twat anyway, and I'm in no way ever going to argue with that fact. Years ago, when I was a member where I used to live many years ago, I was a member at going to David Lloyd's, and every year, the only time I'd go in was to renew my membership of that year. Listen, no, it gets worse. It's the only time I'd ever go in to update it. And the one year, the woman just looked, because obviously they can see the record of when you've been in. The girl just turned and went, I mean, it's nothing to do with me, but I do notice you haven't actually been in the last 12 months. And she turned around, and I turned around, there must be some way I can solve this. So I went, I know. Is there anything else further I can put onto this membership? And she turned and went, well, the only other thing is you could put the tennis plus or whatever, which, you know, I don't play tennis, but you can put the tennis plus up. So I paid the extra, however it is a month, to put the tennis on, which I thought would make me go so that I could play fucking tennis. I don't play tennis. I didn't play tennis. But by paying the extra, I convinced myself I could go and it would motivate me to go. Did I go? Of course I fucking didn't.
You should have paid monthly, and then you could have worked out 12 times a year.
You could only do it 12 monthly. So
You need a swimming pool, Ty. That's what it is.
I think you need one of us to come round and actually take you out.
No, you need... Yeah, actually, yeah.
Well,
You need
one of us.
a motivating gym buddy that comes around and a friend to go with.
Okay, I actually got a personal trainer, and I actually argued with my personal trainer because they were
Really? Ty, you arguing? No, surely not.
What I found is personal trainers tell you what to do.
Stop telling me what to do.
In my world, no one tells me what to do. Genuinely, no. And I was doing something, and they were turning around and going, 3 more! And I was there going, no, I'm not doing any more. Because they were going, 3 more! Come on! 3 more! And I just turned around to him completely calmly and went, I don't think you understand the way this works. And he turned around and went, no! You don't understand the way this works. I tell you what to do, you do it. I turned around and went, no,
I'm paying you.
I'm paying you money. And so I can listen to you, but I don't have to do what you're doing. If you want me to pay you money, shut the fuck up. So that was it. We didn't have much of a relationship after. But then it got to stage, that was me going somewhere. Then I was so determined, I actually got a personal trainer in to me who came every week to the house to do it. That didn't last either.
No.
Because
No, you need a like-minded friend to go.
Another cream bun?
Yeah, exactly. That's what my like-minded friend would say. Would you like some more food with your coffee? Yeah.
Well,
pretzel.
Yeah. So, but no, I genuinely do have to, because honestly, I looked in the mirror this morning when I was getting ready to go, and I really did just look and think, fucking hell, you are a fat bastard. So
I think given enough time, Phil will sort you out.
Well, the thing is, this is the thing. Phil's really fit, and really, she's fit in every way.
Yeah, exactly.
And she will sort me out. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an informatic partner method. Wagoo, on the money. You've met her. So that's my exercise. Mister, hang on a minute. Whoa. Have you got a beard of some sort there, Dom? What are you doing?
Kind of weird, isn't it? I just forgot I haven't shaved for a couple of days. I only shave on Wednesdays.
Oh, let's arc at him a couple of days.
Hang on a minute. I'm zooming in. Hang on a minute. I want to zoom in.
Mr. Butch.
Let's make him full screen.
Come on.
Come on, full screen. I want to see this.
Where is he? I've lost him. He's not. Oh, he's down here. He's right.
He's the one with the beard.
He's the Mexican one.
There we
go. The Mexican one at the bottom.
Oh, the Mexican.
That's not a dirty Sanchez.
Yeah.
You want my money?
I drill you.
You put the hair.
Wow, I've never seen this look, Tom.
I know. I tend to shave on Wednesdays before Sonic State and Sundays before the live stream.
Wow.
I'm just wondering if this goes out in Mexico.
I I like it. I like
Shades
it.
of
Tom.
Top Gear.
Yeah.
Looks like you went to town with the stippling sponge.
Yeah.
Everybody should have a beard.
You do actually. Oh my God! I'm looking at you now. If you had a big hat on, you are Desperate Dan. We've got
Thank you,
that
Ty.
chin
Thank you
going on
kindly.
as well.
I'm just having a look. See if I've got a big
Cowboy hat. Let's give him a hat.
Yeah, big cowboy hat. Desperate Dan. You are that man.
There is
Bum.
one somewhere.
Bam.
I don't know where.
Wow.
I bet it's a
I can't
leather.
believe he genuinely is going to look for cowboy hat.
If
How
it's a
many of us
cowboy
can turn
hat,
around and
I
go,
bet
"I've got
you
a
it's
cowboy
a
hat."
leather one.
Yeah.
I bet you it's a
All
leather one.
In saying that, I
He's gone to the bedroom, hasn't he?
Oh, so I bet Kent's got one in his dress-up box,
I've
along
got-
with his
you know what,
hair
the
and
only-
beards and.
The only thing I've
Dress
got
up
is-
box.
I do have a baboon head. That still hasn't left the studio.
Yeah, it's still got badger head.
I've still got badger head.
Yeah.
Baboon head
Ooh,
still.
badger head.
Badger and baboon will
Yeah,
return.
sounds painful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That took some planning.
yeah.
It took. Can I put that? It took no plan. It took a 2 minute.
It was like, how about we have a fight online?
It
Yeah,
took 2 minutes conversation.
it.
That's what it took.
yeah. What good idea? No, we'll get the girls to do it. Yeah, all right. Then. And that was pretty much it.
No,
What's the safe word? That was the other thing, wasn't it?
Oh gosh, what have I discovered? I come in for the safe
Have we,
word.
has anyone? Because I haven't obviously because I'm just kind of keeping my head down and working away. I haven't been on any shows or anything. Has anyone been talking about all the teenage engineering stuff or the
No,
OV or...
not a thing. Not a thing.
No?
Ian's done
No,
it.
there's been no press
How
whatsoever.
about that?
Apart from general kind of awe in terms of the tech involved. And
Oh,
I think it's definitely
wonder.
fixed the problem I don't have. I think that's the
I
key.
think the thing is with that, yeah, okay, that is actually a good point. Can I point out though, the reason I hate that is, have you seen how much the leads are?
Yeah, they're
No.
quite expensive. Aren't they?
Each of the leads, if you buy a, I think it's a single lead, it's 10 quid. If you buy the split, which you would need for
Good
stereo,
God.
it's 15 quid a lead. So if you turn around, so automatically, you've got to figure out, kind of six times another 15 quid on top of the obviously bargain price this. So it's 15 quid times 6. That's not pocket money
Yeah.
on top of it. So you see, the problem I have with it is the fact that I love the idea of it, and
It's built for really small people.
that's the problem. I fucking have sausage fingers, and that's my problem. Is the fact that I look at those faders, knowing the fact the chances of me being able to move one of those faders at a time are slim and zero. It will be potluck which one my fingers land on.
Well, it's the same with Eurorack. Eurorack's tiny as well. So.
Exactly. Well, that's why I'm not a big fan of Eurorack either. But but I love the idea of it. I mean, I think I will be getting the new OP1, but that's just because I'm an OP1 fan anyway. So I think the new one will be gorgeous. But the mixer, I love the idea of it, but I don't, as someone, yeah. I mean, Native, just turned around and went, yeah, I can afford to buy the TE stuff, but there's still something about it for me that it's that's very good.
Nice one, Wags.
It's just too expensive. It's just too expensive. It just is too expensive.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
care.
The second hand OP1, the first one, is still more expensive. Even the first one. And
Yeah,
It's kind of cool though. That's 10
They
years
are
old.
fantastic. Now the thing is with OP1s is the fact that if you see them for kind of what they are and you actually sit and play with one, they are amazing things. They are really
on holiday,
fantastic.
on holiday.
Say that again?
Your audio's going again, Roland.
Oh
What'd you
no!
say? Yeah, you've turned into a robot. Either that or you need to get that vocoder looked at.
Yeah. Here, Ty, do I have a hive?
Do you have a hive?
Yeah, hive synth.
HYVE.
No,
I don't.
I don't think so.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
think you do.
I'm just wondering why I have the card.
What card?
Isn't as Hive is something you can put around your house, like to open the doorbell as well? You sure it's not your doorbell?
No, it's not that. No, it wasn't that. No.
I don't think you do. Well, not that I'm aware of. I mean, we don't live together. I know people may see it otherwise, but
Oh,
don't?
Yeah, we do.
no, okay. We're
Yeah,
just
we do.
basically we're now actually in the same house. It's just that Obviously, I'm downstairs. You're upstairs.
He's downstairs. I'm.
You guys don't have a
upstairs.
tunnel between your houses? So.
Well, it'd be a fucking long tunnel.
Yeah, it will, wouldn't it? Yeah, one of them.
No, you. Oh,
I think you'd know.
How you do?
I
think
do?
You do. Yeah.
Oh.
I think you do because I remember when you got it. I remember saying, "Why the fuck have you bought that?" I think.
I wonder where it is then.
Well,
something like that is doorstop.
Yeah.
No, I've got a guitar.
They're
for
very
them.
expressive. They just don't have a lot of tonal variation.
He's just thrown it away, probably. That's let's be honest.
Oh man, alive.
But anyway, I know this is such a fucking cliche, and I'm so fucking boring.
You gotta
I
go.
bore
Fuck
myself
off, gorgeous.
I have. Yeah, fuck you, Rob.
It's good that you wear those headphones though, because it does stop you from sticking your hands to your head with super glue again.
Well, and I'm telling you, the only reason that I've got these headphones on, selection of headphones, is the fact that these are the only ones that most of them have 1/4 inch, and then you have to get the adapters down to 3.5.
Yeah.
But Phil decided at the weekend she was going to. Actually, it's not my fault. I turned around to talk to her, and the laptop fell over and bent all of the connectors. So the only reason I've got these headphones in is these are the only ones that actually have a 3.5 inch, 3.5. Fuck my head, that goes to a 1/4 inch.
That goes to a 1/4 inch.
So it goes the other way around. So these are just plugged in. And have you noticed that I couldn't even be asked with a fancy camera today? I've literally just done bog standard bollocks with bog standard bollocks mic.
Bog standard bollocks.
Yeah.
I'm just talking bollocks again. I know. I think it's got to that time. I need to go and work.
Are you up to episode 4 yet?
No, I'm still on episode 3. And Kent knows all this. I had a big conversation. I'm not going to say argument. Discussion with them, basically expecting literally the fucking world, and they're expecting me to turn out an entire episode. So 50 minutes of music of all like humongous epic stuff that the guide they were using, which is an old guide of mine, each track, so each 3-minute track or whatever, took like 2 or 3 days per track, and they'd filled it full of these huge epic moments, and they wanted it all done within a week. And so,
I shall put you through to our Moon on a Stick department. Just
exactly. That's exactly it.
Here's a MIDI pack that can help.
Yeah. So we had a very.
Have they not heard of Dynamics?
Oh,
if everything is epic.
So I'm not having you on that conversation. I wish I had a fucking penny for every time I have that conversation. They have only the fact that they have no concept of the fact that you only have scale is all built when it's relative. You can't have huge. You have to have something to compare to, somewhere to go, all the things that anyone that does this knows. You have to play together. Directors and producers, this is a concept completely foreign to them, and no matter how many times you explain it and how many times you basically have to give it to them, and then what they do is they'll either fade it down in the mix, or they will turn around and they will just scrap that piece of music, even though you spent days writing it. They just don't use it. So it's the norm. Do you know, at the meeting I had this morning, which is on the next project, which is basically seeing me through for the only other job I'm doing for the rest of the year, which is the next one. And that one, the director was, oh my God, she was amazing. Because the first thing she said was, we don't want it all big. We don't want it all epic. She said the words we're really, really looking for are things like, we want it to be quite edgy. We want it to be quite, we like distortion. We like lots of kind of loops. And we want it to be really synthy. I swear to God, I was getting a stiffy. It was the best meeting I've ever gone. And then when I was turning around to her and just going, I was trying to say to her, well, and I'll need time at the end once you get a lock picture. Yeah, we'll get all of that in. We'll get you lots of time to to work to a lock picture. She was then turning around and going, and when you start on it, when you kind of the first week, if you want to just be kind of working on the sound, the kind of sound world, and all this kind of all the stuff that you never get directors and producers saying this. And she was saying, I wanted to have her children by the end of the meeting. It was just, honestly. So So I can honestly say, once this one is done, I've then got the next few months of literally just doing distortion, loops, synths.
Fab.
You know, it's gonna be. When we're talking about melodies, she's going, yeah, I don't really. We're not really wanting much in terms of melodies. It's all about kind of the sounds and the
industrial sound.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So basically, and I know
Tygo's
also,
EDM.
yes, all I'm
Robin
thinking is-
Gristle.
So all that I know, this sounds. I never thought I'd ever say this, especially to you, load of wankers. But the modula's just going to come out. Basically, the Eurorack's going to come out.
You
The
can do
Lyra
what the
8
rest of us do
the
all the
Lyra
time.
8's gonna
Because we
come
don't
out.
have anybody paying us. We can do
Yeah,
what
the
the fucking
Lyra
hell
8
we
is going to
like.
come out. The Pulsar 23 is going to come out.
Oh, you're gonna have a blast with that.
All of the Soma stuff is just going to come out.
Well, if
And
you
all
need some ideas, listen to Andy's last track that he posted. Then it's
No, don't. Oh, no, honestly.
So this is what Boots and Cats track 1.
Oh no!
Did you see the Terror tie? The Soma Terror.
Oh my god! Honestly, another.
I
stiffy
want
in
the
the
Soma
making.
Terror.
It's
Yeah,
so
Terror.
so good.
I
It's
want
just-
I swear they should have just called it the
insane.
Tyra because it was just screaming to me. Because
Yeah. So it's not actually. It's playable. It's like a proper instrument. It's
Yeah.
totally playable. I can play tunes on it, and you can still do the distorted, crazy stuff
Yeah.
as well. Oh,
I've already, honestly,
Stunning.
I think I got probably about 30 seconds into that video and I put my name down on the list.
yeah.
It's just-
no,
yeah, it's
it
my
is
kind of-
brilliant. It's product of the decade.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be available in time, but you know,
And lots of wood, Sash. Lots of wood.
Yeah, they do a plastic
They're gonna
one
have
as
two
well.
models. There's an advanced one that's right.
Yeah.
Keeping the theme
so-
going.
Yeah.
The guy,
what
the
can-
guy that
can I-
makes the wooden bits is
Are
really
you gonna be
kind of
putting-
obscure, lives in a forest and takes ages. He does makes one every few days. So they're going to do a proper plastic version for the rest of us.
All you got to do, Ty, is just blindfold yourself and just stick some pins into the Colossus and see what you get.
is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how it works, mate.
Bizarre.
And
How did you
I
hit
tell
a
you- I
key,
tell you, there's loads
then
of
loop
stuff,
it.
because I've got my trays here. God, I can't. Hang on a minute. So no one gets to see my little trays. So
Is that what you call them?
Ah.
So here, so the Lyra 8 there. Then I've got this, which is the whatever it's called, the ether, the Soma kind of. So whatever goes in there, that's just distorted shit.
Mm.
Then I've got
Oh, it's the
more.
Soma distorted chipbox. I remember.
That's it. Then I've got electron distortion. Then I've got all my looping. Oh shit! What have I just knocked off?
You don't need that. It's the tune knob.
Then I've got. Has anyone seen all these like blooper and time kind of looping delay thing? Hang on.
Have you got a Le Plop?
No, I haven't. I did look at them.
I'm gonna have one for you in
That-
5 minutes.
Which is
He's going to have a really
if
big
anyone's
French
seen
shit.
if anyone's seen that, that is fucking awesome for just distorted kind of shortwave radio type stuff. So I'm going to be doing lots of and then another Cosmos, another Soma thing, and anyway. So all of that shit is all going to get all just the one long chain from beginning to end with a Eurorack at the front end, going through all that. I'm just going to be in seventh heaven for the next 6 months.
And you will end up in the kitchen with a laptop and 2 speakers and your little keyboard in the end, won't you?
Because that's what always happens in my world. Of course.
And a teenage engineering stuck up your ass.
The thing is, no, but what's going to be done is that, because Kent knows this, years ago I did a series about Waco. And most of the basis for that series about Waco was done on a Lyra 8. And all I did was I fucked around on a Lyra 8 for hours and then just went through everything because it's completely unrepeatable. And I went through everything and basically just chopped out sections, sampled it, and then fucked around with these long samples and do all that kind of thing. And that's all I'm going to do on this. You know, it's finding those moments. And so I'm just going to, for the first few weeks, I'm just going to fuck around for hours and hours and hours and record everything. And, you know, kind of, so, I mean, I can't remember the last time I got this excited about a job, actually. So, and especially on the back of what I'm doing now, which is just big, epic, you know. I'm so bored of.
Well, you don't. It weighs you down after a while.
It is just. It's trying to make things, you know.
Well, you get your 2,000 track template up, and it's like.
You know, I've made a rod for my own back,
You just need another decent documentary about Willies again, and that'd be cool.
That's what. Do you know what? I've been saying this, not in the context of TV, just generally.
But you're just going to do a score for one and haven't even made the documentary.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
Score for a film that doesn't exist.
And it's just a really good excuse to have loads of pictures of dicks all over your monitors while you're working.
Tyon wins fiber page.
Yeah.
Do you have a documentary?
I
can make your video sound great.
100 vaginas, the follow-up. No film, but I just thought I'd write the music anyway.
Insult to injury. When you've done all that sampling for this next project, you could release it as a MIDI pack.
A MIDI dick pack.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Anyway, I now do have to go and write some epic shit. So, I'm going to go and love you and thank you for entertaining me for the last half an hour, and thank you for Robbie for telling him to fuck off on several occasions.
You're welcome. I need to call you, so tell me when it's convenient.
Okay.
Well, that'd be him calling you then.
I have a proposition.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Oh, do you know? Okay, that sounds exciting.
Oh, get a room, you guys.
Just because he heard about the Knob documentary.
Yeah, it's just sitting there going, I think we could make something rather tasty
Yes,
together.
because more candle burning, the album.
Some
What is
special
all this
ideas we
about
can always
wood?
show you in
Can I
private.
just point
right?
out, what is all this about wood? Why is everyone talking about wood? Because I don't know, the first thing I did was come on and everyone's talking about wood.
All about
So-
in cheeks, wasn't it?
It's just pointing out the incongruity between wood and synthesizers.
There is none. There isn't no
Okay.
one, Sassy. You're living in... No,
Yeah.
stop it.
Okay,
Go
great.
and talk to Robbie Bronneman, because you can sit in the same room together.
Oh, Robbie! Oh my God!
Thing
don't-
is-
please, I was there when Robbie was having all that done. Robbie had such a fucking issue with wood. I mean, such an issue that he wouldn't buy a synth if it had wood, or he would buy it and then have all the wood taken off. This is absolutely true.
I'd like to see him do that with a CS80.
Well, okay, there are certain synths
Does
you
he
just
buy a
wouldn't
pack
buy.
of Viagra and then replace them with paracetamols?
I'm gonna guess, knowing Robbie very
I
well,
don't
I'm
know
gonna
why I
guess
said
he
that.
doesn't need them. But
But I'm glad you did.
can I just point out, it's Robbie that got me into all this world. So I mean, I know Robbie a long time, and I have to say, he's never used Viagra on me. Anyway, on that
Oh, no!
It sounds like you're disappointed.
Yeah.
I've known Robbie a long time. Never. Good. Anyway, I am going. Fuck off, the lot of you.
Oh, for
on
Christ's
this-
sake, piss
on
off,
this-
will you?
On this very
Go and work.
Saturday.
Work, bitch.
Yeah, no.
See you, Ty.
Bye, Ty.
Go make something epic.
Okay. I'll go and get the
Love you
CS on.
loads.
Love you
Yeah.
loads. See you all.
Take care, darling. Look out yourselves.
Bye.
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 Oh, dear.
Oh, dear me.
Did I say the wrong thing then? Oh, no. Done it again. I'm always saying the wrong bloody thing.
Well, it's all part of the fun, isn't it?
Oh, dear. Got a punch up in the pub car park.
No. Oh. Right, Roke. Oh, man.
Why
Talking
would
of
you
movement,
hate
I need a
mono
shit.
synths, though? Why?
What?
Why? What's the issue there? I don't understand that. It makes it look gorgeous. It just looks like it should look. Every
What?
synth should have wood. Full stop.
Yeah, well, I
like-
agree with you.
No,
I don't- I-
Jupiter
disagree.
eight.
I
Jupiter
disagree.
8.
No,
Yeah.
Jupiter 8 with wood would not look good.
No.
You could
What
put
would
pots
not-
of matches in it. That'd be about it.
Well, yeah. A DX7
Jupiter
with wood cheeks looks awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah.
Whereas the CS80
yeah,
is
or
completely
Yeah, but I was
made
talking
of
about
wood.
synths, Robbie.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
shut up. Shut up, you bitch.
Studio Logic Sledge would be better with wood.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. But there's not like you could do that to make it look more ugly than it already is.
Yeah.
No, I would actually cheerfully give house
It is
rooms
really-
one of those.
Oh, hang on. Let's get.
When I bought my System 8, my missus actually suggested that I get some wooden end cheeks made and stain them green.
Oh,
Oh, look,
God.
two Rolands. No, one.
There you go. One Roland.
One Roland.
All
Yes.
right.
I'm
Can
just
you hear
going to
me?
drop out for a second. I will be back in a
We'll
minute.
hear 'em.
There's
Hi, dear.
a meeting. See you in a minute.
Bye.
Yes. So, yeah. Oh.
The wood thing,
Mm.
cork trident.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the most wood I have. Cork trident.
Yeah, that's a thick piece of wood.
It's just wood, no? That's nothing else.
It's a
Like,
bloody
very-
rainforest in a synth.
Very, very girthy.
yeah.
That's a grand word, that way.
Good.
Yeah.
I would
Good.
prefer if it was half the size and didn't have wood. I would prefer that, but
No.
My wife said that about me.
Silly.
She was half the size and didn't have wood.
Yeah.
big,
Oh, me.
silly big.
That's ground for divorce, that, you know. You just damned yourself.
Yeah.
Decree this eye on the table tomorrow.
I should be so lucky.
Oh.
Robin, you're digging a hole here, mate. So
Video
Never watches
evidence.
these things. Never watches these things.
She's got more sense, hasn't she, really? I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
Bunch of middle-aged blokes sitting around talking shit.
You and your weird friends. That's what she
Yeah,
says.
that's-
You and
yeah.
your weird
Oh,
friends.
right.
Talking
okay.
about your piano machines.
Yeah.
Piano machines. Oh my god. Yeah.
Talking of pianos, I dabbled with that the new version of Piano V in the Ultra, and it's improved. It has improved.
Yeah.
Do like that now.
I thought it was quite
Man in hotel room.
hey,
Hey.
Richard. Hello, Richard.
Evening, Richard.
Right, friend.
Join us.
And it's Hollywood Squares again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because Hollywood isn't far from where I am right now.
All right. You're over there
Ah.
now. Cool.
So, who are you calling a square?
Not you, sir. Not you.
How you been, darling?
Good. Hungry, sleepy. But, I just got in after leaving the house at 4:15 a.m. this morning.
Mm.
And it's now, closing in on 2 in the afternoon in LA, which is 5 o'clock at home. And good. Happy to be.
So you got a sheet gig tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a benefit for some charity involved in eradicating multiple sclerosis.
Oh, okay.
So it's an MS benefit.
Oh, wow.
My uncle's got that. They gave him 5 years, I think, back in 1980 something. He's still kicking it today.
Wow.
Kicking its ass.
I think it's chronic. I'm not sure that, I think that's the point, that there isn't really a cure. There are treatments that may slow it, and it's real hit or miss with different people.
Yeah.
From what of the people I've known who've had it, there's been everybody's got different treatments because it's hard to predict.
I remember we did some charity stuff to raise money for hyperbaric chambers because at some point that was supposed
It does
to.
work. It does
Yeah,
work. My aunt
yeah.
had MS, and my uncle had an underwater engineering company, and they had their own hyperbaric chamber, and
Nice,
she used to get to use it. So it helped a lot. But she passed about 7 years ago. It took her finally. So
No, my uncle got diagnosed in 85 or 86, something like that, and they literally gave him. He was 30 something, and they gave him about 5 years. And so he retired. He was working for Lloyd's of London at the time, and he's still alive today. So he's like UMS.
Yeah.
fair play to him.
I mean, he obviously needs all round full time care and stuff, and he's very weak and very frail, but he's still corpus mentis. Which is pretty good.
That's something. That's something.
There's something I wanted to ask you, Rich. I saw Nile listed as the Queen's Platinum Jubilee thing.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Are you coming for that?
Apparently not. Based on the schedule I'm seeing, it's not the whole band. It's and I don't know
I did wonder.
how many. If I don't know if it's just him. I don't know exactly what that is, but
As far as it reads right now on our schedule, it's not all of us, and it's not me. Now, if it turns out to be, that would be a great honor, and I would be thrilled. But I don't think it's likely to be.
Because that lady we were talking about a few weeks ago, Diana Ross, is going to be headlining, isn't she?
At which now?
Prince Charles
At
got his
the
own way then,
outside the
didn't he?
Buckingham Palace, you know, the Platinum Jubilee gig.
Well, there is a festival we're doing this summer on which Diana Ross and Lionel Richie are both also.
Yeah, I think she's kind of like taking up residence because she's going to be doing the what do they call it, the classic stage. Well, you know, she's the legacy. Yeah, Glastonbury.
Sunday afternoon.
She's doing that this year.
Wasn't it Grace Jones and Gary Barlow last time?
I don't know.
Remember the last round?
Oh, Grace Jones. Yeah, Grace Jones did. Yeah, because she did the.
I was wondering what the Queen makes of Grace Jones.
Your voice is going again.
Roland.
Yeah, she did that whole hula hoop thing, didn't she? When she did Slave to the Rhythm and just did that. It was magnificent to watch. Absolutely magnificent.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's got their YouTube turned up.
Not me.
Not me.
Well, I haven't changed anything.
Definite echo.
Yeah, big one.
Right, listen, folks. I'm gonna
left-hand side only.
I'm up at stupid o'clock in the morning, and it's now clicking near 10 o'clock. So I'm going
Get
to
thee to bed.
switch it off and get me to bed. Thanks, Robbie.
Cheers, Andy.
I'll
Oh,
snuggle up with my hot
good to
water
see you,
bottle,
matey.
and, yeah, sorry, Richard. Nothing you said, but I'm going to get.
Good to see you, Andrew.
Yeah. Nice to see you too, Richard.
I guess I'll see you Saturday.
Und Roland, ja, wir sehen uns irgendwann. Although you don't want.
Kannst du mich hören?
Ja, ich kann dich mal hören. Ja, das kann ich mal hören.
Ja,
Aber
wir
ich
können
muss
mal
jetzt
quatschen.
schlafen.
Ja? Wir quatschen mal.
Irgendwann. Ja,
Genau.
also,
Super.
finde mich irgendwo. Ich weiß nicht, wo ich bin, aber finde mich
Man
irgendwo.
Überkennt.
Ja, durch ihn. Er weiß
Genau.
alles. Der alles weiß. Okay.
No. We are
Dutch
speaking
to
about
me.
I'll see you all soon, folks.
Cheers, Andy.
I'll see
Bye,
you.
Andy.
I'll see you Saturday, Andy.
What's happening on Saturday?
Well,
No,
apparently we're
there's
doing Rands together.
No, not this Saturday. We're not, are we?
Yeah, I think it's this Saturday, isn't it?
No, there's no Ramsey this Saturday.
No, Eddie's doing something.
Yeah,
this
Eddie's
Saturday,
doing it. So you coming on it?
Am I?
You are
I
now.
thought there wasn't one this Saturday.
You're doing
No,
Sunday as
Rands
well,
is
aren't you?
Rands
Yeah.
is taking a week off, so Eddie's
gotta
doing
take a
his
week
own
off.
little live stream.
Yeah, he's going to.
He's been asking.
stand
I can't
in.
do it. I can't do it because I'm out.
No, I've made arrangements and everything.
Oh no, it's cool. No, don't worry. No, don't worry too much. Don't worry too much.
No, well, Grace is legging it back from wherever Grace is so that we can get. She's back in Sheffield, and then we're going to do a thing for Hardware Jams.
Sorry.
'Cause we
No,
haven't
'cause
done it for a
I was.
few-
It's just the
when
way
we've
he
done
was
one.
saying it. I was under the impression that what he was doing is he was going to do Rands' show
Was he?
while Rands takes time off. But obviously that's not what he's doing. He must be just doing a show for that slot.
He's basically doing his own thing,
He's-
but doing it around his.
He sent me a thing on Facebook, and I've not seen it. I've not actually opened it yet because there's been so many other bloody things.
Yeah.
This social media thing it eats your life away, doesn't it? It's crap. Bloody hell.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it, buddy. They'll be all right.
Oh no, I've missed that. So no, I don't think I'm going to be around on Saturday.
You never know. You might be lucky that you did. Bullet dodged. You never know.
Oh, it'd be fun, but no, because I'm going to be. Thing is, I've had an invitation from Jamie to be on Jamie's show on Geosynths with Jim to talk about the
On Sunday.
thing what we did, courtesy of Ian. Thanks. So it's all very circular. This, you know.
Yeah.
Incestuous is the word you're looking for.
Pop
No,
will
All
eat
very
itself.
incestuous.
Pop will bleed and eat itself. No, oh god, I can't even string a sentence together now.
Go to bed,
No,
Andy.
Oh, I had an idea.
I think
Sleep
Saturday's
on
a
it.
no for me. I've booked that in my head as an afternoon off. So I'm
Cool.
not doing it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Anyway, I'll see you all soon. You gorgeous, lovely, wonderful people. Take
See you
care.
Sunday.
Take it easy, Andy.
See you later,
Bye-bye.
sweetheart. Look after yourself. We do. It was.
It's just that bit between
Because everybody
him saying
holds
goodbye
their
and
breath.
going.
Yeah, everybody holds their breath. I wait till they've got to go.
Because you haven't started because they're
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I brought up my children correctly because they've just texted me to tell me about Vangelis. Bless them. They sent me
Well
the Guardian
trained.
article. Very well trained.
Apart from the Guardian bit, but you know,
Well,
we'll let them off.
May he rest in peace.
Well,
Why is it? Have you read the Guardian article, Sass?
Not yet.
Yeah.
I try
well,
to
he's,
avoid.
I tell you what, Vangelis has got up there, mate, and he's bumped into me mum, and she's there going, "Oh, he isn't dead yet. So if it goes wrong, I don't know who you're going to talk to." Yeah, I don't know.
Does anybody know what he actually died?
COVID, I
Old
think.
age?
He was being treated
Well, he was
for
in
COVID, wasn't
hospital in France, wasn't he? I
he?
think.
Yeah, COVID, apparently.
COVID.
COVID. Oh no,
Oh, really?
not COVID.
That's what I've heard.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So that sounds like he's not vaccinated.
So then it was a
He
quick
was a
thing.
big fella. He
Yeah.
was
He's
a
very, very
big
big.
fella.
He's 79.
And that.
He could be vaccinated to the hilt. If he's not
Yeah,
up to it,
true.
he's not up
Yeah.
to
Was
it.
getting very big in the last 10 years. No, he was
Yeah.
Well, when I
The
had
Greek boy.
it fucking levelled me. And I'm
Well, another couple of years, and he wouldn't actually be able to reach the keyboard anymore. No, seriously.
Yeah.
He had quite a belly on him.
he did it his own
very
way, though,
Greek,
didn't he?
very, very Greek.
Yes.
Very Mediterranean.
Yeah, lots of vino and cheese.
Yes. And not enough Retsina.
Let that be a warning to us all.
Well, when you're that age and that shape, we don't know anything about. There had to have been mitigating medical circumstances in his life. It's hard to live for that age at that weight and not have any.
Yeah.
It's almost hard to believe that he didn't. All I know is that he brought a lot of people a lot of really great joy and enlightenment.
Lifelong joy.
Yeah.
And I celebrate the
Early
man's memory.
Yeah. You going to watch Blade Runner now?
No, I couldn't possibly. I'd be a mess. I'm
Go
always
on,
a mess.
Rich. You got to watch it now.
I have to say,
Okay.
I'm more inclined to watch Chariots of Fire again.
Why
Is
not
this
do
really
both?
sad? Is this really
Yeah,
sad? But
yeah.
is it just me? But I've seen Blade Runner Part 1 about well over 100 times, and at the end with the tears in the rain and the dove and Rutger Hauer, I still cry every time, and all my friends say, "You're fucking weird." Like I always have to cry in the end. I mean, I could watch it now. Well, now I'll cry definitely, but
Yeah.
that's weird. No, it's the only movie that has that effect. You know, the
Well-
end of Blade. Just always push the button and
Yeah, when it's good, it speaks to you. I'll tell you.
yeah, always happens. Yeah.
Got to have some emotional connections with things.
It's just
Absolutely.
everything's just spot on with that movie. There's just
Mm.
the music, favorite director as well, everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that,
And they didn't mess it up too much in the second movie. They didn't. They did a good job. It was not bad at all.
I actually like the the triple album with all the extras. Have you heard
Yeah.
that? Because that's really great.
Yeah.
Oh, the Blade Runner one.
Yeah.
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 Does it have the Rachel song, which didn't make it in the movie? No, didn't
It's
make
got
it on the
everything
screen?
It's
and
got everything.
more.
Yeah.
There's got a whole bunch
Yeah.
of stuff that he did more recently that was inspired by, wasn't it, as well? So it's a real,
It's a really,
really
really good.
good collection.
There's a
set.
balcony scene that never made it to the film, and there was Vangelis had written a score for it to show this vista of this, because his apartment was above the clouds, so you could see all the flying cars and all the stuff. It was a glorious sunny day and all this sort of thing. And the scene didn't make it to the film, but he'd written this beautiful piece of music for it. And I think that made it to that triple.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the
Have you
way,
seen-
the one oh sorry.
No, I was just going to say, had you seen the documentary? Because there's about, is it three hours documentary about the making of it? You know?
I've
It's a
got
very
a big,
cleverly made film.
I've got a big tin. You know, that when they did like the final cut, they did a big DVD box set with all of this stuff in. I need to get the Blu-ray. I've got the Blu-ray film.
I've got
But I
the
need-
Blu-ray, but there's so many cuts. No, there's
Yeah.
many cuts. But the most emotional piece of music that for me that Vangelis is actually not Blade Runner. The one that is just absolutely like whoa, is the theme from Missing with Jack Lemmon, the movie.
Yeah.
It's just piano, and then then the CS80 comes in a bit later. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's gorgeous. Anybody know that one?
I
Yeah.
know that one.
Missing, this terrible movie. Again, another. Don't watch it if you don't want to cry because the movie is terrible. About the son going missing. Is it in El Salvador? I think, or
Something like that. Yeah.
South America. He gets kidnapped, and then Jack Lemmon has to go and with his. What's the girl from? I can't remember her name. The actress. She's famous.
Ipanema.
No, it's the girl. They go to the gun. They're trying to find the sun, and then this theme comes in. It's the theme from Vangelis, and everybody tears and yeah.
Yeah.
He has that talent to drive everybody to tears.
Sissy Spacek.
Oh yeah.
Sissy Spacek.
Yes, it's from the 70s. That movie. No?
1982.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
When did the CS80 come out?
76.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
June
it's on there.
4th.
It's on there. So plenty of things to watch now.
Mm. Actually, I fancy watching that new film called Everything Everywhere All at the Same Time.
All at once. Yeah.
All at once, thank you.
Yeah.
That looks
good.
really, really good.
Very, very good.
Mind you, I'm a big fan of Misha's show anyway.
Yes. Yeah, she's brilliant.
She is very good. Very underrated. So it's one to check out. Hopefully it'll be up for rental soon.
Never even heard of it.
No, I don't think I have actually.
Yeah.
I think the trailers have hit because it's gone worldwide. Well, no, it went worldwide on the earlier, didn't it? But it's gone worldwide now, and there are trailers available for it. And it looks like it should. This film shouldn't work, but apparently it works.
It's a bit
and it
out
works
there,
really well.
yeah.
Yeah, it's mad.
What is it? It's sci-fi or
it's titled as an absurdist comedy drama, but the main character has to connect with a parallel universe version of herself.
Oh.
No, several thousand million versions of herself all together. Yeah.
To prevent the destruction of the multiverse.
Mm. Very, very clever. Very clever from what I've seen.
Oh, that does sound good.
Yeah. It looks like it should do your head in, but actually it apparently is.
Oh God, so it's like Ricky and Morty, basically. But in the real movie.
and a bit more.
I want to see Top Gun Maverick. I really, really do.
Nostalgic?
Yep, that.
He wants to hear the DX7 bell.
Yeah, there's that. No, seriously. Top Gun is one of those. Top Gun is one of those films that it's cheesy. It's typically 80s, but every time you watch it, you can't just help yourself get kind of wrapped up in it. And apparently, this sequel is a worthy sequel.
But the filming of it as well. Some of the
they've gone proper. Yeah, they've proper hard.
I had a job once. I had to replay instrumental version of "Take My Breath Away" from Berlin. I had to recreate the instrumental again for somebody. So that was quite weird.
DX7.
Everything Everywhere will be digitally streaming from the 7th of June.
Right, sweet.
Where on what?
Netflix?
It just doesn't
Prime?
say. It just says it's be available on Blu-ray, DVD, and streaming, digital streaming.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Prime, no?
Probably won't be one of them. Be one of them.
Yeah.
You know, for
Oh, you have to
240.
pay. I'm sure you have to pay for
Yeah,
it.
245 or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
It's brand new, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go, guys, and I'll say good night to everybody, or good
All right,
afternoon.
buddy.
Okay, and I'll see you all next time. So,
Cheers, Ian.
See you
take
later.
it
mate.
easy.
I'll
Easy,
see
buddy.
you
See you later.
Take care,
See you
mate.
later.
Bye.
Ta-da. Yeah, I would have thought David would have come on by now. See his cat.
Yeah, where's Cleo? We need Cleo. We need our dose
Yeah.
of Cleo.
And I was going to get. I'm sure Noah's around. Yeah, he's right there. Bless
There
him.
he is.
He's right there.
I still feel a bit like imposter syndrome because I only really know Kent. I know Kent very well, but I don't know anybody else.
I'm on this most weeks and I still feel like that, so don't worry about it.
I don't normally join this. It's Vangelis. I had to join today.
Yeah, no, you've got to join. Mind you, I think most weeks we touch on Vangelis. To be honest,
I'm sure.
in some form or another.
So, what's the last movie soundtrack you like? I really liked. Well, the last science fiction movie I really liked was Ad Astra,
All right.
where Brad Pitt goes to Neptune, and beautiful soundtrack. That one I like very much.
I don't think I've seen it yet.
Oh, you must. No, it's for you, Kent. You must see it.
Yeah,
It's all space travel. No, it's real-time space travel. It's just as if you're going there yourself. The whole movie is
okay.
just traveling.
Yeah, I'm a bit behind with me TV watching, I must admit. Well,
It's
actually,
on-
a very long way behind. I haven't seen any Rick and Morty yet. I keep meaning to.
Why is there a new series? No, I wouldn't know about that.
No, I mean any of them.
Oh, no, I've
haven't
seen them all 3 times.
No, I haven't seen any of them yet.
Oh, no, you must. That's
So yeah.
good stuff.
Well, you know, you start investing in things, and then sometimes you get kicked in the ass. I used to watch regularly Bosch, but now it's finished. So it's like West Wing.
There's a new, isn't there a new Bosch series that's meant to be on? I think is it Netflix?
I didn't hear anything about them doing another one.
Hang on, I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Looking for this.
Oh, Dub. Who's making Dub?
We're
Yeah,
talking about
Bosch.
Vangelis.
Bosch Legacy.
Recognise that? No.
No.
In the bar scene from Blade Runner.
Oh, of course.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, it's on Amazon, Kent.
All right. Yeah.
Bosch Legacy.
Oh, okay. Cool. Is it still Titus Weaver?
Titus
So-
what?
Titus an arsehole.
Welliver. Yeah.
Yeah, Weaver. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, cool.
Now, Kent, you're really gonna like Rick and Morty because do you like Red Dwarf?
Yeah.
Then you're gonna like Ricky and Morty. It's like the advanced version of. It's just as bonkers, but cartoon, of course, animated. Same madness. But-
I'm with you.
Gentlemen, I'm going to dive
Oh,
off.
pardon me. Well,
Right, I will catch up
oh,
with you
that's
all soon.
better. Better out than in. All right, Matt.
See you all soon.
See you later, buddy.
Cheers, Matt.
Take
You
care.
take care, sweetheart.
Keep
Look after
safe.
yourself, okay?
Bye bye.
Ta-da.
Ta-da, buddy.
Where is that one? I'll find that one.
What's that?
You had that piece that I just did. Where is it? Blah, 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 blah.
But they're just flocking to the doors since I got here.
So there was this. So if you watch the bar scene
It's at the bar scene where he drinks these weird cocktails with these two liquids and.
before he gets the girl with the I can't remember what's the character's name with the skin flakes that of a snake.
Yeah, snake skins.
Snake Girl.
Yeah. So that's playing in the background. But then
Prill.
there's this Prill.
Is it-
Is it?
Oh, no, Prill's
Chris,
the one with the
Chris
black
is
paint.
Daryl Hannah.
Yeah.
But there's
It sounds like Grace Jones music, no? Like Grace Jones.
Yeah. Well, actually, OMD used that as well.
No.
OMD used that in Junk Culture.
Oh.
Sounds like
but-
Syndrome.
Yeah.
That's about what Syndrome did right there.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it?
But there is this trumpet. Is it this
Spring
one?
reverb.
No, it's not that. I'm just going through all my emulated one samples because that was where it was from, and there was a little kind of trumpet riff. I can't find it now, but yeah, as soon as you hear the trumpet, you'll recognise it.
And I've been reading all the time the Gear Sluts forums on the reverb sound on Blade Runner. So I've got the 244, but there's more going on. He did that's not enough. There's some tricks up his sleeve. He did never reveal.
He also had a 480 XL.
Did you put them in cascade or like one after the other? Or?
Pass. We'll have to ask Dusty that one. We should get him on.
Because there's some other tricks.
Because he was tech at Nemo before he went off to his freelance Yamaha. Then he did a load of stuff at Nemo. Worked there quite a lot, and then went to work for Yamaha directly.
Somebody said he used all 4 outputs of the 244, so the stereo out and then another stereo out.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then he did some kind of weird panning. I don't know.
Push them right out. Yeah, so you could get that really wide stuff around the back.
Yeah, lush.
That's that brass sound. Go and watch that scene again. You'll hear that, and you'll hear that little reggae thing as well.
Yeah.
And that's it. And you use that.
Did you get a floppy disk emulator, or are you using the computer with the little...
I'm using some samples on the computer. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've only got my Emacs. I've got the Emaxes, but they're not.
I've got an Emacs rack, but not.
Are you in the kitchen now?
No. I've rung up for. Hey, it's Mr. Hilton there. Hello, sir. I've got studio behind me and big screen in front of me. I've rung up for some PlayStation 5 support.
Oh, go
does
on.
the audio still come out of an optical socket, or do you put it?
No, it's all HDMI. It's all HDMI.
Yeah.
Oh. So the same quality comes out of the HDMI than the optical. Oh, that's cool.
Well, it's all just digital, so.
Yeah. No, for some reason I thought there was some magic about optical being a
Optical
bit
won't carry
more bandwidth.
Optical hasn't got the bandwidth for what the PlayStation 5 produces. So,
did you turn off that woman's voice that tells you what to do?
No, I haven't turned it on. I'm about to hit 5. I just unpacked the PlayStation.
Because it's ages before we realised we could turn her off. Beginning to really annoy me.
But I never got that. I turned mine on, and it just, I signed in, and it just started copying everything over.
I bet you didn't do anything because the telly wasn't on, and it eventually gives up and goes, right, you clearly
That's
are
probably
blind
what it was,
and
Ken.
you've got no TV
Yeah.
coming to talk you through it. I just dial into this, right? And then these guys, I don't know who you are, but you just talk me through it. It's brilliant.
Well, we're ready for you.
Right, HDMI cable coming up, back in a sec.
Customer
So-
care, how can we help?
This is another field that goes.
I called up Sony. They just sent me this StreamYard link. That's great.
Yeah, but you see, you're not being serious about it because you haven't got Gran Turismo 7 yet.
Yeah, come on.
I don't think
Get
I
with the
have.
program.
It's been
Get
a
with the
while
program.
since the PlayStation. The PlayStation got into heavy use with Luna May playing Sims, and I was couldn't get a look in. But before that, we played Mr. Incredible, whatever that one's called, with the superhero.
All right.
And that was good. Doubles with that. Right, I'm going to try and plug the
Knock
HDMI and
apps.
see what happens.
Go for it.
If
The
I
most
don't come
annoying
back on
talking
screen
head thing
in
was
about
that
half an hour, just
Atari
send it
Jaguar
back.
game, Cybermesh, I think it was called, with the little green lady that keeps coming up on
No.
screen and telling you to turn and watch out for the ground and all that stuff.
Oh, right.
I just got my VR hooked up. My adapter arrived early this week, so I've now got the VR all hooked up to the PS5 now. So, and that works pretty well.
Mm.
Oh, my.
Well, Fiona's already picked out a new TV for us.
Nice.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to have the 80-inch.
80, but that's the whole wall. That's just
Yeah.
the wall, no?
Yeah, apparently it's 62.
Jesus.
Soon it's just going to be in the wall, no? It's just going to be the whole
Yeah,
wall.
it'll just be the wall. Yeah,
It'll be part of the house.
yeah, yeah. It's
Like a
holding
layer.
upstairs. Yeah. So
How far away are you going to be sitting? Because that's even 62 inches a big screen.
well, it'll look like I'm in the car when I'm driving. When I'm doing Gran
Seriously,
Turismo.
the distance. Are you going to have the TV in the same place it is now in relation to your sofa? Then you genuinely don't need anything more than a 40-inch.
You're going to get whiplash. Like
I've got 42 on there now.
Yeah, that's for the distance you've got.
Oh, okay.
That's about the best size.
Then what
Is it-
I will do, I will suggest to Fiona that we have a 42, but we get a 8K Smart instead.
Yeah, just get an 8K with HDR.
Yeah.
With 444 support on your
Yeah.
HDMI.
'Cause she's already going on and on and on about getting the new virtual headsets. Because she
Right.
wants to play Red Dead Redemption with it. Oh, and Assassin's Creed, because she says when she uses the controls, she's just going up against the wall like that. But she goes, oh, and VR, I can do it with VR. I mean, yeah, that's probably why VR exists, is so that people who spend their time just running up against the wall and go, how does it turn? How does it turn? It's ideal for you. Although we will be moving the furniture out of the way and making sure the dogs are in the kitchen.
Yeah, Wagyu's saying 40 inches tiny, and Richard is obviously agreeing. I
It's
think
tiny
it depends
if
on
you-
it depends
yeah.
on the size of your room.
And the distance you sit from the screen.
Yeah, if it was
Yeah.
at the end of the front room, we were at the other end, then yeah, 80 would be
Yeah,
fantastic.
well, like-
but it's across, so it's head to screen. It's
It's about-
probably
10 foot.
2 meters tops.
yeah,
It's 2 meters tops.
yeah.
But it's something you get used to. When we got 49-inch, I think, and when I first had it, I couldn't even look like you see every pimple, everything. Oh my god!
Yeah.
And now, after 6 months later, you don't notice anymore. You
But
just
what
get used to it.
it's weird because the things that I see on the TV that Fiona doesn't see, like for instance, there'll be a film playing or something like that, and because it's just HD, and when it's like a sun is setting in the distance of this gorgeous vista, and you can see those blotchy bands from that coming off the light, where it has the different
Shades.
gradients of shade, yeah, and you can see blotchy lines. And I keep going to her, I said, look, if it was 4K or 8K, you wouldn't see that. And she's going, wouldn't see what? That look, and I'm pointing, look, see the difference between those two bands? Like, no.
When I first got my first LCD TV and I could see those shades, like you say, those bands, I'm like,
Yeah.
this is faulty. Surely this is faulty. But no, it was just because that's just the way it was. But yeah, I mean, I've got
Yeah.
4K 55-inch. And I sit because we have. So, like your room, Kent, I would be sat. It goes long ways.
Yeah,
Our TV to sofa situation.
yeah,
So I'm about 4 meters from the screen.
yeah.
55 is fine. I could probably get to maybe 65, but anything bigger than that would be silly. I think, unless
Yeah.
I had a projector and stuck it on the wall.
Yeah, I
but-
think, like I say, I had thought
Jump
about it
in,
before,
Rich.
but I think, yeah, don't go huge, but go quality.
Yeah, absolutely. But
But
Because
also
we're streaming 4K and we're trying to watch it on HD TV.
well,
But
I've
every
been.
new
Come on,
television you
Rich.
buy, you probably want to watch Blade Runner. One of the first things. Buy a new television, you're gonna
Yeah.
watch Blade. Of course. To
Go on,
see it.
Rich, your opinion.
If I understand correctly, you're about 8 feet from the screen where you're sitting on that couch.
Yeah, 10 feet, yeah.
Yeah. I have 75-inch TV in my living room, and it's fine. And this notion that it's too big is absurd. Secondly, I have something like 4.5 decades of home theater
You've been
design
told.
experience that come
Yeah.
into this conversation. So I don't know even how to start to explain to you how much I know about this, but the notion that you need a 40-inch screen 8 feet away is absurd.
Okay.
Now, as for quality versus size as well, I have two televisions at home right now. One of them 75-inch, and it's one of the garden variety flat panels that people buy. And then I have an OLED C-series LG television upstairs. And there's a gigantic difference between them. And I can't recommend to you highly enough the LG OLED series televisions, which are more expensive for the size, but give you black levels like nothing else you've ever seen on a television.
Yeah, I've got.
Well, we like the OLED displays on our synth, for a start.
Well, so basically what it is I got to get a big TV, but also with all the quality as well.
Well, they make larger versions of the C series, and that's their budget series for the OLED, and they do look like a lot better than the giant TV I have in my living room. But so that's product-wise, that's something I could suggest you take a look at, and that's my.
But, do you know, honestly, Rich, it really doesn't surprise me.
Versus focal length.
Dave-O!
Evening, Dave.
Right, less talking, Dave. More OB8 18, please.
How are you?
Good.
Oh man.
What's this?
Sorry, what?
Well, what?
Oh, we're just discussing TVs and shit.
Yeah, but like I said to Rich.
Have you got your original YouTube video open as well? You're getting delay.
Thank you, Saz.
Back in a bit. Sorry.
Oh, he's gone.
Is it something I said?
No, Sony have just called.
Yeah. No, but it's like I was looking at. I wanted to get new wheels for the Chrysler, and I found a set of some wheel designs and stuff like that. I went, oh, these are beautiful. I showed them to Fiona, and she went, yeah, they look lovely on the car. God, we should get them. How much are they? £14,000 each.
Each.
Yeah, because I picked out a set of wheels that I really, a wheel that I really liked, and I go, oh, hang on a minute, I think they're made of ceramic. Something weird about them. Yeah, 14 grand per wheel. Yeah. Like I'm going to a different site. let's go to Amazon. Fuck's sake, 14 grand for a wheel with no tyre.
Good God.
Jesus. I'm in the wrong business.
So come on, Dave, tell us about the Oberheim.
It's bloody great. Oh, hang on. It's there.
There it is. There it is.
Is that the 8X?
Yeah.
I thought nobody...
Nobody does.
Nobody does, but Dave.
But Dave's not nobody.
I'm buying it the moment it comes out. I don't care how much it costs.
It's pretty stunning. I mean,
See,
amazing.
Like I said, Dave, just so many people are going, no, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
It's going to be the next Hydra, honestly.
It's decided.
Yeah.
Hydra.
It's worth it. You won't be disappointed.
And thank God they didn't make it as big as the OB8. The old.
Actually, it's
Thank
funny.
God.
I think at one point they were thinking about putting the back.
No.
And then they decided sanity reigned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's quite light as well, isn't it?
Yeah, man. I can bring it up the stairs one hand.
Wow.
Under my arm. Amazing.
Yeah. I point the jury to the original OBX.
Oh, man.
Fucking hell. You get the other end. Right, now get the crane. You got that trolley with the wheels on it. Fucking hell.
My dad helped me. What's he, 86? My dad helped me move it in the studio the other day, and it was like, I'll take the end with the heat sinks on, because that's the weighty end, obviously. And he was struggling to get it from one side of the room to the other.
They are a lump, aren't they?
Under one arm.
Doesn't Mark Ross have an OBX? Mark Ross?
Yeah, I think he does, yes.
A 6-voice. Yeah. And he blew up his power supply, no? And then brought it to you.
Well, yeah, no. What it did is, I think. Well, no. What it did is what your
I know the
no,
Avatar.
what Dave's was it OB8 you dropped off?
Yeah, that's nice.
That. Yeah, but that went bang, didn't it? That's the one that went bang as well. Yeah, I think it's those Tautalums.
Yeah, it had that smell.
Yeah.
I was there when it happened, and it smelled like rotten fish. I remember.
Mm.
Like sardines. I was there when he blew up. It wasn't me, but it blew up suddenly.
Yeah, when they go, do they go. Mind you, I blew up a Mark II Odyssey a couple of days ago. Christ, did it go bang. I tell you how bad it was. It blew the power switch clean out of the front panel.
Oh my God.
Whoa, nice.
It was a really, really big bang.
And it wasn't deliberate.
No. What it was
that was an electrolytic that went up.
I think the little neon bulb that's in the switch, one leg had broken away or something. It must have been touching another contact when you turned it on. So you turn it on, it just went bang like that. And the fucking entire contents of this rocker switch flew across the workshop.
Wow.
Oh, won't do that again.
Sounded like me at school. We had to make those. Do you remember those? You have to make an alarm. And it's like two bimetallic strip or a bimetallic strip with two contacts, and it kind of rattles. And you put a little battery. And me, my battery's flat, sir. And then I had this really great idea of plugging the cassette player mains lead in, put the wires, and it's that melting of the teeth, isn't it, as you're blown across the room. But it was kind of worth it just to see the teacher go completely mental. And that's why I never fix anything.
Oh man! Do you know what? I was having a close look at Mate Your Boy's Jupiter 8 he dropped off.
Oh, Darren's, yeah.
Yeah, and I haven't actually moved it yet, but I looked at it and I went, wait a minute, how's he turned this on? There's no power switch on the back. It's gone. It's just a bit of duct tape over the hole. Where's its switch?
Maybe it's on permanently or something. God knows.
I think it might be. All right.
All right.
How's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, bud. Haven't seen you for a while.
Evening, Robert.
Evening.
Yeah, so this OBX8 then is dog's nuts.
Yeah.
How is this switching business between the models? Does it really, like on the Rev 4 Prophet 5, where you switch between the 2 and 3, does it really sound like all three of them?
Yeah. I mean, the difference is quite amazing. I mean, we've got all three of the originals. Not all here at the minute. A couple of them are Kent's. But it's quite... I mean, my OB8 was my first sort of Oberheim poly. So I kind of started on the last. And then we went back OBXA, OBX. And you can trace the kind of lineage, in terms of, audio.
Yeah.
But this is kind of different. It's not like you select the three different models. You've got access to the filters. I mean, you've got the high pass and the band pass and the notch up from the SEM filters as well. So you can integrate. You can take OBX envelopes and have those with OBXA filters.
You can mix them, no? You can mix the... Yeah. So it must be...
Yeah, because I think it's the OBX VCOs are different to the OBXA and the OB8. Yeah, it's Curtis in the XA and the 8, and it's transistor arrays, the 3046s, I think it is, or 3086s in the X.
Yeah, 38s and X and SEM.
So it's all in there. They can put everything in there then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the price, no? That's why it's...
It's really clever.
I mean, it's really interesting. Things like Marcus he had all the original 5 1/4 floppies from the OB8 and probably the OBXA development. I think he kind of came in at that point. So they basically transferred all that data across. And when you listen, because, in the OB8, the LFOs and Portamento was software. It was digital. And actually, when you scroll through them, it's like, whoa, okay, wow, right, I kind of get it now. Whereas when you go to the OBX, the OBX8 and the OB8, there's a very big, there's kind of similarity. Whereas when it's kind of switching it, and you're like, whoa, okay, yeah, it is that different. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm blown away with it.
Are software, no? The envelopes are digital, not software.
I
think that's what they said. And
I think so, yes. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because it's fine that they don't make a sound anyway.
Well, the $64,000 question here is going to be, does it have real noise or is it the sample again?
And you know what I love about this one is, I don't know, I can't answer that question, but the beautiful thing about this is you can go into the page 2 functions and dial it back. Whereas before it was either on or off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I've just done a couple of patches where it's just kind of just sitting there nicely in the background.
Yeah, because it'd be interesting to see if it has the clicky looping white noise.
Yeah, it's interesting because you said that before and I was like, I'd never noticed that. I'm going to have to listen to that when it's back.
And it's almost like the data was lifted and put into the memory mode. It loops exactly the same way, makes the same sound. Like click, clink, click, clink, click, clink in the white noise.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Are you sure we're not just using a standard noise IC that used the same digital?
No. I think it's stored on the where is it? I think it's stored on the EPROM. It's just a little page of white noise, just quickly samples. It's quite bizarre.
Cheating.
Not on the X. I think the X was pair of transistors doing the biz, but they decided to go software, like the memory mode did. So we don't know who came first, chicken or egg, but they're the only two synths I can think of off the top of my head that did it. Prophet 5s was I think it's chip-based noise on that one, on the P5. I don't know about the Rev 1 and Rev 2. That might have been transistors again, but it certainly wasn't a loop. So
I just think the OB8X is going to be good. I've sold my Prophet 5 to buy a Prophet 10 Rev 4 because it was the first time in my life we compared them, me and my friend, for like an hour, and in the end we didn't know which one was playing. So I said, okay, in this case,
your sound's going again, Roland. There it goes.
It's got a robot mode.
Yeah. Don't wait, it keeps doing that.
It's a very fancy Roland voice control.
Yeah, I know. It's quite the processor, isn't it?
So I was just going to join you for a couple of minutes and give a cheers to the man himself. I mean, my God,
Frank.
That was a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah. And even worse if it was COVID as well on top of that.
Is that what people think it is?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was in hospital with it.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know.
But we all have to go at some point.
Yeah, and I reckon he must have had a pretty good life. Apart from putting up with Chris on the telephone, of course. That was...
Hey, Dave, was it you that coined the name Frank Ellis?
Well, it was kind of... I'll tell you, if you want to hear the story, I'll tell you the story. My business partner, Chris, worked for John Anderson. And they were down at, I think it was Rick Wright's studio in the south of France. And I don't know whether John was doing a solo album. I don't know. He was doing something. Chris had to do all sorts of mad sampling and keyboardy stuff. And the phone went one day. And Chris doesn't care who you are. He just doesn't care. He used to say to like really famous musos, "You're no different to a really competent plumber," which actually they kind of liked. But the phone goes and Chris picks it up and somebody asks for John and he says, "Who is it?" And he puts his hand over the phone. He says, John, there's somebody on the phone for you." He says, "Who is it?" He says, "Who is it?" He says, "Somebody called Frank." John's going, "I don't know anyone called Frank. Hang up the phone." And eventually, you know, it's like, no. And eventually Chris just puts the phone down and the phone rings again and John picks it up kind of impatiently. And it turns out Frank Ellis was actually Vangelis. But I later heard, in fact, I did that EP thing with the Androgynous Amorphous where I was channeling Frank. And he said that he had found out that Vangelis used to book into hotels under the name Frank Ellis. So I don't know whether that came as, you know, whether that came after Chris's experience.
Yeah.
Where he thought, I know. But yeah, brilliant. It always made us laugh, which is why, yeah, on our stuff, it's like Frank Ellis Brass. But I can imagine him, you know, no, it's Vangelis, not Frank Ellis.
Yeah, because there was also that spate when people were calling him Vangelis as well. You hear a lot of people say, you know...
It's more of an American thing, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, mind you, I've heard a lot of non-Americans say, call him Vangelis as well. And it's sort of like...
Hang on, didn't Matt Berry do that skit?
Yeah.
Where he was Vangelis.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
There you go. Yeah, but it's always one of those things you say, oh, like that. Oh, mate. So, I don't know. There you go.
Anyway, yeah, cheers. Onward journey. Good man.
Yeah. Good on you, mate.
Yep.
So.
About a mountain of emails going, oh my God. And then, of course, it turns to the CSA and it's like, it was Jobson and Vangelis. And then I've started, who the CSA dudes? And I've started to send people that Stevie Wonder video I played you the other day.
Holy shit, man.
Because I was like, dude, him on the 80 Rich was just unbelievable. There's a YouTube video of him in the studio getting ready for a tour and he's using the 80. And he's got it through a distortion pedal. And honestly, the way he's using that ribbon controller is just like...
It sounded like a guitar.
And he's actually trying to spar with the guitarist.
Yeah.
But the guitarist's kind of like, yeah, no, I'm not sparring with Stevie Wonder.
Oh, man, did he nail it, though? Jeez.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was quite something. I'd never seen that before.
No, I hadn't. Actually, somebody sent it to me, and I was like, what is this? And then I was like, oh, wow. I just played those bits over and over and over again.
Yeah. Actually, you should just have that on a loop.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well worth checking.
Yeah.
Well, again, I mean, Stevie Wonder's one of those musicians that... Did he ever actually do anything bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a few bad songs.
I Just Called.
Yeah,
you mean that top selling record? You mean?
Yeah, it was a top selling record, but as far as Stevie, you know, the persona of Stevie Wonder, it was like, no, really.
What about Happy Birthday? That's
it's all right. That's got a buzz to it.
Ebony and Ivory.
Yes.
Oh, actually, yes, he should have been shot for that.
Yeah, well,
that's
shared blame there.
That's the commercial side, but then he does the funky stuff. So
yeah, exactly.
You have to make some money, no?
That guy.
Yeah.
That guy. Just stunning. I've seen him a couple of times and it's just like, whoa. Yeah, amazing.
His Talkbox Moog thing on the David Frost show was epic.
Who was that, sorry?
Stevie Wonder. Doing the Talkbox with the Moog.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, everything that guy touched and played. It's funny because I've even had this debate with, you know, Dale, bass player, brother-in-law, oldest mate, and he said, yeah, but, you know, I Just Called. It's actually quite a good song. And I bet you he probably churned it out in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a good song. I just wish it hadn't been him singing it. You should have given that to somebody.
Totally, I didn't agree. I think, actually, I've got this theory that he was kind of a victim during that weird 80s period after Hotter Than July of people bringing gear into the studio and going, do this, because there's a lot of cold sounding stuff on some of those, you know, characters, skeletons, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's nice, it's good, but it did not have that kind of deep vibe for me from those seminal talking book innovations fulfilling this. I could talk all day about it, Stevie. Sorry.
Well, I have to admit now, in front of everybody, that I took a distortion plug-in.
Did you?
And had a crack at it. And all I can say is, I still have something to aspire to.
Yeah.
It's like, it was okay, but it wasn't that. Not in the slightest.
No, amazing.
But I like having things to aim for.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody summoned Davos. Oh.
Not me this time.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Because it's also roboting anybody who's talking as well. It comes out your end and comes back as Davros, Supreme Leader of the Daleks.
That's definitely one piece of kit that should not have been put in front of Stevie Wonder in the 80s. Whatever vocoder Roland's using.
Oh.
Is it still happening? Because then I might.
No, you're okay.
No, that's all right now.
Oh, weird. Okay. No, oh God, I just bought this. Does anybody know this? It's actually quite good. Hang on. I was quite surprised. It's basically the evolution of the VP330, but
all right.
One of these modern VP7. It's very dusty.
Oh.
It's got all the same things as the VP330, but obviously DSP. I've got the real one there. I compared it. It's
Oh, we've got to get nerdy now. What, the Mark 1 or the Mark 2?
I've got the Mark 1.
Ah, okay.
Oh, you never saw that one, no? I never had to bring it to you because it was working straight away.
Yeah, I've got a Mark 1, haven't I? It's in the cupboard.
Yeah. But I got it for the strings. Again, Vangelis. I only care about the strings.
Yeah.
Vangelis used for choir occasionally.
Yeah, you got to have the choir. Got to have the choir, man.
Sound. Oh.
But like Chariots of Fire, that's choir, just one there droning in the background, right?
Well, Blade Runner theme starts with the choir. Down the bottom.
I love the choir as well, of course. Those unrealistic vocals, yeah.
Yeah. That's what's weird about it, really, when you think about it. It's an iconic sound, and yet it doesn't sound anything like what it's actually supposed to be.
It never should. It never should.
Became its own thing. Became its own thing.
My Frank Ellis favourite, See You Later, that's like all full of 330.
Yeah.
And a lot of Pro Mars and Jupiter 4.
Also very difficult to play because of this weird attack thing. Kent. You have to learn how to play you can't just play it like a Juno or something.
Yeah.
It responds completely, but you have to release your fingers and press again. Otherwise, you cut off the.
Yeah.
How Vangelis did that? He must be genius, like to play like.
Yeah, it was very, very quirky kind of thing.
That's where the 505 was brilliant because it had that second touch thing, didn't it?
Yeah.
I've got that one as well.
So much more controllable. I love the 505.
Yeah.
Oh, did I mention that I'm a string machine fetishist? It's my favorite thing. String machines out at the top.
I'll tell you what I do have here. I must find out what its name is, but it's a Farfisa, and it's kind of along the lines of the Pro Soloist.
Oh.
And I typed this, I typed Farfisa into Google and it went to images and went through every single image on Google, and it's not there.
Oh, you must keep it then.
It belongs to a customer, but I'm going to I'll take a photograph of it. I've never seen this thing before, and it has separate portamento for the synth, one synth side and the other synth side.
The audio's going again.
Oh, good grief. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why.
It's like being on stage with a wireless guitar and a taxi comes through.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Like the military
Oh,
base scene in Spinal Tap.
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah,
better?
did I? That's better. Did I
Now
tell
I
you,
know what
Dave?
to do next time. I now know what to do.
Did I
when it
tell you
comes.
about what Tiny Edwards was saying about? It was on stage setting up a Hammond and I think it was a 200A, and there was one of the stage guys miking up a theremin.
Oh yeah, 2 mics.
Wind up the. You're like, wow.
Yeah. You're new to this job, aren't you?
Yeah. You've ever seen a theremin before, have you? Fucking hell, boy. Oh, man.
Love that.
It's a bit, well, it's like that photo, isn't it, that goes around on Facebook with the mic'd electronic drum pad.
Yes. Yeah. From the bottom, because it sounds better.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Oh, man. Oh, dear. I tell you what, Tiny must have some stories.
Yeah, he's been around a long time.
Cool, isn't he, just?
That's what we were saying this evening after the Frank news. It was just like, everyone's shuffling off, aren't they? You know, all the kind of big heroes and all the rest of it. It's just like, God. I mean, we went through a spate, didn't we, a few years ago? And it was like, I remember saying at the time, can somebody just wrap Stevie Wonder in cotton wool?
Yeah.
It's like, I hope this isn't the start of another thing. But yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I just can't believe Klaus Schulze and Vangelis
Yeah.
so close together. They are my two main people, and it's too close. I don't know how am I going to cope with this.
Yeah. If you get Jargo now, you've got the complete trifecta, haven't you?
And when Edgar Fröse died already, I thought, no, these people must not die. Then Isao Tomita, no? Which a lot of my friends, I said, oh, Isao Tomita died. I'm really upset. I said, who? What? Because only synth people know.
Yeah.
Isao Tomita, nobody else knows who that is.
Yeah.
And then Klaus Schulze, yeah, and now Vangelis, yeah.
Although I play Snowflakes of Dancing. You've seen the workshop, haven't you? Where I got the CD player up on the wall. Snowflakes of Dancing's on every day. Every day.
Does it help you work?
Yeah, it's fantastic music to have in the background while you're working, because it stops you from punching the synthesizers until there's bone in their stool.
Or blowing them up.
Or blowing them up, yeah. Heck yeah.
You don't play the funny pictures on the exhibition ones?
No, I no.
Chicken
the
sounds
lot.
and all that?
Yeah, no, the lot, mate. We don't skip any tracks around here, mate. I tell you, the whole lot. It all works. It all works. And a lot of new music as well. There's because on the CD there was a load of tracks that never made it to their original album, and you can hear why. Some of them are like, really? You bothered writing that? And now you're bothering to put it on the album? Wow. Some of them are really quite cheese overload, you know? But
yeah, didn't do it for me. I don't know why he didn't do it. And Kitaro and all that, I was just like, I think I was just looking for something a bit fresher, because everyone was kind of doing classical.
Kitaro was a bit cheesy, no? Kitaro, very cheesy.
Yeah, it wasn't.
What are you saying? Guitar was great. Also, like before that, if you like prog rock, Sai's Family Band by Guitar was a member. That was amazing.
Kitaro was too happy for me, I think. It's a bit too...
oh, your sound's gonna get bugged.
Audio's gonna get rolling.
Yeah, we've got trying to think what the other album is.
And now it's back.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
That's right. Larry Fast.
Yeah, no synergy.
Yeah, got. I think we've got 2 Synergy albums. I don't know if there's more, to be honest. I got Games and Audion, which I think I've worn holes in on the CD player. I've played them so often. But there again, I can play both albums as well. So I learn all of it.
In the car, it has to be Tangerine Dream in the car. It just works. Driving, always Tangerine Dream.
Yellow is
I can't work to Tangerine Dream because it ambles too much.
Not driving.
Oh yeah, driving fine, but when I'm working, I can't have albums that amble along too much. There is a Tangerine Dream album in the playlist, which is Tangram.
Okay.
Which I know note for note. absolutely nailed that.
Oh, and what does everybody think about? I hate when they remake movies that we've already seen and we don't need a remake. Completely useless. Firestarter, Stephen King, just been remade, and it's going to be without the Tangerine Dream soundtrack, so it's going to be absolutely useless.
Comes after. I'm like really confused. It's like it might be good, but also the only redeeming feature of the original film was one of Tangerine Dream's greatest records coming out of it.
Well, the crazy George C. Scott character was fun too. So the fake Indian guy.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen it yet, so I'm gonna. Well, I'll watch it. Why not? But, yeah, it's got Zac. I quite like Zac Efron, so let's have a look. Let's see how
Zac
that
Efron
is.
in a Stephen King horror film.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
Wasn't anything wrong with the original.
No, they keep doing that, and then they don't change the title. So if next generation's gonna say, "Oh, let's watch King Kong," well, which one? From the 30s, from the 70s, from the 90s? Like, there's 10 of them.
I had that with Charlie's Angels.
Yeah.
What do you mean there's no Kate Jackson in it? Damn you!
Yeah.
And now we've got a female Hulk.
Oh man,
have we?
Yeah.
She-Hulk, attorney at law. I shit you not. That's
really?
the title.
Good God.
Is it a Netflix series or?
No, it's Marvel, so it'll be on Disney Plus.
Oh.
Don't have that.
How to destroy a franchise? Yes.
People are up in arms. They're all Sonic the Hedgehog about the CGI. They're really laying into it because it just looks wrong. I mean, great, go for it, you know. But
if you follow
it doesn't
Critical
look
Drinker on YouTube, he has a great review about it.
Yeah,
I like the female Doctor Who. That was good.
Yeah, that's fine.
She was good. She was good.
Stories
The
was
were
shit.
Awful.
Well, yeah.
The writing was awful. She would have been. She was done a total injustice.
It's far too woke.
Well, I mean, we're getting a trans Rose now.
Well,
fine. That's
we're getting
fine.
a gay black doctor. Fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know,
But Russell
make
T
the
Davies will be writing the
stories
scripts.
good. Make the
Russell-
stories
well,
good.
It's Russell T Davies. It's not going to be bad, is it? Has he ever done anything bad?
There's always a first time.
Depends what parameters the BBC have set.
Well, it's not the BBC that makes it anymore, is it?
Isn't it?
Makes that.
It's a production company that does it
You're
for
breaking
the
up, Roland.
BBC.
The last time was good. David Tennant.
Your audio's
Audio's gone up the wall.
Yeah, look, he's there. He's
It's
there.
going.
Is that the Gran Turismo logo? I see.
That's the
It
Gran
is.
Turismo.
And I got that lovely lady talking me through the whole thing.
Yeah. You know she doesn't stop until you turn her off.
I found the turn off button. Though. Luckily, I caught her at the time.
I
Talks
knew
you
my
through
wife
turning
had gone
herself
somewhere.
off as well.
Yeah, but even when you're moving the arrow around, you know,
Yeah.
you're entering your name and stuff, and it was like arrow up, KENT underscore SBO, arrow down, enter. It's like, shut up, woman.
So I missed entirely the Oberheim. Is it sexy as hell? I mean, I heard it whilst I was over there, but
It's
too bloody impressed.
right behind Dave's head.
God, Dave, give us a tune.
It'll sound shit, won't it, through here? I haven't got anything plumbed in through
Oh.
this.
All right. Well, it was
up-
pretty impressive.
It's beautiful. It is really beautiful.
Let's watch the videos from Superbooth. There's a lovely demonstration.
I was there. I played it.
Actually, so this is one that came from. It was at Super Booth, so it came to us from there.
Yeah.
At a very
Also,
nice
I
museum.
touched that. My word.
Probably.
It's got.
I should have
Dom-
wiped it down, though.
It's got Dom
Yeah.
DNA.
Did you meet up with Tom there, Dave?
Quick, clone him.
No,
I
I
didn't
didn't
go.
know. But no, there's a bit of dribble on the arpeggiator button.
Yeah. Dribble, he says.
Yeah.
Dribble.
Well, I can tell you this much: when Gordon Reed gets this off of me, he's going to have to do a lot of cleaning up.
Oh, is it going to Gordon, is it?
Yeah, we got it for a while. Then it goes to Gordon. Then I think it goes down to Nick, and then it's back to us.
Yeah, but it'll have to be clean when it goes to Gordon.
Can it come via Suffolk, please?
Actually, I hope I'm not talking out of turn, but they found one very look. Marcus Ryle is unbelievably fastidious, and obviously he's been heavily involved with this. So, and I can't sing Marcus's praises highly enough. He's a fucking genius, and he's definitely somebody I'd like to kill and eat and possess his power. But he heard something on one voice that he was. I think it was just some bleed or something, and they were saying, "Oh, it might have been, some soldering on the board." So when it came here, what the sequential guy said to us is that they're going to send us the board when he flew back to San Francisco yesterday. They're going to send us the board. We're going to fit it, and it will only go to Gordon when everybody's absolutely sure. Because I know from Gordon doing our reviews is that Gordon goes through 100% of every single parameter on anything.
Yeah, there's a certain percentage of OCD involved.
Oh, totally.
I got to be honest. I didn't notice it when I was there. So
no, I haven't noticed it. That's the thing, and I'm thinking, oh God, they're so much better than me.
Are you there banging jump out on it?
I can only play 5 notes at a time anyway, so that's probably why.
Well, you'd be all right with a Prophet 5.
I was going to bring something up the other day. Do you remember Sequential brought out a synthesizer a short while ago called the Take 5?
Yeah.
It's disappeared, hasn't it?
What's happened to that? Because nobody talks about it. Nobody sees nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you know what people don't talk about, and it really surprises me, is that Pro 3. That is stunning.
No, you know what's better? The Pro 2. No, the Pro 2. The Pro 2. I have the Pro 2, and I listened to the Pro 3, and for some reason, the Pro 2, he got everything right. Everything.
No. The Pro 3, it's one more. You see, it's better. It has a 3 on it, not a 2.
For some reason, the Pro 2 was like one of these eureka moments. It's just perfect. It's amazing. And they're still a bit under the radar, so they're not that expensive secondhand still. So I recommend it highly.
Audio's going again.
It's because he's on a Pro 2.
Yeah. Oh man!
See, now I know what to do.
Why is it doing it then? What's?
No, well, I've never been in this chat, so I don't really use this.
You literally have to switch it off and on again. I think that happened to.
You know what I do? I switch from my Universal Apollo back to the microphone on my Mac. So for some reason, when I do back and forth,
it kicks the audio drive, doesn't it? Yeah.
Maybe I should turn the Apollo off completely, and then.
It can be a sample rate clash between the two, maybe.
Actually, let me try that. I just turn off the Apollo. I don't need it anyway. Just need to save anything.
5 megs away.
Whoa.
What is this game?
Gran Turismo. Yeah, I got PlayStation 5 after waiting about 2 years.
Dun dun dun.
What was that bang?
Me.
Yeah, it sounded good.
Pardon.
I thought it was outside. I thought somebody was letting fireworks off. What the fuck?
No, it's a new track I'm working on. I can't believe I'm working on a track. Fucking hell.
Honestly, he's not even cold in the grave yet, and you're trying to take his place already.
Oh no, this is nothing.
Well, I had him on the show on Sunday. What a shitter. Sorry, too soon.
Too soon.
Yeah. Hashtag too soon.
That's terrible.
Sorry.
I'm glad you said that.
Oh God, I laugh at everything inappropriate.
Yeah, but that's why it's funny.
Yeah.
Because it's inappropriate. Yeah.
Well, I love it. Oh, hilarious.
I mean, I've called Dom a challenging wank before now. I mean, come on. Nothing is sacred here. There's no hallowed ground around here, mate.
Well, it wasn't that challenging when we were on Sonic Talk.
No, but I had a kind of I had my wig on and stuff.
Yeah.
It made it a lot more challenging.
Oh man. Ay.
Oh, I'll tell you what I got the other day.
Storm drums.
No, good God, that's old. It's got to have a 3, remember? A Storm Drum 1.
Sounds like East-West storm drums.
Oh, God, yeah. East-West Storm Drums. God, bloody hell, that's going back some.
Hollywood.
Yeah, I bought Hollywood Strings Diamond Edition and the Hollywood Brass Diamond, and then found a library on Native Instruments.
Yeah, Contact.
That surpassed both of them. So I stopped using them because of this 40 quid library come along. It's like...
That's like one of Ty's string samples, isn't it? That he's had for like 20 years or something.
Yeah.
It's this it's got this sort of amazing attack to it, so it's really good. It doesn't get lost.
So it works perfectly, even though it doesn't even sound very violin.
Yeah.
But he blends it in, and it's like nails it. There's something about it.
Or something from years ago. You can play it quickly and slowly, and it still works. So
yeah. Because there was a trick he was talking about, and I turned around to him and said, "I do the same thing." And there's a thing where you repeatedly hit the key on the note, and you go to the next note and repeatedly hit it. Don't hold it.
Yes.
You repeatedly play that, and you do it, and it just builds this beautiful string sound.
Yeah, that's right. When he did the first time I met him, it was at this Bristol Sonic State thing that they organised, and he did that brilliant demo.
Yeah.
I think you were there, Dave.
Yeah. I did the 8 voice. But that choir he used, man.
Yeah. Again, a really old thing. But yeah, and he said he used to play. And so when it was handed over to whoever it was that had to turn this into a score, it was a complete nightmare because what should actually be one long note was him going.
Complete hundreds, yeah. Yeah,
amazing.
But it really, really works. There's certain sounds that it really, really works on really well. Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing. That talk of his was...
Yeah.
Utterly, I was standing with Will Gregory at the back,
right,
and they were all just kind of going. In fact, Will Gregory said to Nick, "Wow, you got Ty Unwin. You got Ty Unwin.
You have to put the link
You
up.
can't get rid of the fat bastard."
Is he there?
He's in and out like a
like
or a what's it, isn't he?
He's like a candle burner.
An entire plank with his house.
He's coming.
Here we go.
That was shit. That was really shit.
Batteries going.
It was the worst demo I've ever seen, Ty.
Can't I? You got the link now. Oh, who it in?
Who's that?
Pass.
It's
At the Emacs again. At the Emacs.
No, that's.
There
this
he is.
Something everybody always wanted was a gamelan instrument.
He's still fucking warm. Sad fucker.
What?
He's still fucking warm.
I'm so sorry. It slipped out.
I was going to have him on the show on fucking Sunday. Fucking hell.
I'm really sorry. Sometimes I say things and then I just go, did I really say that out loud? And then by then it's too late. Occasionally I'm
my granny. I mean,
And I mean, that's normally my job.
You must have done.
Honestly, thought I got away with it.
I thought it's supposed to be my job.
Fucking hell.
I thought you were dialing in to complain about your string sounds or something. Sorry, no, it's completely my bad. I take it. I will find a Mexican hat in penance.
Wow. Yeah, I should point out at this stage that when my mom was dying, genuinely the way that I got through it was to basically just take the piss out of her constantly because she couldn't answer back. So she was genuinely, kind of dying in front of my house on the hospital bed.
Yeah.
With ripping a clothes because she's so high on morphine, ripping the clothes, ripping the bed sheets off and ripping her gown off, and and you don't really want to be seeing your 70-odd-year-old mother, in that state. And initially I was trying to stay, and in the end I was just there going, "Mom, it's fine. If you want to put on a show for everyone," and just sitting there in this empty room with myself going, "But I just must say, Mom, you've let yourself go." And so I'm with you. My way of dealing with the whole thing is to do nothing but laugh and take the piss. But for fuck's sake, the man is still, the blood's still moving a bit.
Yeah, well, I did the same. He got me through with Mum.
Technically, he died 2 days ago.
Oh,
so.
for fuck's sake, Rob! Don't
he
don't
cold.
give in to Dom.
He's refrigerated.
Give Dom an inch. We know what happens.
I just say in Germany, that's why I love living in England, because when somebody dies, they still keep a certain humor here, and you have to. And in Germany, it's so bloody grim. The few everybody, oh no, you mustn't, and everybody, it's horrible. I much prefer here when you can laugh.
When I gave the eulogy,
very English.
I think I said this. I know that I said to Kev, but yeah, when I gave the eulogy for my mom, it was basically 20 minutes of me just acting the fucking clown and just making the whole thing as funny and hilarious as possible. It was my one opportunity to basically tell all the stories of what, when she was being a silly cow, and it was great, and she couldn't help tell me off, or so I made the whole thing just as funny as possible, because it's really easy to just see the whole thing as one big sorrow fest, and we all know it's sad, but exactly as we're all going to go. We're all going to go. It's going to happen to all of us.
Just watch John Cleese eulogy for Graham Chapman.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely, you've got to try and see. I mean, you've got to try and see try and find light in any situation, and but we all know it's very sad, but. So genuinely, joking aside, well done, Dom. That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
It was really fucking funny. Enough to make me fucking draw away the fact that I can't decide whether to go for G minor or G major on this fucking chord that's gone round and round and round and round, and I can't. And it was enough to drag me away to go, yeah, okay, that tosser deserves a bollocking. And meanwhile, Dave!
Hey, how are you, man?
Oh, I'm alright, mate. How are you?
Are you busy?
Oh, fuck off.
Are you allowed to say what it is?
Yeah, it's a BBC series. It's nothing. It's just another BBC series of being big and epic, and so it's one of those. But it's all right. It's okay. It'll be over soon. That's the main thing. So yeah. Can I also just say, for anyone that doesn't actually realise this, that we all know this, Kent all knows this, Robbie all knows this, Dom already knows this. But if you don't know this, Dave is literally one of the top blokes on earth. And I think all of us that actually genuinely know Dave will absolutely confirm this fact. Dave is...
That's recorded. That was recorded. That is a recording of Ty being nice about
Dave
somebody.
No, but I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny.
I thought you didn't drink, Ty.
There's lots of people on here, because I don't, some of you, obviously I know via this, and some people, some of you I know via the fact that I actually, some of us I haven't really met, particularly like Robbie and I, we've never physically met. But we talk a decent amount. And although Kent and I pretend that we live with one another, I mean, we talk.
We kind of
almost
do.
Daily, but,
sort of, yeah.
Which reminds me, you owe me an interview, by the way, so I need to come and see you now that we can.
You can come and see me whenever you want.
And I will bring cameras.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and the same with Dom. But what
he's got his own. Don't worry.
What I'm trying to say to people is, I know you don't. These are fucking lovely people. Rich. I mean, I've only met Rich 2 or 3 times, and yet he is such a fucking star.
Yeah, he's a diamond.
Although these people on here, we all pretend, we can all give the persona of being nice people, where we're on a fucking. Okay, I fail miserably on this fucking. But we can all give it the persona of being decent human beings. But this lot here, this little page, he's just full. Sorry, I feel really bad that you're the only one, Roland, that I haven't said anything about. You could be a complete wanker for all I know. I don't.
I'll vouch for him. He's a good lad.
I know Ken very well, but nobody else sees.
I'm going to go with Roland's a nice bloke as well, even though I couldn't say it. Now that he's sorted his fucking sound issues out, because that was fucking annoying. I'm glad you sorted it out now. But
it was all Universal Audio fault.
Oh, okay. Would you know?
The Apollo.
But,
Well, it goes without saying anyway, doesn't it?
But I do just want to say, because I am going to fuck off again, so I'm just doing the lovey moment. That, you know, kind of the fact that we've got Kent and Robbie and Dave and Dom and Rich as a little figure who's not there. But if Rich was here, honestly, these are just like, you know, 5 of the nicest people you could ever meet. And cunt features in the corner. There he is! See?
You talked him up.
This lot here.
You drew him out of his fooding.
This lot here are all
Room
absolutely
service.
fucking-
Ooh.
Oh my god, that looks incredibly healthy. Yeah, okay. I'm only talking about trying to lose weight. I can do the talk. I can't do the doing.
Don't put Rich's screen too close to Ty.
Yeah, I
He
won't.
might lose weight.
You know what? Honestly, today at the I think because I don't do cheese, they basically I gave them so much grief because they didn't get the doesn't do cheese routine. All they got was vegan. Don't you fucking laugh. So when they gave all the special thing, so everyone else is getting it.
What?
I get fucking vegan. Except the lovely composer that I was sat next to, Justine, actually was vegan. I mean, putting a vegan by me is always a mistake at the best of times.
I know the feeling.
You might eat them.
Yeah, exactly. But having a vegan sat next to me whilst I'm having to eat their shit as well really was not a good combination. The only good thing about it is because she was vegan. Obviously, when she did hit me, there was no force or power to it. Obviously, she didn't have the energy. But I mean, honestly, make me eat vegan shit. I have to, and I'd love to at this point turn around and go, do you know what? It was all proved wrong. It was delicious, and I'm completely convinced it was fucking rank. It was just dire.
I would have refused it.
It was
on
like
principle.
eating my own foot, except there was more flavour. It was, yeah.
Well, talking of that, did you see there was an advert going around on Facebook, or on my Facebook? Some guy has started a vegan record label.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. What does that
I
mean?
didn't know you could eat the. I didn't know you could eat the
using
records.
plastic. They're not using plastics for the records then.
No, clearly they're edible records. I mean, is it like what?
No. I mean, the thing is, I'd love to find out stuff like what does that involve? Genuinely, what does that involve?
Well, it means he'll sign up artists who are vegan.
Oh, is that? It's not. They're not producing things.
No. It's
songs about cheese.
You have to be a certified vegan.
How do you certify yourself as a vegan?
You lie.
You probably come in very, very pale,
Come in
unable
wearing a
to hold
suit
up
made
your
of
own
lettuce.
clothes.
Don't have the strength to hold a synth.
Yeah.
Maybe I
George
should
used to have
start
a label called More Protein. They go well together, wouldn't they?
You only use teenage engineering.
This is where Richard reminds us that he was vegan.
Well, none of that's true, but that's all. And I mean, other than the fact that I was various kinds of vegetarian at various times, but Nick Rhodes is a vegan, and he can play a synth.
Can't carry one though.
He wasn't
Probably
vegan in the 80s, though, was he?
A very small one. He could probably carry an OP1.
Yeah. And all the songs are only 3 minutes long because he runs out of energy in his fingers.
I was gonna say, all jokes aside, there's some Ironman triathlon winners that are vegan. So.
Oh, shut up! Don't spoil it.
That ruins the joke.
How dare you have reasoning at the point?
Oh, no, you can't. The joke has to work.
We're using the Rhodes scale here, the Rhodes scale of veganism. It's a well-established scale.
Oh dear.
Well,
you know
I'm
what?
going to have to go and test out my Gran Turismo or whatever it is. It's just.
Can I point out that mine is still? How many weeks have I had it now?
Oh, more.
It's still in the box, isn't
Still
it?
in the box.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. It's cool. You
Look,
have a
it's just
reason.
asking me to click the square. I'm gonna have to
I
see,
am
yes.
so jealous of all of you lot who are just, That's.
But I'm probably so much better at it than you are, Ty. It's probably best it stays in the box.
Fighting tall.
Oh, a challenge. Mm.
And I'm not competitive, so it's fine. I'm not
The
competitive,
difference is that Ty probably owns the cars that you guys are driving.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what. I mean, we got to have a challenge one day.
Yeah.
Well, look, okay. This is absolutely serious. Mine is still in the box. I have my wheel. I told you I bought a new wheel. Still in the box. The stand for the wheel and the frame and all that kind of thing under the piano. You know, so it's all there waiting. It's just me just getting.
Yeah, but when you've got 2 minutes to rub together.
Yeah. Well, okay. Exactly. Well, I'll see you in September.
Yeah.
No. Honestly, no. Be another month, and then then I'm back.
I'll see you all a bit later on.
All right, darling.
Good luck.
See you, Dom.
Take care, buds.
Brilliant. Take care. See you.
Right, Dom.
By the way, Rich. Niall, obviously Niall was there today, and I was literally stood next to him, and I was so tempted, and I didn't because it would be a dickish thing to do, just to turn around and say hi. You don't know me, but
can you send my love to Rich?
I know, but I didn't because it really would have been a dickish thing to do.
Where were you? Where were you?
At the Ivers. At the Ivers.
I don't know.
Oh, have I dropped Niall in it now? You didn't know Niall's at the Ivers. Oh my God.
What is the
really
Ivers?
bad. The Ivor Novello Award.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he was there. He was given an award to somebody. Oh, Shakira. That was it. He was
Oh, okay.
Shakira, who I was talking to about aircon. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Sorry.
So
But yeah.
nice hobnobbing you're doing there, Ty.
That's pretty
Well, no, I didn't even know it was Shakira. So that's the
even
level
better.
of my hobnobbing.
That's the
She was
best part, is when you
She was
don't
just
know.
a woman
really
stood there that I was talking to with no knowledge of who she was.
Yeah, I love that. I love when that happens.
So, yeah.
Did she have a sense of humor about it?
Well, I don't know. She was in the Blokes Gents with me at the time, so no. I made that up. That was made up. No.
Exclusive.
Did she shake you off?
So many comebacks to that.
Yeah, I know. It's been candle burning all night.
I've eaten now. My brain is re-engaged.
Ah,
Excellent. No.
the power of lettuce.
And
As I said,
food always tastes better when someone else has prepared it for you.
But genuinely, the best bits of this afternoon were Paul Heaton, who was just absolutely hilarious. I mean, genuinely hysterical. And I think I said, Peter Kay, who gave the Peter Gabriel Award. But Peter Kay basically did his speech given the award was essentially just 10 or 15 minutes of stand-up. And he just was going off on telling Peter Kay stories. Do you know who Peter Kay is, Rich? He's a British comedian who is, he's very funny. He's very observational, very northern working class observation comedy. Very
Maybe
funny.
I do know who this guy is. Does he do a lot of political commentary?
No.
Okay.
Completely opposite. No politics really at all.
Okay.
It's all just observational of.
Yeah, it's about people.
People
family and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Garlic.
But he so he was given the award because he's a friend of Peter Gabriel and a big fan, and he was just literally it was just stand up, and I know it's really sad to say that was the highlight of an award ceremony, but it was. But
So what were you doing there, Ty?
oh no, BBC just invite me every year.
Ah, okay.
So literally just.
Here's what you could have won.
Yeah, if you're any fucking good.
Aye.
Special program.
If you work hard, you might win one.
I can honestly say every time all of these, if you ever look at the ones that win these things, they're always the score that it's the kind of stuff I do is never ever ever going to win this kind of award. And you look at all the people that I admire and I love, none of them have ever won an award ever. that you have to, because I mean the thing is, I know so many people. I mean, I was a judge at the BAFTAs a few years ago, so I know the criteria of what you have to adhere to when you're doing the judging, and there's a set of what they look for, what you're meant to look for, you know, all this kind of thing. I know for a fact I don't tick any of the boxes at all, and so I will never ever win anything like this. And
but you don't do it to win.
I would be worried if I did, because if I did, it would mean that I'd be doing things that kind of
You've gone mainstream.
Well, it's kind of just aren't natural for the way I do stuff. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, I do my shit in the way I do my shit, and that's it. And
well, it'd be nice if they recognize that. But and on that subject, I actually took some time to look for some of your work. And
I'm sorry.
In the United
It's
States,
awful, isn't it?
I'm going to have to wait until I get to England to hear your work because you can't hear any of it in the United States.
Oh, you can't hear that much over here, but
No.
it's you have to really search for it. There's not that much, you know.
Hey, Rich, if you get a VPN, you can change your locale and watch it that way.
It's not worth it. Believe me, it is not worth it.
I've done
I
Andy,
can
but
ass-
I'm just
can
talking
assure
about
you-
hearing soundtrack music.
I can hear you. My output is not worth the amount of effort it would go to.
Oh, well, don't
Bullshit, Ty. Bullshit.
Rich, I'll tell you what to do. Next time you're over, Rich, next time you're here, we'll,
Personal concert.
you can come and listen to some of my...
Just Google snow in Moscow, okay? And then that's it. That's all you
That's
need.
my fucking girlfriend you're talking about.
I meant it completely, you know. Yeah.
No, I still want a copy of your the dinosaurs by the farm one.
Do you know what? Do you just watch
With the
you just want the
hidden
music?
DX7.
You just
With
want-
the hidden DX7, yeah.
I will. Do you know what? I'll send you a folder over tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah, because you sent me a lump,
Okay, I'll send you to you as
and
well.
I play it regularly, but I kind of really know it now, and I want to hear what the rest of it's like.
Oh, the rest of it's just crap. But
Shut up. Shut up, you tart.
I just did good bits. So,
I don't know.
no, it's fine.
Do you ever find yourself spoofing a genre while you're doing it, like deliberately? You know
only
what
if
I
I
mean?
have. Yeah, of course I do.
If you're doing Dinosaur Store, there are certain ponderous things everybody does when they're doing dinosaurs because you have to convey the weight of the animal. So, do you find yourself simultaneously doing what's expected, but also kind of spoofing the way it's being done?
There were about 3 points in that 90 minutes where there was no other way to do it. I tried to be smart. I tried to be clever.
Yeah.
And then you do sit there going, yeah, I can see why they do this because it's the only way of doing it. It's exactly the same as many moons ago. This is where the screen goes all wobbly and there's harp music. When I was really starting out, and I did a porn. I've said this story before. Where I did a kind of soft porn thing. I was adamant that I wasn't going to do the whole waka waka and do it. Yeah, I wasn't going to do that. I was going to be really smart ass, really cool, really down, kind of really. And I did the first 20 minutes of this, and I played it to the girlfriend, and I was so smug, going, "Hey, what do you think?" And she watched it and went, "Yeah, it's really good, but kind of distracts from the visuals somewhat, and that's not really what you want, is it?" And they're going, "No, well." So I reread it anyway. Honestly, went basically back to Waka Waka, and that was it. So the whole score, fucking saxophone, it had fucking saxophone on it. So I was so.
Well, you've got to blow something.
I was so adamant. Yeah, so I was so adamant that I was going to change the genre, and the reality is, there's a reason.
There's a reason
why.
it's done
There
that
is.
way.
There is a reason. There's a reason for all this shit.
It was the taiko drums that ruined it for her, wasn't it?
Yeah, it should have been pumping techno.
Yeah, you know the thing I always remember. The thing I always remember about that film is that it's one of these. I think. Do you remember when I've said this before? It's one of the Lover's Guide videos, and it was something called, and it was called Real Lives, Real Sex, and it was that kind of. They could get away with it being porn because it's kind of supposedly educational. Yeah, of course it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I've used that excuse loads of times.
It was one of those. But the scene I always remember because I was getting all the uncut videos, so I was getting all the stuff where you're still getting director's comments audible on the screen. I mean, fucking hilarious.
How distracting that
Oh
was.
my god, it was just honestly hysterical. You hear this voice in the director turning around and going, and come? It's like pretending to.
Yeah.
Anyway, you don't need to know all that. But
Lick her ass, lick her
one
ass.
thing I really, you think you're joking. You think you're joking.
No,
But
I've seen one. Yeah.
But the best part about it was there was this one thing about if you couldn't keep an erection, or you needed you came too quickly, and to strengthen, you basically have to do this thing with a face towel, basically hanging it over your whatever and doing exercises with it. Okay. But the thing is, the couple they used for this particular sequence, and he basically obviously was coming too quickly. He was very muscly. Okay, he was a real muscly guy. Quite short.
Yeah,
very muscly.
steroids affect performance, I believe.
Yes, and I'm just going to say, somewhere along the line, I don't think these muscles were 100% natural, because I'm sure that some substances had gone into him. Because although he was a muscly guy, he was hung like a small newt. And when he had to do these exercises, and what I don't get is, at some point, I'm not being funny, the same way this morning I looked in the mirror and thought, you're a fat fucker. And in the same way that we've all looked in the mirror at some toilets, dressed in whatever we're wearing, going, I can't possibly be seen out looking like that. We've all done this. At some point, he stood in front of a mirror going, I think I'm going to go and make a porn movie. Because I'm not being funny, if I was hung like that, it would be more a case of, I never want another human being to see my cock. Because it was minute. But for some reason, this guy with his partner went from that to the, but not only that, had to have the embarrassment of doing exercises with a face towel hanging over his very small penis. I mean, I say face towel, he may well have used a napkin. Actually, not even maybe a wet wipe.
A tissue.
He could have put a wet wipe. It was, and I had to write fucking music for this. At no point when I'm learning to write music did I learn how to write wet wipes over cock music. It's not in the 100 tips to be a good composer.
And the track was called Needle Dick, the Bug Fucker.
It was just, honestly, this is, but I think I have told the story. This was also the same film that they dragged me down from Birmingham when I had fuck all money. That I lived in Birmingham and I couldn't afford to go down to London. And they dragged me down to London to drag me into this office, and I waited and waited and waited, and the producer just came into this office, and all he turned around to me and just his exact words were, "I want this film to be the Pulp Fiction of soft porn." And I went, "Okay." He went, "Do you know what I mean?"
So shots all over the place.
No, listen, he just went. Do you know what I mean? And I went, "Well," and he went, "I'll leave it with you," and then fucked off. And I'm sat there in this office, just going, and his secretary had to come in and go, "Yeah, the meeting's over now." And I'm thinking, I've just fucking paid to come down from Birmingham to London. I've got no money, and I come down for him to turn around and go, "I want this to be the Pulp Fiction of soft porn," and that was all. That was the entire guidance I got given. Yeah, on that job. Yeah.
And was it?
Oh, it was shit. I mean, it was the film was shit. The music was even worse. You know, lots of waka waka and saxophones. I mean, what more? And
but you got paid, so
I got paid. I got 3 months to just watch shit porn. I mean, what more can you want in life? You know?
I would say, based on your discussion of the talent, how'd you resist using the toy piano sound?
Can I just point out, I don't know what kind of porn you've seen in your life, but I would say, if it involves a toy piano, you're watching the wrong sort, to be fair.
Well, the guy with the hand towel, you know.
Oh, that one.
Or piccolo music.
Yeah.
How many wah-wah pedals did you have to audition?
Oh, do you know what? I couldn't even afford wah-wah pedals. That's the sad part. This was before VSC. What would I have used? I must have used... What did I use? Because I'm not having one. I couldn't afford a wah-wah pedal.
Cardboard over the speaker.
I have no idea how I would have... But I would have got...
in your studio. How can you tell me you couldn't afford a wah-wah pedal?
Oh my God, Rich!
This is back in the early days when he was poor.
I was going to say, these were the early days where I literally had nothing. I mean, I was explaining to someone when I got my big break, in whatever year it was, when I did that space with Sam Neill, I did the whole of that was done with me, with it, because I didn't have a Betamax, and everyone I let them deliver the Betamax videos, not the Betamax, the the Sony Beta
Beta SP.
Pneumatic.
Yeah.
Was it Pneumatics? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Pneumatic.
Pneumatic was a long time ago.
Oh, well, whatever it was, they delivered the pro version. I had nothing to play that on, and I couldn't afford to buy a player. So I used to turn around and go, oh, just for convenience, can you send me a VHS at the same time? So they used to duplicate. And the courier used to bring up a VHS. And all I had was my JVC VHS. And I didn't have a computer. I had an ASQ10 sequencer. And I would have to sit there at the right point on the video and allow for the pressing the play, and when it moved the 1 second on the video, and press the play on the ASQ10 to do all of the multi-tracking on it. And if I made a mistake, I used to have to stop and go back to that bit. And so if you ever watch Sam, Space with Sam Neill, if you ever watch that, that was all done just pressing play and play as close as I could. And it's probably the best score ever written. None of it is frame accurate because it was totally impossible. It was literally kind of to the nearest second-ish. And yet it just seems like, it's probably one of my favorite scores I've ever done. I know for a lot of people that know my shit, it's one of their favorites. And yet it was done hardware sequencer, no gear, just, it was just no time, no gear, and it was done so rough and ready. But,
So you basically don't need any of that stuff you got.
Of course I don't. Look, you and
like,
I know
like
this.
me.
I need 5% of the gear I've got.
Yeah.
I need 5%.
Well, is this from the time when you could only afford a couple of things and then you get every last bit of juice out of them?
Exactly. This is what I've said. I've said this for years. Is the fact that the reality is back then I knew every single bit of my limited amount of gear, everything that it did. I knew everything about it, and that was fantastic. And now I know 5% of every bit of gear I've got.
But you have enough gear that you can just leave everything set the way that you set it.
Yeah,
and you don't need to program them again.
It's that. This was the thing, back in the day, I used to program. I used to sit there and grab a synth, and all I did was program. And if I would get whatever I needed and I wanted, and I would until I could, and I got it all. But you knew the limitations, you knew what it could do. Now I've just got so much stuff. If I can't get it on the first bit, I just go, I'll use something else. And then I'll get something out of that. I can't find it on this. I'll do something else. And it's the same if a bit of gear fails or whatever. I remember the day when if a piece of gear failed, it was the end of the world because you were fucked. Now it's just, if I've got a piece of gear that just goes down and I go, I'll just plug something else in. I'll use something else. So, and I have to say there's a lot to be said for knowing your gear like the back of your hand. There's a feeling about it which is just, there's something very special about when you know one piece of gear or two pieces of gear and you know everything about them. It's a fantastic feeling. You feel at one with them. I think that's the difference. I feel connected to very little in all my studio, like proper genuine connection. And
that's why a lot of new synths, when I buy them, I mean, I've usually the ones that are first to go are the new ones, and the vintage ones are always staying because I know them so well.
Yeah, they're part of the family.
And they're much easier to use. And when the menu gets so elaborate and you can do this and make your coffee and everything, then it gets all a bit much. And so the new ones usually go, and the straightforward vintage ones, they stay.
Yeah.
I'd say the Hydra is my new favourite family.
Well, there's exceptions, of course. There's always exceptions.
And the Oasis.
Oh, you love the Oasis. Yeah.
Mm.
You saying that, Ty? I've just done a load of outtakes of the Tom documentary, and it's basically Tom talking about, and Marcus talking about working with various musos. And Tom talks about going to Joe Zarinal's when Joe had bought the 8 voice, and he called him up and he's like, "I need some help with this." Tom drove up there, talked to him in technical terms, left thinking he didn't understand any of that. And then I think it was a couple of weeks later, he called him up and he said, "You got to hear this sound I got out of your machine." Tom drives up and he plays in Birdland, and he said, "I learnt something that day that great musicians know their instruments with a capital K."
Yeah.
And he said nobody has ever surpassed that kind of brass stuff that he did with the 8 voice.
Mm-hmm.
He said it just changed his perception of everything. And the other tiny funny thing is Marcus is saying that when he was at Oberheim, people would come by and meet Tom, and Tom said to him, "Oh, there's this guy coming in. I'd like to give him a demo of the Oberheim system." And Marcus is like, "Yeah, great." He's like, "Who is it?" It's like Oscar Peterson.
Oh, wow.
And Marcus is going, "I'm not going to play for Oscar Peterson."
Brilliant.
But know your instrument, and because stuff was so expensive back in the day, you had no choice but to just get into all the nooks and crannies.
Completely.
Well, it's like any other instrument. Like you make the thing an instrument, whether it be a piece of hardware, like in this case that you're describing, or a piece of software that you operate every day in order to achieve a creative goal. If you're focused, if you're caught up in the mire of operating the thing, you can't be free to create the music of life. But if you can get the operational aspects under your fingers in a way that doesn't require you to be constantly attending to them, then you can actually do some good work.
But yeah, what you're exactly right, because what I know is that the lack of genuine 100% knowledge I have with so much of the hardware that has now been completely challenged, channeled into the fact that you stick me on my system, you stick me on my door with my templates, with my libraries that I use every day of the week. That is the instrument that now I have invested years and years of time into. It's like the reason that I can knock up this shit so quickly is as much to do with the fact that I know that with these templates, with this library, with kind of when I want that particular string technique, I know automatically out of all of the dozens and dozens and dozens of string libraries, if I want a viola harmonic, I know which library to go to, which octave it's best at. Do you know what I mean? And it's how much I have to change the time allowance to allow for the attack of that sample. All of this shit, this is all learned. And so that door, that is my instrument that I now have invested that time. That's the instrument I now know like the back of my hand. Whereas before it used to be a DSS-1. It used to be whatever synth, was my fave at that moment. But,
Memory mode of all things.
Yeah, for you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So
Memory Moog and Dr. Click and Lindrum were my basis in the beginning, and I was just so.
We've all got them. We've all got them. But sometimes I think the frustration sometimes is I do look around at the amount of gear that I got, and I do generally just wish I had the time to just sit down and invest that kind of that real, get that knowledge back. I'd love to.
Well, and reinventing your process can be a really rewarding thing to do.
Absolutely.
It's very time consuming.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the killer. That's the killer.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, my life is all. It's all about time. That it's the one thing I just don't have enough of. And when I did have the time, when I took the time out,
didn't use it.
I didn't use it because my head was in such a place. The last thing I wanted to be doing was doing this shit. I just wanted to be, kind of actually finding life and actually doing life things again. And that's what I did. And it was fantastic. But of course, you then sit there going, oh, I want to, but it'll come. Hopefully before I pop my clogs. Although, to be fair, the way that you lot are talking about all this shit when anyone pops their clogs, you don't give a fuck. If I just don't turn up,
man. You're in big trouble.
Yeah, nobody's going to be turning around mourning me. It's just going to be turning around. They're going, that fucker's gone. He's not going to fucking annoy us again.
Yeah, I wonder where his gear is.
Yeah, the difference is we'll all be going, right, who's selling Ty's gear?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Don't worry, we have enough samples to create a virtual tie. So
brilliant. And you know what? I'd love it if you did.
We'll play the
I'd
accordion
love it
for
if
you.
did. I would genuinely love it if you all didn't give a fuck. That would be amazing.
Um,
That would be brilliant.
Ty, question. Quick
Go for
question.
it. Go.
How's Philp doing?
She's okay.
Okay.
No, she's all right.
Oh, she's all right.
She spent It's basically so she's for those in any way care about my love life. She's suffering from severe high blood pressure at the moment. I mean, really, really high blood pressure.
Yeah, mental high.
Like mental, like proper. Well, exactly, like proper mental off the scale.
Mm.
You know,
Who
and
are you talking about?
my other half.
Oh, yeah.
And so, but she spent yesterday in hospital, and they're changing medication, and she's had to have her eyesight tested because the levels are so high that they're checking the damage it could have done to her eyes and all this kind of thing. But I mean, she's going out with me, so obviously it's done some fucking damage long ago. But no, it's all. It looks like it's all on the way down slowly. They changed everything, and hopefully
On beta blockers.
Say again, sorry.
She on beta blockers.
I don't know what she's on. They whatever it was, the medication they'd given her first time round.
Statins. They didn't work though, did they?
Well, it was whatever it was, the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
So they've tried a different one. It seems to be working. The thing is, it's one of those ironic things that. So I mean, for me, blood pressure. I've never thought about blood pressure. I think I said last week about I just have ridiculously, slow heart rate and
You've been stealing
low blood
hers,
pressure.
haven't you?
But do you know what?
It's like the picture of Dorian Gray.
Yeah. So me, that everyone thinks because of what I do and because I'm a ranting bastard, thinks that my blood pressure's gonna be fucking up there, and I'm gonna be, and the reality is. One morning we both did a test that morning. We'd literally just woken up, and mine was, I think it was 116/70 or something. In other words, incredibly low. And Mr. Stresshead here, and her who is so calm, so collected, has no shit like this. And hers,
but has to put
just
up with
waking
you.
up.
Yes.
Yeah, she has to put up with you.
Was I think even just standing there, it was something like 160 over something. But she's been up to, the other day she was up to 220.
Yeah.
220 over 147.
That's fucking
Jesus.
Yeah, the surgeons were thinking about sticking a needle in her.
Yeah, it was really stupidly high. And when she actually go into the hospital to do the thing, it was above 200 for hours while she was having it all done. So she's so it's not good.
Without getting too personal, what do they think is causing it?
There's nothing there. She's had all the tests, and they basically just said it's stress. So, so she's just got to just take a leaf out of my book and just not stress about it.
Maybe you need to take her on a holiday or something.
Fuck off! Don't like her that much.
She needs to get out of there.
I adore her.
Get down to you.
Yeah.
And start her life.
Yeah.
And it'll come down.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's all gonna.
I know it's just a little thing. It's just a little thing, but make her eat a grapefruit every day because my mother has too low blood pressure and she was eating grapefruit and she kept passing out. And the doctor said you must never eat grapefruits if you have low blood pressure. So apparently it's a natural. I mean, it's just another little grapefruit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's delicious, in the morning.
She's incredibly healthy. She eats shitloads of fruits, so grapefruits would be. I know it's hard to believe.
Yeah,
when you look at me.
You can't take grapefruit with a lot of blood pressure medication.
Okay.
I can't. Yeah.
Calcium channel blockers and such like.
Okay.
So probably because of that, because it does something.
And while we're on the subject, I'm going to have some more Thai food.
Fondant fancy.
Yeah, hello, baby.
Oh, oh, you bastard.
Lemon ones.
Oh, I love the fondant fancy. I don't.
Although I find the white one, those Christmassy ones they do?
Yeah.
They do these white ones. I can't eat a whole box in one go. I can only eat 7.
Is that Mr. Kipling?
Yeah.
Mr. Kipling. Yeah.
You don't see those
I bet
adverts
we'll
anymore,
do
do
going,
you?
right, thank God I came in at this point.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, I usually have lower than average blood pressure. My wife is always high, so I can see
Really?
where you're coming from. She has like
It's-
one of the hand testing devices where you can put it on your arm and get the
Well,
pressure.
do you know, I bought one of these fancy ones where it's all integrated into this arm thing, and it's all
Yeah.
digital, blah blah. It links to
Yeah,
your phone and all this kind of shit.
Mhm.
And the problem is, it becomes obsessional because it's like a game.
Yeah.
It's almost like I wonder if I can get it lower kind of thing. And for her, it really is very important. And she genuinely is having it going, I need to drag it. No, I need to get it down. And I'm just sitting there going, no, let's just see how low I can get it. I can get it really low.
But low blood pressure
then-
can be as bad as high blood pressure, though.
Yes.
Don't spoil my game. I'm enjoying it, okay? No, I know. No, you're absolutely right, because my mum suffered from low blood pressure. So it's, yeah. So it's, but I'd never really thought about it. It's just one of those things. But it's,
I'll tell you what, it conjures up bloody memories for me. When, because Mum's blood pressure was always very high, and the doctor said, look, she's going to have to watch her blood pressure. I went, okay. Have you ever tried putting on a blood pressure band on somebody's arm who's punching you in the face?
Oh no.
Let me think about that for a second. No,
not yet.
No. I said, look.
Yes, it's not easy.
Well, after getting punched a few times, I come up with a really interesting way of taking her blood pressure. And I'd wrap it around her thigh. She didn't give a shit about that, just didn't want it on her arm.
Does it work? Does it work the same way? I have
Well,
no idea.
it gives some reading. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, me just sticking my head on her chest to give some reading. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but what I mean is, if I take a reading and then take a reading in the afternoon and then one in the morning and
you
one
can
in the
see the
afternoon,
different-
I
okay,
can make
yeah,
up
yeah,
sort of my own chart from it.
Okay.
If you see what I mean. No, although the figures would be wrong.
Resourceful, yeah.
Yeah, the up and down part
All
would
go through
show
my
up.
head- Go through my head at this moment is don't go to Kent when you have a medical issue and you need to...
My aunt had a psychology career of doing biofeedback with her patients, and it really helped a lot of people out. It helps you relax.
Okay. The thing is, the problem is the problem is with Philip is that genuinely, if she's the most relaxed person, that's the thing. She eats well. She seems incredibly relaxed.
It's all
So even when
internalised.
she's
Yeah.
she just seems so chilled.
Well, you can't see the blood pressure from the outside. You can't judge it from.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if ever there was a person you'd kind of naturally would go, they're a chilled person. It's her, and yet somehow,
yeah,
the you know,
You can also tell stress by the galvanic skin response too. So
by the
galvanic skin response, that your resistivity of your skin changes with your stress level.
That's not a Blade Runner reference, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Void
What,
contest.
less elastic, the more stressed?
Well, hook her up to a lie detector. And,
That'd go down well. There's nothing suspicious about that whatsoever.
I
Don't
must
you
have
always
died
do
a
that?
couple of months ago. I noticed I was in the bathroom and I looked because in the bathroom with the whole wall is mirrors. I'm standing at head height sort of thing, and I'm standing there washing my face and everything. I look in the mirror like that and I go, "Excuse me, where did the fucking turkey skin come from? What's going on here? What's all this? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got wrinkly things where I never used to have wrinkly things. What the fuck's going on?" And just for the hell of it, I ran down the stairs 2 at a time.
Just because you could. Yeah.
Fuck them all.
Yeah, make the most of it.
Yeah, while I can.
Doing it going up, though, was a different matter.
Yeah, wait till your knees get buggered. Yeah.
Up is easier. Yeah, there was more people when I put that video up of me playing those that memory moog and the mini moog. I got more comments about me knees than anything else. How's he crouched like that? His feet are wrapped around his arse.
You know, I've just realised I'm sat here. I've got fucking work to do, and I still haven't decided whether it's G major or G minor. And instead, I'm talking.
Oh, it's definitely
It's
minor.
major.
Minor.
Major, what, you an idiot?
Minor chords are always better.
No.
Yes, minor chords.
Okay, it's got an F sharp in though.
God, I've been playing minor chords for like 40 years. Now I'm trying to change it all up, and people are going, "Go, no, play minor."
Oh my God!
You can have an F sharp in either one of those.
Absolutely. Now you see where I'm going with this, Rich.
The only point of going into major is to make it more effective going back into minor.
Oh, I like you, Woody. You say all the right things.
You know, Klaus Schulze, yeah, just before he died, he finished an album. Actually, I'm going to buy it.
I honestly thought you were going to say his last words were, always going for the major.
Well, major is very warm, it's very major chords, and he never did major chords before. And it's very happy and warm, and not this the old music I like, the dark and heavy. No, it's very light and fluffy and major. Yeah, completely different. It's his last. Just finished the album and then he died. So
We actually had a hardware jams competition a couple weeks ago where you had to take a minor and make it happy, or a major and make it sad.
Yeah, do you know this is the thing? I mean, I love the generalization that we all have, and we've all had this all through. But some of the saddest music I know is all in a major key, and some of the happiest key music I've ever known is in a minor key. I mean, it is all total bollocks, and it's all relative, and it depends on where it's centered. Because you can, look, Richard's nodding because Rich knows all this because we've studied the same shit. We always do the whole major happy, minor sad. But the reality is, it's nothing to do. It's all to do with where it's centered, and you can.
But the progression, no, chord progression.
Yeah, but honestly, it means nothing. It's all about where the center is. That's what it all is. And as I said, happy music can be done in a minor key. Sad music can be done in a major key. At this moment in time, I've just got to make a decision. And why the fuck I'm wasting time talking to you, bastard? I have no idea whatsoever.
See, now you're sad.
Well, there's nobody else there.
No, I'd love to check my blood pressure at this moment in time. It'd still be almost dead.
Yeah.
So,
if you use the F sharp in a G major context, you're stuck with that major 7, and there's almost no way around it.
No, absolutely.
It's specific. There's not much else you can do.
Yeah.
When did Rich learn how to speak German? What the fuck are you talking about? I understood F.
You know, it's funny because every time we're on Wiggly's show and he plays his Hallelujah sample, and I write, "Did anybody else hear a 5 chord there?" and nobody responds ever.
I see. None of us are educated.
He chose the 5 chord. Hallelujah. He didn't choose the 1 chord one that everybody else knows. He chose the 5 chord response phrase, and he uses that. And this is what it's like to live in this head.
Yeah.
I'm tormented by these things.
Which is sometimes great, and is sometimes a pain in the arse. Yeah.
Sounds terrible, to be honest.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I've decided I'm gonna keep the F sharp. I'm gonna go for minor. Okay.
Good choice. Although, Ty,
happy to help.
Advice.
Say again?
Guitarist mate of mine wouldn't do anything in a minor key. And I was like, why won't you play in a minor key? And he went, C-fax music.
Oh.
That's what he thought. That's what he was convinced. Everything in a minor key sounded like something out of C-fax. You remember all that shit?
Yeah.
I do.
Teletext.
And can I put
that, Richard?
What, I'm just going to go back to, this is a friend.
Yeah, and actually he's a really successful guitarist. So yeah, you might want to rethink that. Play something in a minor key and he'd just look at you and you'd be like, why are you looking at me like that? And he'd be like, C-fax music, mate. And it really bugged me. I went off on a major expedition after that because it was
a minor expedition.
Change. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
If only I had a keyboard hooked up, I'd be playing the Ken Spong theme with a harmonic minor.
Maybe just sleep on it. Why don't you sleep on it?
I'd sleep on it. It's fucking midnight. I've got to get this track finished. Can I point out, genuinely, absolutely, completely genuinely, after I do this track, I've got another 2 tracks to do tonight before I go to bed. Yeah.
Oh, it's a deadline, yeah? Is it a deadline?
Yeah, it's a big deadline. So yeah, so I've got to keep to schedule. I've got to write another 2 tracks before I go to bed tonight. So this is.
All right, so start with the Ken Spong. Tell me what's wrong.
So this is what I'm saying.
And there you go.
I'm sitting there wasting how fucking long talking to you lot.
Yeah.
fucking French fancies.
Yeah.
You're
And
solving all the
I'm
problems.
sitting here going, I've got
what's
my own
next?
theme.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I really am. Fuck off.
Oh,
Bye.
you go, bye,
Bye.
bye, 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 bye.
Well, is anyone
was
else?
Ty really here the whole time I was in the pub?
Yeah. No.
Oh.
No.
Who else is excited
Where's the
about?
hat? Where's the hat?
Nice. I like the hat. I'm liking the hat.
Cat in the hat.
Jim Glue. Very
Where's the
good.
cat? Oh, there's
Yeah. Nice pun.
Yorkshire Terrier.
Yes.
Nice.
Who else is looking forward to Spinal Tap 2?
Do you know, mate? I watched that the other night. I watched the first one the other night. A friend of mine's just come back off a American tour. Robbie will know who this might be. And he's just walked into the house and went, "I've had enough. They're all children." And I said to him, "You know what? I watched Spinal Tap the other night, and for the first time ever, it wasn't funny. Because they are just fucking children."
Oh, man.
So, yeah, I hope 2's good.
But are they going to act the same way, or are they
Your
going
mate,
to
have a look.
have aged 40 years?
We were going to have
Oh.
is it Rick,
like
who was a keyboard player? We were going to take him to NAMM after we took Wakeman to NAMM for the Mini Monster thing the following year. I know this guy, Rick Parnell, whose dad was like the Jack Parnell Orchestra, and it was his brother who was the keyboard player in Spinal Tap. Rick Savage, wasn't it? And we thought it would just be so good to kind of get him to do the demo on stage for us. The late, because did he die? No, he didn't, did he? I was just like the late Viv Savage. It would have just been bloody brilliant. But we didn't in the end. And he's just died. Anyway, on that downer, I'm going to bugger off.
Do you know, every time people talk about Spinal Tap, I always think of Still Crazy.
Yes.
I must watch that again. Do you remember that one?
No, go on.
Oh, Still Crazy is with oh fucking hell.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, we used to rent that out.
Billy Connolly and I can't remember his fucking name.
What, in a band?
Yeah, he was in a band.
Oh, yes.
You know the one with
Bill Nighy.
Yes.
Yeah, Bill Nighy. Thank you.
Yeah,
And what's
yeah.
what's his name?
Jimmy Nail.
And Beano on drums. Yeah.
Timothy
Why
Spall.
are you
Spall.
off key? It says Beano. It sounds like he's building a fucking shed.
Wait, there you go.
No, that was great. I loved all the pastel.
I
Fear of a
always said
Black
that
Hat was
would be
good. That was the
bad
rap
news.
version of Spinal Tap.
Which one?
Fear of a Black Hat was a rap
I
version.
love that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I absolutely love that.
It always makes me think of Bad News with Rick Mail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
their
we're
Bohemian
bad
Rhapsody
news.
was- Their Bohemian Rhapsody was better than the original, wasn't it? Bad news one. Right, on that note, I'm definitely buggering off. Nice to see you, gents.
Night,
Cheers,
Dave.
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 Cheers, Dave.
Take care, baby. Look after yourself.
Okay. Andrew.
I'm gonna go as well.
All right,
I'm
mate.
gonna have a bit more Razzina for Vangelis
Ugh.
and a late night sushi. And then I will not listening to any Blade Runner music tonight. No. Okay, well, thanks for first time here.
Nice to meet
You're
you,
welcome,
Roland.
mate.
Just have a look
You're
on your
welcome,
VP
buddy.
330.
Next
Like
time I
Vangelis
come,
did.
follow up, yeah, when I come.
I'll probably be doing your JD next week as well, actually.
Oh, good.
Red
that-
glue.
Oh, that reminds me. I've had somebody approach me who's got a JD800 that needs a bit of work, but he wondered if I would be interested in. There'll be a red glue thing, I'm pretty sure. I think some of the buttons are a bit dodgy, but what he's looking at doing is having it done up and then selling it and then splitting it 50-50 with whoever's done the work. So
I see.
that's way out of my league. So maybe I'll need to speak to you about that.
Oh, it's just buttons and red glue. You could do that, mate. It's not a biggie.
Yeah, I had to fix my red glue problem. So
I've never done the red glue thing, so I wouldn't really know. But
Sure, there's videos on YouTube on that. Sure.
But can't it destroy the
Very
keyboard
annoying.
pads?
Very annoying. I'm very
It
happy
leads
that
into the
Chris is
synth.
doing it, not me.
I know Ben's done it as well, but obviously he's out of action at the moment. So
If it leaks out the front, if it's tilted, then it's fine. If it leaks into the synth, then it destroys things.
yeah, that's what I'm not sure of at the moment.
Yeah, mine leaked on
Just
the
store it
front.
vertically for a while. It'll be fine.
Funny enough, the one that you're doing, Ken, that is for sale because I've got my own JD 800. That's another one, and Boy George gave it to me. It was standing around in his house, and they were going to throw it away. And his girl that does all the running, she said, "Oh, what's this? Oh, would you like this?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm coming over now. I'm on." And he had a drum which is being serviced at the moment. Sorry, not by you because it's through Tim from Brighton. It's a Simmons STX.
Yeah.
This drum sampler. It's like the biggest thing I've ever seen. So that was also there. So I took those two things. Thank you very much. So I'm going to sell that one. Yeah.
All right.
I've got my lovely JD 800.
Okay.
So once you've done the glue, then I can, because without the glue, nobody's going to touch that. As long as it has the glue.
Yeah.
Nobody will buy that ever.
What's wrong with glue?
I'd buy it.
Terrible.
Yeah, but have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
No
Because
comment.
if you're not, then you're not Greg Glue.
You told me my JD 800 has glue, but it's not running. Mine has the glue for 20 years, and it doesn't run. So it doesn't...
Mine just started like 6 months ago, just out of nowhere. So just
it's
be ready
dependent
for
on
it.
temperature. Yeah.
Yeah.
I must keep it in the same place. I don't move it.
And then once it goes hard again, it never does it again.
Maybe mine was already running and went hard again. No?
Yeah, maybe it did. Maybe it's already been cleaned beforehand. You never know.
No, there's a lot of... I can see it. The weights are still there. And
But if it's temperature, you'd think synth addicts would run in the summer, but it ran in like December time. So.
Yeah, it
was
doesn't
totally
have
random.
anything.
Yeah, I was shocked.
It's not temperature. It's some sort of
but it's been
chemical
20
reaction.
Humidity, temperature.
Yeah, it's something that will just make it just go.
The half-life on the glue
no
ran
apparent
out,
reason.
so just...
Yeah.
And I bought a JD 990 to see, and no, I can't. No, I've had to have a JD 800 again, so it doesn't work. It's not the same.
Oh, but the 990 sounds better.
It's well, you can't use it. No, it's just.
Well, harder to program, but you can use the sliders on the 800 with the 990. So.
I know, but then you have to have both. That's even more. Yes,
yeah, it's true.
Yes. So.
But
anyway, I still.
Bye, bud.
Yeah. Okay, so next time I come again.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I
Nice to meet you.
call you this week, Kent. I call you this week.
All right, buddy. No problem.
Bye.
All right, mate. Love
ya.
stuff. Ta-da, bud.
See ya. Yeah, guys, I got to go back to work, so I'll catch you later.
All right, mate. Look after
Yeah.
yourself as well. All right.
Thank you.
Cheers, Andy. Take
Yeah.
care.
Ta-da, Andy.
See ya.
Take care.
Kent, I might have got you some more work tonight. I don't know if you actually want it, but
What is it?
well, it's a case of take your pick. Do you want the Juno 6, the TR909, the SH09, the SH101?
It's a Rollers warehouse.
Yeah, it's literally loads of rolling gear. This guy used to work for Native Instruments for 10 years.
Okay.
And he needs them all servicing.
Yeah, no problem.
And hasn't been able to find anyone. I was like, do you know Kent Spong? He's like, no.
Hasn't been able to find anyone.
I know.
And if it's servicing, not repairs, that's a different
servicing.
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, them I can turn over.
Cool.
Real quick.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can do them for him.
Yeah.
No problemo.
This guy used to work on all the S control stuff at Native Instruments.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was like, good job. It was like, yeah, it was a good job. No, I went, good job. You did a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah. How'd you fancy one of these on your driveway?
Oh, for God's sake.
Wow. 40 grand worth of probably more like 50 grand
Timber!
Yeah. That's the double stack.
Man, when that thing comes crashing down, it's going to make some kind of noise.
Yeah.
So anybody with a single stack now feels incomplete, I think.
Yeah. You're just going to feel inadequate, aren't you?
That's beautiful.
It's lovely, isn't it? That was Tom that posted that on Facebook.
I can't help thinking he looks like my air conditioning system in the workshop.
I bet that sounds
very similar.
I'm hoping he's going to bring that
probably.
to Synthfest in Sheffield.
Well, he
Double
normally
stack.
does. He normally does.
Well, he took it to
Synthfest,
the
doesn't he?
last one. Yeah, he took the original, the very first Colossus.
Yeah.
To Synthfest, 2019.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get the double stack.
Yeah.
So Robbie and
Simon's-
Kent, I have to ask, we've been joking about it for probably a year or so. But was there ever any chance at all of getting Vangelis on a ProSynth network stream? Was there any discussions or something?
No. He's not really the kind of person that does it. That kind of thing.
Not anymore, anyway.
No, not really.
But there's been quite a few guests where they're like unusual guests, but they've still gone ahead and done it.
Yeah, admittedly, but I mean, the thing about Vangelis is that once he'd kind of stopped using the CS80 and was focusing more on using that controller
Contraption.
thing, yeah, we kind of didn't really speak that much anymore because it's just that case of when somebody's useful, they keep them around.
But did you see his studio pictures from like 6 months ago?
No.
Because he had a Hydrosynth,
Polybrew,
a bunch of Eurorack, Polybrew, Wave State. Modern. He's like changed his OnePlus stuff out for modern gear.
Yeah.
And he still has CS80 in shop as well.
Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to have to be sitting down and fighting things.
Coming to a reverb auction near you. No, unfortunately, I found. But we have Kent's getting us some, hopefully some decent guests if they can just fucking well.
Yeah, I can get hold of them.
Yeah.
Then I put it to them, and
Here are
then
the
it's
dates.
getting a response within the next 6 months is always been the problem.
Has Mr. Miller responded yet?
No,
Not to me.
But he has to collect his AKS yet.
recorder.
Yeah, if you want your AKS back, you must do certain things for us.
Because it sometimes feels with a few of these guests, it might be the last chance we get to talk to them publicly.
Yeah.
As grim as that is, it's true.
Yeah. This is it.
So who are the next generation? I mean, I know we've lost a lot of good people. It's like, don't mention that red-headed bloke that, who's going to be revered in times to come.
Well, yeah, I sort of posed that earlier, didn't I?
Yeah, I still
I would struggle to come up with any names.
Yeah, but that's only because we're not part of it. So there'll be people who will be revered in the same way. Yeah. There will be people who are revered the same way.
The Taylor Swifts.
That means more. Yeah, because it meant more to them and they grew up with it
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So it's for each generation, it's a different set of people. So
But
it
how
depends on
many
how
are
much they
actually-
touch their lives.
Yeah, but how many are actually musicians?
It doesn't really matter.
There
Doesn't
are
really matter.
those though, and fortunately my children are very good at showing them to me, and I learn a lot. Also online, you can find people who really are working hard to attain technical efficiency on instruments.
Yeah.
Whether they're achieving the same kind of expression across an ensemble as back when we had no choice but to play an ensemble is arguable. But there are people becoming very, very adept at playing instruments, and I'm constantly seeing more and more of them, and I'm encouraged by that.
I agree that there's tons of new brilliant musicians, but are they in the public consciousness as much as far as being in the charts and all this kind of,
No, of course not, because music has taken a completely different role in society now that there's no money to be made recording it.
Yeah.
And now that it's no longer an art-driven business, but a commerce-driven business, and now that the whole thing has been spent, we've now spent 40 or 50 years trying to democratize the process. This is in some ways the inevitable result of all of those things and then some.
Yeah. It'd be the same kind of thing, but for different reasons and in a different way.
So we'll be more sad about the people that made the instruments than the actual musicians. In some respect.
Cleo says
in some
yes.
respect. I know that sounds morbid, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but they technically they fall into the same category.
They
So are
should.
people going to be mourning about VST designers or programmers? Or...
No,
Yeah,
there
but see,
are
this is the thing.
But there isn't just one, is there? You know, it's not like one person designs a VST like Tom Oberheim designed a synth or Dave Smith designed a synth.
Yeah.
I know they had help as well, but you know, it's
But a lot of them are
code.
very faceless as well, aren't they? So you know, it's
Yeah.
it's not in the same way. But perhaps it'll move on to more, mourning the loss of personas rather than the actual people themselves.
Let's hope not. But it could.
Mourning
Yeah,
the loss
but
of
yeah.
That's sort of As if
Yeah, but it might find its own level naturally. Well, it tends to find its own levels naturally, but it might not be something that we recognise. But there's probably people from 150 years ago would be going, "What the fuck is up with you people?" Do you know what I mean? So, the guy played keyboards. Settle down. Don't know.
Some of it's inevitable with the passage of time. I mean, the guy who built the best buggy whip in the world wasn't remembered very well after buggies weren't being used as common modes of transportation anymore.
Yeah,
I forget his name. What was that guy's name?
Yeah, Mr. I think it was Mr. Buggy Whip. But you know what I'm saying? That technology's changed, and the people who made these incredibly important contributions to a bygone technology that is no longer the best solution for achieving the end to a certain problem.
Yeah.
Unfortunately their memory goes with the relevance of the thing.
Yeah.
But look how popular tape and extremely wow and fluttery tape is these days, considering that we hated wow and flutter back in the day because it distorted what we wanted to put down on tape.
Yeah.
And everybody seems to like that.
Yeah, but which generation is driving that trend?
Well, it seems to be the younger generation.
Weirdly enough.
Well, I mean, cassette is still very popular amongst some young people anyway. And I saw a post on Facebook today from a company that will do, single vinyl pressing for you or cutting for you for 20 quid.
Wow.
There's probably a company that will take your CD and record it onto cassette for you.
Yes.
I
don't think anybody really truly knows what they want.
So much romance, so little time.
Yeah, too much gear.
Yeah.
Again,
and they don't have the
time.
fun of making up mixtape tapes like we did.
No, they just download playlists.
Yeah, or recording from the radio.
Yeah.
I bought a live concert on a VHS this year, and it's like a 30-minute performance, but it's like a 3-hour tape. So I'm thinking to myself, what's on the rest of the tape? So I've got to go and explore and see what's on the rest of it.
Yeah.
Old episodes of Corrie.
Probably.
I've still got a box load of VHS. I threw out. I was having a clear out, and I had like 5 or 6, banana boxes full of VHS cassettes. Most of them pre-records that I gathered and collected over the years when I worked in the industry. And nobody wants them. I couldn't even sell them. Nobody I even took them to the tip in the end, which was really painful because there was a lot of really good stuff in there. I said to the guys, I've got boxes of videotapes here. Shall I put them in the charity container? Because they'll then go off to various charity stores. Oh, no, they don't want those. They can't sell those for love nor money. Throw them in there, in the plastics. Oh, great. And I chucked out box sets of Indiana Jones and Back to the Future. There was 3 Star Wars box sets I threw in there. just because I've got them all now on DVD or Blu-ray and probably on streaming too. But
yeah,
nobody wants that shit anymore, and it's sad.
Well, for UK VHS, there's been a project to recover old teletext pages.
There
from
has,
old
yes.
TV recordings.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's very distorted on VHS, but they because it's repeated every so many seconds, they can do error correction and recover all these old pages. So they're trying to reconstruct all the old teletext.
But yeah,
stuff.
the ones I kept were like recordings of things that I'd made, whatever, from various things. Plus, I kept all my prints. A little stack of prints, VHSs.
Yeah, the unique stuff. And I had similar things, but I've left them in my house in the UK, so I've not seen them for about 15 years.
Yeah. I've still got Norwich City versus Bayern Munich recorded on Super VHS live on Match of the Day when we beat the mighty Bayern Munich in the UEFA Cup. Couldn't bring myself to throw that one away.
It'd be gold to somebody.
Yeah, me.
Just Robbie.
Yeah, and I've still got my Super VHS deck, which was a Mitsubishi M1000 back when Mitsubishi made the really, really good stuff. And I had this, and I kept it just purely to play, when I was on a nostalgia trip. And then my mother-in-law, this must have been about 15, 20 years ago. She only had a VHS player, and she said, can you take what you've filmed on your camcorders or whatever and put it onto a VHS tape for me so I can watch the kids, the grandchildren and stuff. I said, yeah, of course I can do that. And so she gave me this blank tape, and it was like one of these cheap, it was branded Sky, as in, the TV channel, but clearly it was just like a logo thing that looked like it. And I put it in there, and it screwed up the thing, and it broke the player. And I can't bring myself to throw it out because it cost me an absolute fortune.
So you can probably get the same one cheap anyway. So.
Yeah.
I've got a JVC VHS or Super VHS player.
Mm.
And it's mainly because I wanted to play around with video synthesis and like feedback loops with video cameras, that kind of thing. So,
one of the things I used my Super VHS for was for recording audio, because the audio recording quality on that was really good. Because obviously,
is it FM encoded, like striped or something?
I honestly don't remember. I just remember sort of processing everything, sticking everything onto that, and basically mastering off of the Super VHS.
There's the plugin by Baby Audio, isn't there? The Super VHS plugin.
Mm-hmm.
But Super VHS was what ADAT tapes used.
Yeah, the original machines, yeah.
Yeah. Ah, those were the days. Now all I've got is boxes of DVDs, because my missus told me to get rid of these because we never watch them, because I've either got them on Blu-ray or now you can just get them on whatever streaming service. So I've now got boxes of DVDs, and I'm sure that in 10 years' time I'll be doing the same, just like tossing them into a skip because nobody wants them. And
well, that's the time to buy, really, because then they'll go back up again. Probably.
Yeah.
Although it's good to use DVDs because there's always, there's a better digital version available.
Yeah.
So, but there might be unique extras and collectability value.
Well, that was the thing. I had these box sets. I had the Indiana Jones box set, which is obviously just the first 3 films, and then there was a 4th cassette in there, which was like the making ofs or the, behind the scenes stuff. And I had the same with Back to the Future. I had a Back to the Future box set. What else did I have? I had 2 or 3 Star Wars trilogies. Like I bought the first widescreens when they did the first VHS widescreens, and then I bought the THX remasters, and then I bought the special editions, and they all went in the skip. But
It was like he just thought the Star Wars Laserdiscs would have persisted so long as the one to watch.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I've still got my Titanic box set that I got on the launch of that when that came out, which came with a script and all the... And my Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels box, which came with a poker set.
Titanic?
The original launch of the Titanic on 8mm Super. No. I remember because I was working in the industry at the time when that came out, and we were selling it. and I managed to get it, with staff discount and with off the wholesale price as well, so it was quite a good deal. But you got the video cassette, and then you got all this ephemera and scripts and photos and cells from the from the film, and so I kept all those bits, but everything else kind of went in the skip. I regret it now, but there you go.
I guess I mainly use them as like a physical reminder that I've seen a certain film and I can download it and watch it again.
Yeah. Now, I did go through a phase when I was just replacing all my VHS tapes with the DVD version, and then the VHS would just go into a box and the DVD would go onto the shelf. And then I started doing that with Blu-rays, and then of course streaming came in. You just think, well, what's the bloody point? Because I can now watch the entire, the original Star Wars trilogy on Disney Plus whenever I want in 4K with Dolby Atmos. What's the point of buying the box set? And yet I do have the Star Wars Blu-ray box set and I will do the same with Bond, even though Bond has just now come out on Amazon again, all in the the latest, highest quality things. I still have my Bond box sets that I'll.
I was just going to say. George Lucas thanks you for his kitchen extension.
Well, quite, yeah. I just wish George Lucas would leave it the fuck alone. Stop changing things.
I don't know if Lady Attitude is still around, but Todd Rundgren predicted this like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
In the future, you won't have to own any of this stuff because it will all just be instantly available to you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you just described. I've noticed this. I go up on Disney Plus every now and again, and I look at some of the content, and some of it is so brilliantly restored and so well suited to surround playback that whatever it is I think I own that I preferred before doesn't sound or look as good as that thing.
Yeah,
that's it. No, I think the only reason to buy is, certainly with, I guess Disney Plus is still too young. But Netflix, this stuff goes on rotation. It doesn't always stay on Netflix.
That's what I don't like about streaming, though, because
it's not
you never
always
trust them for something you want to watch to be there.
Exactly. I remember.
It's the same with games as well. Like music contracts in games expire after so many years. That suddenly they update it, and your favorite soundtracks in games no longer are there.
Yeah.
But there's such a vast wealth of things for us all to see that we haven't seen already. That the notion that we should, it's cool to keep certain things that you really like, and I get that. But it's just, I understand the sentiment that it's really not necessary to own a lot of this stuff if you're paying for the ability to stream it anyway.
The stuff the stuff I tend to buy on physical discs now, certainly Blu-rays and films, is stuff that is less. It's not blockbuster stuff.
Yeah.
So it is the stuff that would probably drop off at some point. Whereas with Disney Plus, that they're always going to have Star Wars. They'll always have the Marvel stuff, and so I'm buying the stuff that I know is probably not always going to be around.
Right. Well, especially if it's niche market, highly artistic stuff that you want to see supported so that it continues. And the only real way to get the money directly to those creators is through buying a physical product that you're very unlikely to play.
Yeah.
Well, I again saw a post. I really should stop using Facebook. I do hate it, but so occasionally some good stuff pops up. There was a piece about the Tomorrow People.
Yeah.
Which was a UK TV show, I think started in the early 70s.
It did, yeah.
And went on till about 79. And I remember watching it as a kid. And it was brilliant. I think the theme tune still stands up today. And I'm actually going to buy the box set of that. I'm going to have to hunt for it, but I know that it is out there.
Oh, it exists, yeah.
And that's, to be honest, that's the sort of stuff I would like to see on a streaming platform. The more sort of esoteric stuff.
Yeah, and that's what's. Yeah,
and I think as the market matures,
the most interesting stuff.
As the market matures and goes more, streaming is inevitably going to be the until something new comes out, which until they can zap it into our brains directly.
Plug our brains in.
You'll see more streaming services pop up that'll be for that niche market of old British children's programs or old British comedies or old American stuff. You'll find, and I think there's probably services that exist like that already. I know that if you subscribe, the BFI, the British Film Institute, have a streaming service where you can get the sorts of films that you won't find on Netflix,
like obscure French films and stuff like that.
Obscure French, all the
before.
Derek Jarman stuff will be on there, Jubilee and
the BBC has an educational facility. Waggers and I have discussed this in the past, but you have to be a registered student to be able to access it, which is
or a media company, but they've got almost the entire archive available. It's just they hide it from iPlayer. They don't let us pay for it.
That film they used to show on BBC Two had no speaking in it at all, about a guy restoring an old car. Do anybody remember this?
I'm not sure.
No.
And he used to sneak into the house and steal his mother's sewing machine because he wanted to make the upholstery for the car and all this sort of thing.
No. Was this real, Kent?
Yeah, no, honestly, this was real.
No, it was
either
probably
be
something
this
in the
one.
70s for deaf people or something. It was,
No. It was just a film that didn't have any talking in it. It was the same with another one about a kid with a red balloon.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's the same thing. You either get the guy restoring the car, or the kid with the red balloon. Okay.
What was that?
That was very loud.
That was
red balloon.
No, not the dun dun da. I think I hit a key with my hand there.
To give like another example, I remember there was like a Thames TV movie, like an hour and a half, like mid-70s or something, and it was about these kids flying radio-controlled aeroplanes, and there was some smugglers smuggling something into England from France by flying these radio-controlled airplanes across the channel. And I tried to look this up, and it's like you can buy it, but it's like from like a weird, obscure website, and you have to like order a DVD.
Yeah.
So it's like this is completely obscure and unknown. It's not on any torrent sites or anything, no streaming sites. But there is a way to get it.
Yeah.
But there are lots of these movies, and this seems to be one of the most popular ones. But
and a lot's got to do with licensing these days, because for example, the Pet Shop Boys film, it couldn't happen here. It was released in 87, 88, and had a short, had a video release. I think it was on Laserdisc as well for a limited thing, and then just went out of print. But the production company was, I can't remember their name now, it eventually became part of Polygram, and then Polygram got swallowed up by whoever, and whoever swallowed this up, and all these bits of, and so eventually in 2020 you've got all these different companies that own different parts of the rights to the movie, and they've all got to eventually get around a table, physical or virtual, and agree distribution rights and who's going to get which slice of the pie,
and in which country.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's all these different territories. And I went to this thing at the Regent Street Cinema, which is a brilliant little cinema, literally on Regent Street in London, and they did this special screening of that film with Jack Bond, the director. Who's the choreographer that used to do Strictly? Arlene Phillips. She was there because she did all the choreography for the film. And there was a couple of other people that were involved in the production. And Jack Bond was telling this story about how they wanted to get a Blu-ray version of this thing out, fully restored. And they paid for it to be restored at this place in Soho. And it then got transported to where it was stored. And then two guys turned up one morning in a lorry in official kind of looking, courier type uniforms, and effectively con the people at this storage company into giving them the masters. And it turns out it was another one of the rights holders holding the other rights holders to ransom, basically, over this film. They they just basically stole it, and eventually it got put out by the BFI. The BFI, got it all sorted, and the film is now available on Blu-ray. But it's just all these ridiculous. Every time a company gets swallowed up by another company, all of the rights get kind of split up and dissipated, and nobody really knows what's going on. And like Seth said, there's territorial stuff as well. You can't, you can release it physically in this country, but only digitally in that country, or vice versa. And it's
like some games have disappeared because the company disappeared, and there's no way to legally.
Yeah.
It could be literally on Steam, but they're not allowed to sell it to the public because there's no one to send the money to.
Yeah.
Or old games like Discworld Noir, for example, which has has nobody available to port it to a modern operating system.
Yeah.
I just think it's a shame that there's such a wealth of not just entertainment but knowledge tied up. I mean, things like the old Open University films were they're still valid today. A film like Threads, which for some reason seems to be quite popular at the moment. Certainly, there seem to be a lot of people downloading it. Because of the situation in Ukraine. There are kids that don't understand what the Cold War was like, and popular entertainment, cinema, they all can reflect and provide information, knowledge, learning. We always hope that we will never see history repeated. Well, one way of doing that is making sure that people learn.
Yeah, well,
indeed.
They tried to ban the books instead, didn't they?
I had to. Do you remember we had Threads, and in America they had The Day After with Jason Robards and I forget the name of the lady that was in it. But that was it was all done the same. It was all very sort of. And I remember trying to find that film The Day After. I think I actually threw it out because I got it on VHS. But yeah, that was one of those kind of.
It's much tamer though.
Sorry.
It's much tamer.
Oh yeah. It was kind of Hollywood, wasn't it? It wasn't gritty kind of
gritty Sheffield. Yeah.
Ken Loach type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when the wind blows.
Oh, when the wind blows.
Mm-hmm.
Christ, that was another one of those films. Like, I remember I went to the cinema to see Watership Down.
Oh,
and all the
God.
4 and 6-year-olds in there crying.
Yeah.
Mummy, I want to go home. Yeah, didn't realise that. Oh, hang on a minute. This isn't
So
quite
harrowing. It's a cartoon, but
it's an animation, but that's where it stops, I'm afraid. Yeah.
This is where your emotional intelligence education begins.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, it was quite a film.
Right, guys, I'm gonna cut and run.
I need to.
And yeah.
Yeah, I got an early start tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Yeah, I got get in the driveway this week.
Hey.
And they sent, I don't know if I told you, they sent us a PDF file of how, aftercare, right? I read this thing and it says, do not drive on across your driveway for the first 24 hours. Yeah, okay, that's a given. And it goes, better still, 48 hours. All right,
Even better, a week.
Better,
and then
never. It'll last forever.
But don't while on the tarmac. Do not turn the wheels with your power steering. It will churn up the tarmac. No, really? Do not use a ladder. Hey, what?
Do not spill diesel.
Yeah. You may walk on the tarmac, but wear flat shoes, not stilettos. I mean, and I wanted to go out in my stilettos, right? And anyway, it says it will take time to cure. Up to a year.
Are they doing a hot pour or a cold pour?
I have no idea, but whatever it is.
Definitely not the first 24 hours.
So they're going
a year.
Yeah. So it will, but I mean, it will cure. It will it will go light grey. To start with, it will be black. I'm going, yeah, I know how tarmac works, mate.
You got it
I've seen it around,
Didn't
you
it
have it
smell a little
bricked?
funny at first?
No, not the drop curb.
Oh, the drop curb.
Yeah,
sorry,
from the curb up
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the lovely brick.
Yeah.
And
Well, technically, tarmac is a liquid.
yeah, well,
but
this
it
is
does
it.
trip every 800 years.
Well, what they must be doing, they must be digging the whole bloody thing right out and then filling it all up with just tarmac. So it is going to take a year before the tarmac at the bottom dries.
They really shouldn't be doing that. There's a specific way to lay tarmac.
Yeah, mate. Building regs have gone out the window lately. You want to see the housing estate out the back? I'm not kidding you.
Yeah,
the back of one house is 2 foot away from the back of the other house.
What scares me more is the timber frame when you see that they're only using 2x2s, but they use lots of them.
Yeah. But I think probably either tomorrow or Saturday, I lose the view of Tolworth Tower out the back of the house for the first time in 54 years. Because they're built higher than, because they just said, oh, it's a two-story flats, and they're just putting the third story on. Because we changed the plans after they were approved. Sorry, moving on. Yeah.
Well, I can still see the UK's 13th tallest structure from my window here.
Can you?
It was 13th. It might have gone down to 14th.
What's the UK's 13th or 14th tallest structure?
It's just the
Mendlesham
13th
mast.
structure in East Anglia, isn't it?
No, in the UK, it's a biggie. It doesn't do much now, but it's
All right, I gotta leave before gym, so I gotta.
Oh no, I'm going.
Bye, mate.
Cheers, everyone. Take
Right,
care.
turn the light out. Let me see.
Bye.
See if you can see it.
It's 305 metres tall, which is 1,002 feet.
No, it's not picking up the lights.
Nah.
It's resplendent with light. It used to flash. The top one used to flash, but then for some reason they don't flash it anymore.
Well, we had the council truck out the front here earlier in the week. I'm going, oh, hello, what are they up to? And it had it's the one with the basket on an arm on the back. And they went up, they messed with the street light, put it down again and drove off. What's that all about? Found out that night. They now turn the street lamps off at 11.
Oh, bloody hell.
It seems
Literally, I cannot see the Chrysler when I look out the window here. It's that
I
dark.
find that weird, but it must be great for astronomy.
I think it probably is great for astronomy. I'll tell you what it's not great for. Security. Not so hot on that. Literally, there could be banditos out on the driveway. I wouldn't know it. It's ridiculous. It's jet black out there. So, but yeah, I still might get that 6-inch reflector.
Those legendary Epsom banditos.
Yes, yeah. A vicious, brutish group. Not to be trusted.
Oh, it is, still the 13th. I thought the Shard might have pushed it, but it's not. It's still 13th.
Well, that's Eiffel Tower-ish tall, right? About 300 metres.
I don't know.
Do you know there's a woman who's married to the Eiffel Tower?
Really?
She's Mrs. Eiffel Tower. How's that for weird? Yeah, she got married in the ceremony.
It's 300
300
metres.
330 metres to the
tip. Yes.
Ah.
But technically it's 300 metres. A Mendlesham mast is 5.4 metres taller.
What's it do?
It used to be ITV.
Okay.
It used to be the ITV mast. And then...
Well, it was military to start with.
Not the mast. The mast went up in 59 on the old Mendlesham airfield.
Yeah.
Which was a US 100... Oh, God. I can't remember. Was it the 100th? No. It could have been the 100th bomb group. Anyway, it was ITV to start with, and then eventually became radio, and nowadays it's It's the DAB multiplex and mobile phones. There's actually two towers. There's the mast itself, which is the big one, and then there's a smaller radio thing, which kind of looks like somebody's built a tower out of metal frame and then taken all the bricks off. And so it's just this kind of weird thing. So as you drive past it, but it's one of those things that you can see. So I can see this from the other side of Bury St Edmunds. So it's about 30 miles away. I can see this, and I know I'm going in the right direction. But the weird thing is, from where I live, if I just go up the road, I can see the Mendlesham mast, obviously pretty much in my backyard.
Yeah.
But I can also see the Tackleston mast, which is a little shorter, but that's the other side of Norwich.
Huh.
You can just see the red column on a clear day, of course.
Mind you, Norwich is notoriously flat, isn't it?
It's all flat round here. It's very flat. It's undulating in places.
No kids were building go-karts in Norwich.
Oh, no, we have hills. We have hills. I used to have the scars to prove it. We used to build our soapbox races.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, GPS was developed at Mendlesham. It was released, the data was released under the 60-year rule in the National Archives.
Yes.
So the tower was used for GPS positioning.
Yeah, it's pretty. And we've got also in the village, we've got a medieval armoury in the basement of the church, which opens up every now and again for you to go and have a look. Lots of swords and
then get kitted
things.
out.
Yeah,
go and create havoc on the streets.
I think the mast in Yorkshire, the Bilsdale mast, had line of sight to London.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, anything around here's got to have light. I mean, there's another mast around here, in Sudbury, but it all depends. So if you walk around the village, you can see some houses, depending on the elevation, some will point to Sudbury and some will point to Norwich.
Yeah.
They're the two closest ones, but it all depends. Again, it's line of sight. Some of them, depending where they are, they can just get over and get to one or t'other. So, those were the days when we used to use television masts. Live from Norwich, it's of the century.
It's the quiz of the week.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course we don't use any of those masts anymore because it all comes down a pipe, mostly.
Technology.
Is there no digital TV over aerials anymore?
Oh yeah, there's Freeview, yeah, but I think most nowadays everyone's kind of moving towards online.
Yeah.
Because you can, so it's.
There's still a very legitimate military use for any tall antenna. I
imagine it can be retasked at a moment's notice.
Well, yeah, a lot of them are still actually in operation.
Yeah,
just not talked about.
Yeah,
but we were lucky during the war that a lot of technology and infrastructure was put in place to both for offensive and defensive purposes. So there was the fuel pipeline that was installed under large parts of the country to ensure that even if airfields were taken out, it wouldn't actually disrupt fuel distribution. So there's a pipeline that runs all the way from Stanlow Oil Refinery all the way down to London via Cirencester, Cheltenham, Cirencester, Swindon, all the way into Heathrow. So fuel can just be piped straight from the refinery to the airfield. Not a lot of people knew that.
Because this mast here used to be run by, until recently, used to be run by NTL, but it's now Arqiva.
Arqiva,
I don't know whether Arqiva bought NTL.
NTL.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, that would explain it then. But yes, it's a rather impressive structure.
Yeah, it'd be great for doing some parachuting off, base jumping.
Well, every now and again you'll see the engineers go up If you drive past, you might sometimes see them go up because they're changing the bulbs and shit. But there is a video in, and I forget whether it's the East Anglian archive or whether it's the British archive, of the construction of this, and it's fascinating because they build this thing, and it's all on a massive ball bearing, and then they just raise it up, and then they show the digging of these massive, huge, bigger than a house, concrete blocks that the guy ropes all go into, or the guy lines, or whatever they're called, go into. They're huge, and they go, I don't know how many feet down. It's incredible. But yeah, so it's one of those lovely little landmarks that you know when you're nearly home when you see the lights on the mast. After you've been away on a long drive.
In Switzerland, it's lights on top of the mountains.
Yeah.
They're like putting geometrically horizontal lights on top of mountains.
Yeah.
To make you go, that's a weird formation of stars. Oh, it's a mountain.
We don't really have mountains though, Wags. We just have hill. Well, East Anglia, it doesn't have anything more than 2 foot high, I think.
No, that's not 100% true, but it's mostly. We are the land of the big sky. So,
yes.
Which has its beauty.
Did you get that electrical storm last night, Rob? Because it
when
looked like it was going your way.
Yeah, when I went to bed last night, I just peeped out the curtains as I normally do before I go into bed, and there was a little flash in the distance, which was just the neighbour undrawing her curtains. No, there was a yeah. Hang on. Oh. There we are. There was a couple of little sort of light flashes in the distance, and then as I went to sleep, I could hear the rain starting, and I didn't hear anything else. So I don't think it really touched us much.
Yeah, I think it must have been going a little bit more out into the.
I think it came southeast because I got it about 9 hours ago.
Yeah. I think it kind of skirted Kent, and then not Kent but Kent.
Well, actually, Kent and me. Yeah.
Oh, Kent and you. Yeah.
Yeah, it came by the window here, opened. But it was lighting the entire sky up. It was a really violent one.
Well, they said there was how many? Oh, it was ridiculous! Hundreds and hundreds of actual lightning strikes on the mainland last night. But obviously, that was down on the coast and stuff. So
yeah. Siri wasn't completely happy. She was a little bit sort of like, "Oh, I'm not sure about this."
I love thunderstorms.
Yeah, I
do.
It's
very rarely get them.
Yeah.
I left my Velux open last night in the hope that it would there would be a massive clap of thunder and scare the shit out of the missus.
We had another one like earlier in the week, and I recorded about an hour of audio and just hanging out the bathroom window recording, PCM recorder.
Love that.
Yeah, I would always want to do that, but I'd always have to be indoors, probably looking after a dog that was shivering, trying to take their mind off it, you know.
And we were supposed to get blood rain, but we didn't get any of that here.
Well, my husky would always insist on going for a walk when a thunderstorm started.
Yeah, Nelly loves it. She goes out, and if it's bucketing down, she loves it. Goes out and plays in the rain, little moo. But my old dog Max, he was absolutely terrified of thunder. Because even though he was a big old lump, he tried to climb into my mum's slippers. Literally head first. He just buried his head into her slipper while she was still bleeding wearing it. Just pulled it straight off her foot.
Well, could you imagine living in the States where they have the tornadoes? I mean, that's got to be pretty scary. That's why we don't live in the
States.
Yeah, that's dangerous for everybody. Right.
So, America's a wonderful place, but there's lots of places that people live where they probably shouldn't.
Yeah, if it's called
It was a big enough
Tornado,
country.
if it's called Tornado Alley, you know, you sort of think, I wonder why.
This looks like a lovely place to
I'd love to
settle
live in
down.
San Francisco, but you know, earthquakes, San Andreas, Superman, come on.
I didn't mind that. You got Yellowstone. A super volcano. Yeah.
Or just like all of Japan since it rose up out of the
Well,
sea.
quite, yeah. Iceland as well, yeah.
Although the north coast is a bit safer.
Oh shit! Sorry, I
Seems
didn't
to
realise
be
it was still
mostly the southeast coast, which is more dangerous.
on.
All the typhoons come up that way, or the
Yeah.
tsunamis come up that way.
Yeah.
I have to say, living where I live, there's very little natural disaster potential, which is kind of nice. It's boring, but it's nice.
Oh, I don't know. There's Norwich City Football Club in there.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
And they didn't do too well in the rugby either this year.
Who's that?
Is it the Wasps?
That's nothing to do with us.
No.
We have a very good rugby team. North Walsham is one of the country's finest.
We did have an earthquake in the UK about 20 years ago.
We did.
It's like 4.5, wasn't it?
I remember one in the 70s when it really rattled the doors. And then, of course, we had the hurricane in 87.
Yeah.
That wasn't a hurricane.
That wasn't a hurricane.
Yeah.
It was just a bit breezy.
It was an incredibly strong one. I was working with the co-op at the time, and I was living like 3 villages away from where I was working, and my manager phoned me up. I thought, brilliant, day off. All the villages shut off. There's trees down all over the place. Yeah. And my manager phones me up and says, "Meet me at the entrance to the village. I've got my chainsaw in the boot. We're going to get the shop open. We're going to serve these people and make sure that."
What fucking people?
Yeah, exactly. No, but he had this chainsaw in the boot, and he was cutting his way through these things and opening it up. You know where he tosser.
About 10 years ago, Scotland had Hurricane Borbag. Do you remember?
No. Borbag, yes. Yeah.
Borbag?
Yeah. Well, that was the colloquial name for it.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say.
Hey, Borbag.
Because my mate's called Borbag on Twitter, and he kept getting abused by it, insulted. Because they used the @ instead of the hashtag.
Yeah.
I watched the Rangers game last night, and they lost, and they were interviewing a lot of the fans. Oh man, those Glaswegian fans, they've got a proper sense of humour. Just, I've supported this club all my life. I'll travel anywhere. It was fantastic. You couldn't understand half of them, but it was just the passion.
Yeah, my mate's a Celtic fan. Oh, Rangers, they're the scum of the earth.
Yeah, quite.
You know? If they can cheat, they do nothing to cheat, you know.
That was a good game, though.
Mm.
It would have been if they had played the third period like they played the first 2.
Well, indeed. And that last-minute miss. Oh. That was so close. And then bloody Aaron Ramsey goes and screws his penalty up.
I have no idea or concept what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, NHL playoffs. Football. National Hockey League playoffs is what they're talking about.
Our season's well and truly over. I can't be bothered anymore. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, Rangers.
Well, we've I think the only thing that we can do on Sunday is if we beat Spurs, which is highly unlikely because Spurs are chasing a Champions League place, and Watford gets smashed, then we might actually finish second from bottom, which is one place better than the last time we were in that league when we actually finished bottom. So that's the best that we can hope for. And yeah, what a season! What a season!
I think Ken Lewis has just pointed out that I think Richard was referring to the New York Rangers playing hockey.
Oh, that.
And Rob was talking about
the football.
I was confused. It's true.
Yeah, the third period was the giveaway.
No, but technically, I thought Richard was referring to extra time, which technically is kind of a third and fourth period. and had Rangers played like that, it would have, yeah. So we were kind of, it was.
Who's it said we were divided by language?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were joking on purpose, Rich.
Now you see, I would happily watch hockey. I used to watch ice hockey where I used to live, but we don't seem to have much coverage in this country.
Well, I grew up in Leeds, so they have a good chance of being relegated too.
I used to watch Rangers with Rich on his TV. via Skype. You just turn the laptop towards the TV, and I'd sit there and watch a Rangers game with him. I'm sure it's not illegal in any way. It'd be fine. It'd be fine.
I'm sure there's a disclaimer about needing the permission of the National Hockey League to rebroadcast.
Yeah.
30 seconds of the thing.
Oh, probably not. It's probably fine. Oh dear. Yeah, because I tried to get it here on BT Sport and stuff like that. It was like, nah, mate.
Just use a VPN.
Yeah, you can probably get the cheese rolling competitions and stuff like that, but you can't get ice hockey for some reason. It's like,
I remember when I first got an Apple TV box, it came with Major League Baseball.
Yeah, there was a push for that, wasn't there?
Wasn't much of a selling point. Certainly
No,
over here.
they were trying to push that. I must admit.
Yeah, well, baseball's just a slow version of rounders.
Yeah.
Or cricket, but yeah.
Oh, no, cricket's way more entertaining. Even
Cricket.
Test cricket.
Cricket is just weird.
Oh, I love cricket.
And it's highly offensive to the rest of the galaxy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's very slow.
I used to like playing it, but I can't bear watching it.
I used to play cricket in the Yorkshire Nets in Headingley Stadium, but watching it is just very mind-numbing.
I think
playing it's all right.
the short forms of the game have certainly brought it to a wider audience. T20 and 50 overs and all that kind of stuff. But I do love sitting down, sort of mid-morning with a nice big pint and a nice big test match, and just in the sun sometimes, in the rain mostly.
I used to like listening to it on the radio.
Australian V8 supercars.
Yeah, radio. Listen to radio cricket.
Was it Richie Beno?
He used to do that.
He was brilliant. He was, wasn't he? He was.
Aggers is really good. Jonathan Agnew.
Oh, and there's a big black cloud coming over the pitch now, and fuck me if it isn't pissing down.
Here we are on the first over. The batsman's holding the bowlers. Willie.
Yeah.
Actual line of commentary.
Actual line. Yeah. And for those of you watching in black and white, the white is behind the brown. That's actual as well.
Yeah.
What makes me laugh is I watched the World snooker championship, but bits of it the other week when it was on, and I forget who they had in the comment. I know Dennis Taylor was in there, and they still talk like this, even though they're in a soundproof booth now.
Yeah.
And Ted Lowe only did that because when he was doing it in the 60s and the 70s,
right,
he was literally in the audience.
Yeah.
But it's become such an accepted delivery method of commentary for that they all have close mic and they all look at the spin on that.
Oh, and that's a bad miss.
Whereas contrast that with American football commentary, where the presenters are almost screaming.
I believe worse in South America.
Yeah. Go.
Oh yeah.
Maggie Thatcher. No, that was Danish, wasn't it? Or the Norwegians? Maggie Thatcher, your boys took one hell of a beating.
Maggie Thatcher's boys, Jesus. Christ almighty.
I think one of the best send-ups of American commentary, sports commentary, was in Basketball. That
brilliant film.
The movie that was made by the South Park guys and the Airplane guys. It's just brilliant. It's about this made-up sport called basketball, which is a cross between baseball and basketball. And it's actually now a legitimate sport, I believe, or certainly was at some point.
Yeah. Well, so's Quidditch. I mean, it doesn't say much, does it?
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed with the lack of flying around that was going on.
Yeah. At least basketball. If you haven't seen Basketball, go and get it. It's a brilliant film.
Anyway, on that point,
yes,
I'm gonna go.
Bedtime.
Okay,
come on, Sass. Let's go to bed.
Yeah.
Good to be with you again.
And you. Good luck tomorrow. Is it tomorrow?
Thank you.
Your gig?
Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow's the first of many.
Cool.
I'll be over. I'll be over by you guys before.
Yeah, I was looking through your list of gigs and trying to figure out which one, because you're coming to Cambridge, but like you must. I think looking at the dates, you're just like going to be coming in and then going out again, because Cambridge is like really close to me. So
correct. That'll be an in and out day, but I think
because you're going to France, I think
during those repeat gigs in England, for some reason, their itinerary is basically that we're basing in London and commuting to the gigs.
Okay.
For most of them, a lot of them.
We'll have to sort something out.
Sure, I'd love that. I'd love to see you.
We'll get something sorted out.
Love to see you.
Cool. Well, have a good one tomorrow.
Yep.
Thank you.
Catch you soon.
Talk to you
See
guys
you
soon.
tomorrow night, Rob.
Yeah, tomorrow night, Jim Danica, Vangelis tribute.
Be a good one.
Yeah.
All right, fellas.
Cool.
Cheers.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Take care, everyone. Love yourselves.
Bye.
See you guys.